Hello, horror lovers. Welcome to our channel. Please subscribe as it is our biggest motivation. Let us know in the comments which city you're listening from. If you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button. Now, let's get into the stories. My name is Brian, and I never believed in Bigfoot until one night in the dense forest of Oregon. I was on a camping trip with a few friends, Tom, Jake, and Lisa. We had set up our campsite near a remote lake, surrounded by thick woods and an eerie silence. The first night passed without incident, but as the days went by, the forest seemed to grow darker, and an unsettling feeling settled over us. On the third night, we decided to take a hike into the woods. We followed a narrow trail that wound through the trees, the moonlight barely penetrating the canopy above. Tom had brought along a powerful flashlight, and Lisa carried a small radio, which was playing softly. We walked for a few miles, enjoying the crisp night air and the sounds of the forest. That is until we heard a series of loud, guttural howls that seemed to come from all directions. The howls were unlike anything we had ever heard, deep, resonant, and almost primal. We stopped in our tracks, looking at each other with growing concern. Tom suggested we head back to camp, but as we turned, the howls grew louder and closer. The flashlight beam swept through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. Lisa tried to turn off the radio, but the volume seemed to increase on its own. Panic set in as we heard heavy footsteps moving through the underbrush, growing closer with each passing second. We hurried back towards camp, but the feeling of being pursued was palpable. The footsteps seemed to follow us, and the howls continued, echoing through the trees. We finally reached the campsite, breathless and terrified. The fire was still burning, casting flickering shadows around us. We sat in silence, the once comforting crackle of the fire now sounding ominous. The howls continued intermittently throughout the night, and we could hear branches snapping and something large moving around the perimeter of our campsite. None of us slept well, and the next morning, we found strange tracks around our tent. The tracks were large and unusual, with a distinctive wide stride. We followed them for a short distance before deciding to head back to civilization. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and we left the area as quickly as possible. Back in town, we learned that several other campers had reported similar encounters in the same area. The tracks we had found were consistent with descriptions of Bigfoot footprints, and the howls matched reports of unexplained vocalizations in the forest. To this day, I can't explain what we heard or saw that night, but the experience has left me with a deep respect for the unknown. The forest remains a place of mystery and unease, and I've never returned to that area. Sometimes I wonder if what we encountered was truly Bigfoot or something else entirely. The memories of that night linger, a haunting reminder of the unexplained and the terrifying possibilities that lie hidden in the shadows of the forest. My name is Laura, and this is the story of a night that changed everything for me. I was living alone in a modest two-story house in a quiet neighborhood. It was a peaceful place, and I felt safe there, or at least I thought I did. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a faint scratching noise coming from the downstairs hallway. I dismissed it as the house settling or perhaps a rodent. However, the scratching continued, growing louder and more persistent. My heart started to race, and I decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and crept downstairs. The noise seemed to be coming from the front door. I peered through the peephole but saw nothing. I opened the door slightly and looked outside. but the porch was empty. I checked the locks and made sure everything was secure before heading back to bed. The scratching continued, though, and now it was accompanied by a faint tapping sound. I decided to call the police, but by the time they arrived, the noises had stopped. They checked around the house and found no signs of forced entry or any suspicious activity. They reassured me that it was probably just a false alarm and left. I went to bed, still feeling uneasy. The next morning, I found a strange note on my doorstep. It was handwritten and simply read, "I know what you're hiding." My heart sank as I read the note, and I immediately contacted the police. They took it seriously and increased patrols around the area, but they found no leads. Over the next few days, strange things began happening. My phone would ring, and when I answered, there would be no one on the other end. My car, which was parked in the driveway, would sometimes be left slightly ajar, even though I was sure I had locked it. I started feeling paranoid and constantly checked the locks on my doors and windows. One evening, I was home alone, working on some paperwork, when I heard a loud crash from the basement. My heart raced as I grabbed a baseball bat and slowly descended the stairs. The basement was dark and cluttered with old furniture and boxes. I shone my flashlight around, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I checked the windows and doors in the basement and found them all secure. I decided to head back upstairs, but as I reached the top of the stairs, I noticed that the front door was slightly open. I hadn't left it like that. I closed the door and locked it, my anxiety escalating. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak and groan of the house seemed amplified, and I felt an overwhelming sense of being watched. I decided to set up a camera in the living room, hoping it would capture any unusual activity. The next morning, I reviewed the footage and was horrified to see a figure moving around in my house during the night. The figure was tall and indistinct, wearing dark clothing and a hat that obscured its face. The figure moved around, inspecting various rooms, and seemed to be looking for something. My heart pounded as I saw the figure approach the camera and then disappear from view. I immediately contacted the police and provided them with the footage. They were alarmed and increased their patrols around my neighborhood. They also advised me to stay with friends or family until they could get to the bottom of the situation. I stayed with my sister for a few days, and during that time the police continued their investigation. They discovered that several other homes in the area had experienced similar incidents, with intruders leaving cryptic notes and disappearing without a trace. The investigation led to a local man who had a history of burglary and stalking. He was arrested and charged with several offenses, including breaking and entering and harassment. The authorities found evidence linking him to the incidents at my home. I was relieved that the situation had been resolved, but the experience left me shaken. I returned to my house, but it no longer felt like a safe haven. I had the locks replaced, added security cameras, and made sure to be extra cautious. The incident had taught me the importance of vigilance and the unsettling reality that danger can come from the most unexpected places. The man who had intruded into my life had left a lasting mark, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was always a chance that someone was watching from the shadows. My name is Emma, and I was a production assistant on a low-budget horror film set in a remote, old mansion. The mansion was the perfect setting for the film, a grand, decrepit building with a rich history and a reputation for being haunted. We started shooting in the late summer, and from the beginning, there were strange occurrences that seemed to defy explanation. The first incident happened on the second night of filming. We were shooting a scene in the main hallway of the mansion, where the actors were supposed to encounter a ghostly presence. As the cameras rolled, the lights flickered and dimmed, even though we had checked all the connections and power sources. We attributed it to a technical glitch, but the flickering continued intermittently throughout the shoot. Later that night, as we were wrapping up, one of the crew members, Dan, reported hearing footsteps echoing through the empty mansion. He was alone in the building at the time and found nothing when he investigated. We brushed it off as the building settling, but the stories about the mansion's haunted past began to make us uneasy. The following week, things took a more sinister turn. During a night shoot in the basement, a crew member named Sarah experienced something truly chilling. She was alone in the basement, setting up for the next scene, when she felt a cold breeze and saw a shadowy figure move across the wall. The figure seemed to be watching her, and when she turned to confront it, there was nothing there. Sarah was visibly shaken and decided to leave the set early. Her story spread quickly, and the crew's nervousness increased. Despite the growing tension, we continued filming, hoping to get through the project without further issues. But the paranormal activity escalated. One night, as we were filming a particularly intense scene, the sound of disembodied whispers filled the air. The whispers were faint but unmistakable, and they seemed to come from different directions. The actors, already on edge, were visibly disturbed. The sound technician tried to trace the source, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The whispers continued, growing louder and more insistent, until they suddenly stopped, leaving an oppressive silence. On another occasion, during a scene set in a darkened room, the props began to move on their own. Chairs shifted, and doors creaked open and closed with no apparent cause. The actors and crew were unnerved, but we managed to complete the scene with minimal disruption. The final straw came during the last week of shooting. We were filming a climactic scene in the attic, a room filled with old, dusty furniture and forgotten relics. As the cameras rolled, a loud crash echoed through the room, and several props were knocked over. The room felt inexplicably colder, and a heavy feeling of dread settled over us. The actors and crew were visibly frightened, and we decided to end the shoot early. The film's director, Michael, who had been skeptical about the mansion's haunted reputation, was now convinced something was amiss. He decided to investigate the mansion's history and discovered that it had a dark past involving tragic events and unexplained disappearances. The mansion had been rumored to be cursed, and the stories seemed to align with our experiences. The film was eventually completed, but the haunting experiences on set left a lasting impression on everyone involved. The mansion was a place of mystery and unease, and the paranormal activities we encountered added an unsettling layer to the production. The film was released, and while it garnered some attention for its eerie atmosphere, the true story behind the shoot was even more chilling. The mansion remained a place of intrigue and fear, and I often wonder if the shadows we encountered were simply the result of a haunted past or something far more malevolent. My name is Alex, and I spent a year living in Briarwood Manor, a house that had a reputation for being haunted. The manor, a large, old Victorian house, had been in my family for generations, but I had never lived there until recently. When I moved in, I was excited to renovate and make the place feel like home. However, from the moment I arrived, I felt a strange presence. The first night was quiet, but by the second night things started to feel off. I heard faint whispers and footsteps in the hallways, Even though I was alone, I attributed it to the house settling or my imagination running wild. Over the next few weeks, the disturbances grew more frequent. Doors would open and close on their own, and objects would move inexplicably. I began to feel a constant sense of being watched. I decided to look into the history of the house and discovered that Briarwood Manor had been the site of several tragic events. The most notable was a murder-suicide that occurred in the early 1900s. The family who lived there at the time was found dead under mysterious circumstances, and their spirits were rumored to haunt the manor. Despite this unsettling discovery, I continued with my renovations. One evening, while working in the attic, I found a hidden room behind a false wall. The room was dusty and filled with old furniture, but what caught my eye was an old, ornate mirror. The mirror had an intricate frame and looked out of place in the dusty attic. I decided to clean it and hang it in the hallway, thinking it would add character to the house. That night, the activity in the house intensified. I woke up to the sound of frantic knocking on my bedroom door. When I opened it, there was no one there. The mirror in the hallway seemed to be the focal point of the disturbances. Shadows moved across its surface, and sometimes I would see fleeting figures in the reflection. The whispers grew louder, and the sense of dread became overwhelming. I contacted a local paranormal investigator, Jane, who agreed to visit the house and conduct an investigation. Jane arrived with her team and set up equipment throughout the manor. They used EVP electronic voice phenomena recorders and thermal cameras to detect any paranormal activity. During their investigation, the team captured numerous unexplained sounds and temperature fluctuations. The EVP recordings included disembodied voices and unsettling messages. The most disturbing finding was the thermal camera footage, which showed a shadowy figure moving through the house, lingering around mirror. Jane performed a cleansing ritual to try to dispel the spirits, but the activity continued, albeit with less intensity. She explained that the spirits might be bound to the house due to the traumatic events that had occurred there. I was left with a lingering sense of unease and decided to take a break from the manor. I stayed with friends and returned periodically to check on the property. Each time, the activity seemed to diminish, but the memories of the haunting remained vivid. Living in Briarwood Manor had been a harrowing experience, and although I had hoped to restore it to its former glory, the supernatural presence made it clear that some places are better left undisturbed. The manor stands as a reminder of its dark past, and I can't help but feel that the spirits of Briarwood Manor are still waiting for something or someone to set them free. My name is Sarah, and I grew up in a small town near Pine Ridge, a place steeped in Native American folklore. The stories of skinwalkers, shape-shifting beings with dark intentions, were well known, but rarely spoken of openly. It wasn't until a fateful summer night that I experienced the true terror of a skinwalker. The night began like any other. My friends and I were camping in the woods, enjoying a break from our daily routines. The campsite was a familiar spot, surrounded by dense trees and a small clearing where we set up our tents. We spent the evening by the campfire, roasting marshmallows and telling ghost stories, trying to scare each other with tales of local legends. As the night deepened, we heard strange sounds in the woods, twigs snapping, footsteps, and an eerie rustling that seemed too deliberate to be an animal. We laughed it off as the sounds of the forest, but couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Around midnight, while the others were asleep, I heard a peculiar noise, a soft, high-pitched whine that was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It came from the edge of the clearing, and I decided to investigate. I grabbed my flashlight and ventured into the darkness, trying to find the source of the noise. As I walked, the whine grew louder, and I saw a figure in the distance, standing still among the trees. The figure was tall and slender, but its form seemed to shift and waver, as if it were struggling to maintain its shape. I felt a chill run down my spine. The figure was partially obscured by the trees, and its face was hidden in shadow. I tried to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. Suddenly, the figure darted towards me with incredible speed. I turned and ran back to the campsite, my heart racing. When I reached the fire, I found my friends awake and alarmed by my sudden return. I tried to explain what I had seen, but they were skeptical. We decided to stay up and keep watch, but the unsettling feeling lingered. In the early hours of the morning, the noises returned. The rustling and snapping were accompanied by a low, growling sound that seemed to come from all directions. We could see shadows moving around the perimeter of the clearing, and the flashlight beams barely penetrated the darkness. The growls grew louder, and the temperature dropped suddenly. We huddled together, trying to stay calm, but the fear was palpable. Then we heard a blood-curdling scream, not far from our campsite. It was a scream of agony and terror, and it seemed to echo through the woods. We shined our flashlights in the direction of the scream, but saw nothing. The sounds of the forest were now eerily silent, and the oppressive darkness seemed to close in around us. We decided it was time to leave. We packed up our gear as quickly as possible and made our way back to town. The drive was tense, and the feeling of being followed never left us. Back home, we learned that similar experiences had been reported by others in the area. Stories of a skinwalker, a being that could mimic human voices and transform into various animals, matched our experience. The legend described a creature that preyed on those who ventured into its territory, using fear and deception to torment its victims. The experience left a lasting impact on all of us. Pine Ridge remained a place of unease, and the stories of skinwalkers became more than just folklore. They were a chilling reminder of the unknown dangers lurking in the dark corners of the world. To this day, I avoid the woods at night and can't shake the feeling that something from that night is still out there, waiting in the shadows. My name is Dave, and I've been a long-haul trucker for over 15 years. I've driven through countless stretches of road. But one night on Route 66, I encountered something that defied all explanation. It was a quiet, moonlit night, and I was driving my rig through a remote stretch of Route 66 in Arizona. The road was deserted, and the only sound was the steady rumble of my engine. I was making good time, heading towards my next delivery, when I noticed a figure standing on the side of the road. At first I thought it was a mirage or some trick of the light, but as I got closer, I realized it was a man in a faded, old-fashioned suit. He was holding a thumb out, clearly hitchhiking. I slowed down, considering whether to pick him up. The road was desolate, and I felt uneasy about leaving him stranded, but something about his presence seemed off. His clothes were out of place, and his face was partially obscured by shadows. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed into the passenger seat without a word, and I started driving again. The air in the cab grew colder, and a sense of dread settled over me. I glanced at the hitchhiker and noticed he was staring straight ahead, his expression unreadable. I tried to make small talk, but he didn't respond. The silence was oppressive, and the only sound was the rumble of the truck and the occasional crackle of the radio dot as we drove, I noticed that the landscape outside seemed to change. The familiar road signs and landmarks began to blur, and the scenery became more desolate and foreboding. I asked the hitchhiker where he was headed, but he remained silent. His eyes, though, seemed to follow me, and an uncomfortable chill ran down my spine. After what felt like hours, I decided to pull over and ask him directly if he needed help. When I turned to look at him, I was stunned to find that he was no longer there. The passenger seat was empty, and the door was slightly ajar. I jumped out of the truck and searched around, but there was no sign of him. The road was completely empty, and the silence was deafening. I got back into the truck, my heart racing. The radio crackled to life, and I heard a voice, a distorted, mournful whisper saying, "Thank you for the ride." I tried to shake off the feeling of unease and continued driving, but the road seemed to stretch endlessly, and I felt like I was driving in circles. Eventually, I reached a small town and stopped at a diner to collect my thoughts. The waitress there, an older woman with a kind face, noticed my distress and asked if everything was all right. When I told her about the hitchhiker, her expression grew solemn. She explained that there had been numerous reports of a ghostly hitchhiker on that stretch of Route 66, a figure who appeared to travelers and vanished without a trace. The stories went back decades, and the hitchhiker was said to be the spirit of someone who had died in a tragic accident on that road. I left the diner with a heavy heart, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something from that night had followed me. The experience on Route 66 was a chilling reminder of the unknown and the eerie presence that sometimes lurks in the shadows of the road. I've been driving for years, but that night remained etched in my memory, a haunting encounter with a phantom hitchhiker that defied all logic and explanation. My name is Lisa, and this is the story of what happened when I moved into my new home, Maplewood House. It was supposed to be a fresh start, a charming old house with a picturesque garden and a welcoming front porch. The real estate agent had spoken highly of its history and character, and I fell in love with it the moment I stepped inside. The first few days in Maplewood House were uneventful. I unpacked boxes, arranged furniture, and settled into my new routine. The house was as lovely as I had remembered, and the neighborhood seemed friendly. However, by the end of the first week, I began to notice odd occurrences. The lights would flicker, and I'd hear faint noises coming from the attic, noises that sounded like footsteps. At first, I chalked it up to the house settling or the electrical system needing an update. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard what sounded like a child's laughter coming from the attic. It was a soft, playful sound, but it was out of place given that the house had been empty for years before I moved in. I went upstairs to investigate, but the attic was empty, and there was no sign of anyone having been there. The occurrences continued and grew more frequent. Doors would open and close on their own, and objects would move from one place to another without explanation. I began to feel an unsettling presence in the house, especially at night. I tried to dismiss it as stress from the move, but the feeling of being watched was persistent and unnerving. One evening, as I was cooking dinner in the kitchen, I saw a figure out of the corner of my eye. It was a shadowy silhouette that seemed to move across the room before disappearing. I turned around quickly, but there was nothing there. I checked all the windows and doors, ensuring everything was locked and secure. As the weeks went by, the disturbances escalated. I found cold spots in various rooms, and the feeling of unease grew stronger. One particularly frightening night, I woke up to find my bedroom door wide open. Despite having locked it before going to sleep, I got out of bed to close it, and as I did, I heard a voice, a low, mournful whisper coming from the hallway. It was indistinct, but it sounded as if someone was trying to communicate. I decided to reach out to a local historian, hoping to learn more about the house's past. She told me that Maplewood House had been the site of a tragic event many years ago. A family had lived there and suffered a series of misfortunes that culminated in a devastating accident. The family had been known for their kindness and community involvement, but their lives were cut short in a fire that destroyed much of the house. The story was that the spirits of the family still lingered, unable to move on from the place where they had met their end. The historian's account matched the experiences I had been having. It seemed that the house was haunted by the spirits of the family who had once lived there. I decided to conduct my own investigation. I set up a camera and voice recorder in the attic and spent the night there, hoping to capture some evidence of the supernatural. Throughout the night, I felt a strong sense of presence, and the temperature in the attic dropped significantly. The voice recorder picked up several instances of disembodied whispers and unexplained noises. The camera captured fleeting shadows moving across the room, although nothing was visible to the naked eye. After reviewing the footage, I contacted a local paranormal investigator. He came to the house and conducted a thorough investigation. He used various tools and techniques to communicate with the spirits and perform the cleansing ritual to help them find peace. The investigator explained that the spirits of the family were likely trapped by their tragic end and that they needed assistance to move on. Following the cleansing, the disturbances in the house diminished. The feeling of being watched faded, and the strange noises became less frequent. While I still felt a lingering sense of connection to the past, the house felt more peaceful. Living in Maplewood House had been a profound experience, and it taught me about the importance of understanding and addressing the unseen forces that can affect our lives. The house was no longer just a home, it was a place with a story, and the spirits that once haunted it had finally found some semblance of peace. My name is Jacob, and I have always loved the outdoors. Camping, hiking, fishing, you name it, I have done it. So when my buddies and I decided to spend a weekend in Blackwood Forest, I was all in. Blackwood was known for its dense woods and isolated trails, perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the city. But there was another, more ominous reputation that came with Blackwood, a reputation that, at the time, I didn't take seriously. The locals whispered about something that lived deep within the forest. Some called it a bear, others said it was a wolf, but the older folks, those who had lived in the area for generations, warned of a creature far more terrifying. They called it the Beast of Blackwood, a creature that roamed the woods at night, hunting anything that dared to enter its territory. We arrived at Blackwood on a Friday afternoon, the sun just beginning to dip below the treetops. The forest was beautiful, with towering pines and a carpet of fallen leaves that crunch underfoot. We set up camp near a small clearing, close to a creek that would provide us with fresh water. As night fell, we gathered around the fire, telling stories and laughing, the way friends do when they're miles away from civilization. But as the night wore on, something changed. The laughter died down, and a heavy silence settled over the camp. The forest, which had been alive with the sounds of birds and insects, had gone eerily quiet. It was as if the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something. We brushed it off, blaming the quiet on the lateness of the hour, and eventually we all turned in for the night. I was the last to fall asleep. The crackling of the dying fire and the rustling of the leaves outside my tent lulling me into a restless slumber. Sometime in the middle of the night I was jolted awake by a loud crash. It sounded like something massive had barreled through the trees near our campsite. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The forest was still, save for the sound of heavy breathing. Something large was just outside my tent. I grabbed the flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. My breath caught in my throat when I saw it, standing at the edge of the clearing just beyond the reach of the firelight, was a massive figure. It was easily 8 feet tall, covered in dark, matted fur, and had a pair of glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. The creature stared at me, and I felt a primal fear that I had never experienced before. This was no bear, no wolf. This was something else, something ancient and powerful. The beast let out a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath me. I froze, too terrified to move. The creature took a step forward, and then another, and I knew that if I didn't do something, I was done for. I reached for the flare gun we had brought with us just in case and fired it into the air. The flare burst into a bright, fiery light, illuminating the entire clearing. The beast recoiled, letting out a deafening roar, and then it was gone, disappearing into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. My friends, now awake and disoriented, stumbled out of their tents, their faces pale with fear. We didn't wait to see if the creature would return. We packed up our gear as quickly as possible and left the campsite, not stopping until we reached the safety of our cars. As we drove away from Blackwood, the sun began to rise, casting a golden light over the forest. But the beauty of the morning did nothing to dispel the terror of the night. We didn't talk much on the drive back, each of us lost in our own thoughts, trying to process what we had seen. To this day I can't explain what we encountered that night in Blackwood Forest. Some people say it was just a bear, a trick of the light, or our imaginations playing tricks on us. But I know what I saw, and I'll never forget the fear that gripped me when I looked into those glowing eyes. The beast of Blackwood is real, and it's out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. We were just looking for an adventure, a simple escape from our routine lives. My friends Alex, Sarah, and I had always loved hiking, and Pinewood Grove seemed like the perfect spot for our next trip. It was a secluded forest, dense with towering pines and winding trails that had barely seen any visitors in years. Locals whispered tales of people getting lost, of strange sightings, but we didn't believe in such things. We were seasoned hikers, after all. It was just another walk in the woods for us. The day started off normal enough. The sun was shining, and the air was fresh with the scent of pine. We packed our bags with snacks, water, and a map of the area, though none of us expected to actually need it. The trail was supposed to be a simple loop, a few miles in and out, with a clear path the entire way, but things quickly took a turn when we came across a narrow, overgrown path that wasn't marked on the map. "Let's check it out," Alex suggested, always the one for taking the road less traveled. Sarah and I hesitated, but our curiosity got the better of us. We ventured onto the path, laughing off any concerns about getting lost. The further we walked, the darker it got. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches creating a canopy that blocked out the sunlight. The temperature dropped, and an unsettling silence fell over the forest. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of our footsteps crunching on the dry pine needles. We tried to turn back, but the path had twisted and turned so much that we couldn't tell which way we had come from. Our phones had no signal, and the GPS was useless in the dense forest. Panic started to set in, but we kept moving, hoping to find our way back to the main trail. As we continued, we stumbled upon something that made our blood run cold. There, in the middle of the path, was a makeshift campsite, but it was unlike any we had ever seen. The tents were old, covered in mold, and torn to shreds. There were no signs of life, but the remnants of a fire pit suggested someone had been there recently. The eerie part was the carvings and the surrounding trees, strange symbols and figures that none of us recognized. They looked ancient, and their meaning was lost on us, but the sight of them sent a shiver down my spine. Alex, trying to lighten the mood, joked about it being some kind of ritual site, but there was no humor in his voice, only a thinly veiled fear. We decided to move on, hoping to find our way out before it got dark. But as we walked, we started hearing things. A distant rustling in the bushes, footsteps that didn't belong to any of us, and low whispers that seemed to come from all around us. We tried to dismiss it as our imagination, but deep down, we knew something was wrong. It was Sarah who saw at first a figure standing just beyond the tree line, barely visible through the thick underbrush. She pointed it out, and we all froze. It was a man, or at least it looked like one, dressed in old, tattered clothes with a face obscured by shadows. He didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, watching us. We called out to him, asking if he was lost, but he didn't respond. He just kept staring. Then, as if in response to our calls, he slowly raised his hand and pointed down the path, deeper into the forest. That was enough for us. We turned and ran, not caring where the path led, as long as it was away from him. We didn't stop until we were completely out of breath. But when we looked around, we realized we were even more lost than before. The forest had become a maze of identical trees and endless paths that all looked the same. No matter which way we turned, we couldn't find our way back. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, twisted shadows across the forest floor. The whispers grew louder, and we could feel eyes on us from every direction. It wasn't just the men anymore. There were others, shadows flitting between the trees, always just out of sight. We tried to keep calm, telling ourselves we would find our way out, but the fear was palpable. Every sound made us jump. Every rustle of leaves sent our hearts racing. It was as if the forest itself was alive, playing tricks on us, leading us deeper into its depths. And then we found the clearing. It was a wide, open space in the middle of the forest, completely devoid of trees. In the center was an old, crumbling stone altar, covered in the same strange symbols we had seen earlier. Surrounding the altar were dozens of small wooden figures, each one carved with intricate details, depicting twisted, nightmarish forms. We had walked right into the heart of whatever this place was. The shadows that had been following us now closed in, surrounding the clearing, their forms barely distinguishable in the fading light. The man we had seen earlier was among them, standing at the edge of the clearing, still watching, still silent. We were trapped. The air grew thick, almost suffocating, and the whispers turned into a low, groaning chant. We backed away from the altar, but there was nowhere to go. The shadows moved closer, their forms becoming more defined, gaunt, hollow-eyed figures that seemed to glide over the ground. Just when we thought it was over, a loud crack echoed through the forest, and the ground beneath us began to shake. The figures stopped their advance, and for a brief moment, everything went silent. Then, as if on cue, they all turned and melted back into the forest, disappearing as quickly as they had appeared. The chanting ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving us standing in stunned silence. Without wasting a moment, we ran. We didn't stop until we burst out of the forest and onto a dirt road that led to the nearest town. We never looked back, afraid that if we did, we'd see those figures watching us from the tree line. When we reached the town, we told the locals what had happened, but they just shook their heads, their faces grim. "You shouldn't have gone into Pinewood Grove," one old man said. "That place is cursed. People go in, but they don't always come out." We left town the next day, vowing never to speak of what we had seen. But the memories still haunt us, especially at night when the wind howls through the trees, and we hear those whispers again, faint but unmistakable. Pinewood Grove took something from us, something we'll never get back, and it's a place we'll never dare to return to. It was late one night when I found myself standing on the corner of a deserted street, waiting for a taxi. The city had an eerie stillness to it, the kind that makes you feel like you're the only person left in the world. I had just finished a long shift at the hospital, and all I wanted was to get home, crawl into bed, and forget about the day. After what felt like an eternity, a taxi finally pulled up. It was an old, beat-up cab, the kind that had seen better days. The driver, an older man with a weathered face, gave me a nod as I climbed into the back seat. I gave him my address, and we set off into the night. The ride started off like any other. We drove through the quiet streets, the only sound the hum of the engine and the occasional click of the turn signal. But as we got farther from the city center, things started to feel off. The driver was taking a route I didn't recognize, turning down narrow, winding roads that seemed to lead us deeper into the outskirts of town. I tried to ask him where we were going, but he didn't respond. He just kept driving, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. My anxiety began to rise. The streets were getting darker, the buildings more sparse, and I had no idea where we were. I asked him again, more urgently this time, but still he said nothing. That's when I noticed something strange. The air inside the cab had grown cold, so cold that I could see my breath in front of me. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me, but the chill seemed to seep into my bones. The driver's face remained impassive, but there was something about him that unsettled me. His hands, gripping the steering wheel, looked almost skeletal, and his eyes, those eyes seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. I wanted to tell him to stop the car, to let me out, but my voice caught in my throat. I was paralyzed by fear, unable to speak, unable to move. We continued down that desolate road, the taxi's headlights cutting through the darkness. The road ahead seemed to stretch on forever, a never-ending path into oblivion. I watched as the buildings disappeared, replaced by thick, looming trees that closed in around us. The forest was dense, the branches overhead intertwining like skeletal fingers, blocking out the moonlight. The only light came from the dim glow of the taxi's dashboard, casting eerie shadows on the driver's face. I could feel my heart racing in my chest, but I was powerless to do anything but sit there, watching as the world outside grew darker and more menacing. Finally, after what felt like hours, the taxi came to a stop. We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by trees, with no sign of civilization in sight. The driver turned to look at me, his eyes piercing into mine. There was something otherworldly about him, something that made my skin crawl. "This is your stop," he said in a voice that was cold and distant. I wanted to protest, to tell him that this wasn't where I lived, but I couldn't find the words. Instead, I found myself opening the door and stepping out into the night. The moment I was outside, the taxi sped off, leaving me alone in the dark. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, staring after the taillights as they disappeared into the distance. The silence was deafening, the darkness oppressive. I had no idea where I was, no idea how to get home. Panic set in, and I began to walk, hoping to find a road, a house, anything that would lead me back to safety. But the farther I walked, the more I realized that I was lost. The forest was a labyrinth of trees and shadows, and I had no sense of direction. The cold was biting, and the darkness seemed to close in around me. I could hear rustling in the underbrush, the sound of something moving through the trees, and I knew that I wasn't alone. I quickened my pace, my breath coming in short gasps, but the sounds followed me, growing louder, more insistent. I broke into a run, desperate to escape whatever was stalking me. But no matter how fast I ran, the sounds stayed with me. It felt like I was being hunted, like something was toying with me, waiting for the right moment to strike. My legs were burning, my lungs screaming for air, but I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving, had to find a way out of this nightmare. But no matter how far I ran, the forest never seemed to end. The trees stretched on for miles, an endless sea of darkness and fear. My thoughts were a whirlwind of terror and confusion. How had I ended up here? What had happened to that taxi driver? And what was chasing me through these woods? I didn't have time to think, didn't have time to process any of it. All I could do was run, driven by an instinctive need to survive. Finally, just as my strength was about to give out, I saw a light in the distance. It was faint, barely visible through the trees, but it was there, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. I pushed myself harder, sprinting towards the light, praying that it was real, that it wasn't just another trick of the night. As I got closer, I could make out the outline of a building, a small, dilapidated cabin that looked like it had been abandoned for years. But at that moment, it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I reached the cabin and threw myself against the door, pounding on it with all my might. "Please, let me in," I shouted, my voice hoarse and desperate. For a moment, there was nothing, just the sound of my fists against the wood and the pounding of my heart in my ears. But then, slowly, the door creaked open. I stumbled inside, collapsing onto the floor, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The cabin was dark and musty, the air thick with the scent of decay, but it was shelter, and that was all that mattered. I lay there, gasping for breath, trying to collect myself, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized that I wasn't alone. Standing in the corner of the room was a figure shrouded in shadow. It was tall and thin, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, just like the taxi driver's. My heart lurched in my chest as the figure began to move towards me, its footsteps slow and deliberate. I scrambled to my feet, backing away from it, but there was nowhere to go. The cabin was small, the walls closing in around me. The figure stopped just a few feet away, its glowing eyes fixed on mine, and then, in a voice that sent chills down my spine, it spoke. "You shouldn't have come here," it said, its voice echoing in the small space. "This is our place, and you don't belong." I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen in place, trapped by the fear that gripped me. The figure reached out towards me, its hand cold and bony, and I knew that this was the end. Just as its hand brushed against my skin, the door to the cabin burst open, and a blinding light filled the room. I heard a voice, another voice, familiar and reassuring, calling my name. I turned towards the light, shielding my eyes, and saw a man standing in the doorway. He was dressed in a ranger's uniform, his face stern but kind. "Come with me," he said, reaching out his hand. "You're safe now." I didn't hesitate. I ran towards him, throwing myself into his arms as the light consumed us both. When I opened my eyes again, I was outside, standing on the edge of the forest. The cabin was gone, the trees silent and still. The ranger was there beside me, his expression unreadable. "What happened?" I asked, my voice shaking. He looked at me for a long moment before finally speaking. "You were lucky," he said. "Most people who go into those woods don't come back. You should count your blessings and never return." I nodded, too shaken to argue. The ranger led me back to his truck, and we drove in silence back to the main road. I never saw that taxi driver again, and I never went back to Blackwood Forest. But I'll never forget that night, the fear that gripped me, and the knowledge that there are things in this world that we can't explain, things that are best left undisturbed. The day I found the artifact was supposed to be just another routine dig. I'd been working as an archaeologist for nearly a decade, traveling the world in search of ancient relics and forgotten histories. My latest assignment had taken me to a remote village in South America, nestled deep within the mountains. The locals were friendly enough, though they kept their distance when they learned why I was there. They warned me of the dangers that lay hidden in the earth, tales of curses and spirits that had been passed down through generations. But I had heard those kinds of stories before, and while I respected their beliefs, I didn't take them too seriously. The dig site was located in a clearing at the edge of the jungle, surrounded by thick vegetation and towering trees. It was hot, humid, and the air buzzed with the sound of insects. My team and I set up camp, eager to get started on what we hoped would be a fruitful excavation. We had been there for about a week when we first discovered the chamber. It was buried deep beneath the earth, accessible only through a narrow tunnel that we had painstakingly cleared. The chamber itself was small, with walls made of smooth stone and carvings that depicted scenes of worship and sacrifice. At the center of the chamber was a pedestal, and upon it a strange, ornate box. The box was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was made of a dark, almost black metal, and covered in intricate designs that seemed to shift and change when you looked at them. It was heavy, cold to the touch, and had no visible seams or hinges. It was as if the box had been forged from a single piece of metal, a feat that should have been impossible given the time period it was from. My first instinct was to leave it alone, to respect whatever ancient power it might hold. But curiosity got the better of me. I carefully lifted the box from the pedestal, examining it from all angles. There were no markings, no inscriptions that gave any clue as to what it was or where it had come from. It was a mystery, one that I was determined to solve. I brought the box back to camp, setting it up on a table in my tent. I spent hours studying it, but no matter what I did, I couldn't figure out how to open it. The box seemed impervious to any tool or method I tried. It was as if it had been sealed by some unknown force, one that refused to reveal its secrets. That night I had the first of many nightmares. I dreamt that I was back in the chamber, standing before the pedestal, but instead of the box, there was a figure tall, gaunt, and cloaked in shadow. Its eyes were like burning coals, and it spoke to me in a voice that was neither male nor female, but something in between. "You have taken what is not yours," it said, "and now you will suffer." I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart racing. The dream had felt so real, so vivid, that it left me shaken. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But as the days went on, the nightmares grew worse. Every night the figure would return, its presence more menacing, its voice more demanding. It would tell me to return the box, to leave the dig site, or else face the consequences. But by then, it was too late. I had become obsessed with the box, with the mystery it represented. I couldn't bring myself to leave it behind, even as strange things began to happen around camp. Equipment would malfunction, tools would go missing, and the locals who worked with us started to quit, one by one, claiming that the site was cursed. My team began to grow uneasy as well. They could sense that something was wrong, even if they didn't know what. The atmosphere in camp became tense, and arguments broke out over the smallest things. It was as if the box was exerting some kind of influence over us, driving us to the brink of madness. One night, as I was sitting in my tent, staring at the box, I heard a noise outside. It was a low, rumbling sound, like the growl of some great beast. I stepped outside, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The jungle around us was alive with movement. The trees swayed violently, the ground trembled, and the air was thick with the sound of something unseen, something powerful. The figure from my dreams appeared before me, more solid, more real than ever before. Its eyes burned with an intensity that made me want to look away, but I couldn't. I was rooted to the spot, unable to move, unable to speak. "You have brought this upon yourself," it said, its voice echoing in my mind. "The curse is upon you, and there is no escape." The ground beneath me began to shake, and I fell to my knees, clutching the box to my chest. I could feel the power within it, pulsing, growing stronger with each passing second. The figure reached out towards me, its hand like a claw, and I knew that this was the end. But then, just as it was about to touch me, the box in my arms began to glow. It was a faint light at first, but it quickly grew brighter, more intense, until it was blinding. The figure let out a shriek, recoiling from the light, and then it was gone, vanished into the night. The jungle went still, the ground stopped shaking, and I was left alone in the darkness, the box still clutched in my hands. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the box, but when I finally looked up, the first light of dawn was creeping over the horizon. The camp was in shambles, my team scattered, but the box was unchanged, as cold and mysterious as ever. I knew then that I had to get rid of it, to return it to the chamber and leave this place for good. But when I went back to the site, the chamber was gone. The tunnel we had dug had collapsed, buried under tons of earth and rock. There was no way to return the box, no way to undo what I had done. I left the dig site that day, never to return. The box is still with me, hidden away in a place where no one will ever find it. But I can still feel its presence, still hear the voice of the figure in my dreams telling me that the curse is not yet lifted, that my suffering is far from over. I've tried to get rid of it, to destroy it, but nothing works. The box is indestructible, a relic of some ancient evil that I will never fully understand. And so I live in fear, knowing that one day the curse will claim me, that the figure will come for me, and that when it does, there will be no escape. The night started off like any other night in our quiet neighborhood at Willow Creek. The kids were in bed early, exhausted from a long day of play, and my wife Emma and I were finally getting some much-needed time to ourselves. The house was still and peaceful. The only sounds were the ticking of the old grandfather clock in the hallway and the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards as they settled under the weight of the house. We lived in a modest two-story home that we had bought a few years ago. Wasn't anything fancy, but it was ours. We had dated into a warm and welcoming place, the kind of home where you could feel safe and secure. But that sense of security was shattered on that fateful night. It was just after 11 p.m. When the first knock came, it was a soft knock, almost hesitant, but it was enough to pull me out of the half-sleep I had fallen into. On the couch I sat up, listening carefully, thinking I had imagined it. But then it came again, a little louder this time. Emma looked at me from her spot on the other end of the couch, her brow furrowed in concern. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, getting to my feet. I wasn't expecting anyone, especially not at this hour. The knock came again, more insistent. I walked to the front door, peering through the peephole, but saw nothing. The porch light was on, illuminating the front steps, but there was no one there. Maybe it was just the wind, I said, trying to reassure myself as much as Emma. But deep down I knew that wasn't the case. It was a clear night with hardly a breeze in the air. Something about this felt wrong as I turned away from the door. Another knock echoed through the house. This time it came from the back door. I froze. Emma's eyes widened, and she grabbed her phone, ready to call the police. "Who could it be?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't have an answer. I slowly made my way to the kitchen, where the back door was located. The door had a small window near the top, but it was too high to see through. Without standing on something, I reached for a chair, but before I could move it into position, I heard a faint whisper coming from the other side of the door. It was a man's voice, low and almost pleading. "Let me in." The voice set chills down my spine. I backed away from the door, not daring to move any closer. I could feel Emma's eyes on me. Her fear mirrored my own. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to sound braver, and I felt there was no response, just silence. Emma took a step forward, phone in hand, ready to dial for help. But before she could do anything, the knock came again, this time from the living room window. We both turned to look, but again there was nothing there. The curtains were drawn, but the light from the street lamps outside cast faint shadows on the fabric, creating the eerie illusion of movement. "This isn't right," I muttered. Emma nodded in agreement, already dialing the number for the police. Just as she started explaining the situation to the dispatcher, the power went out, plunging the house into darkness. I heard Emma gasp in the darkness, and I quickly made my way back to her, grabbing a flashlight from the drawer in the kitchen. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but it did little to calm our nerves. The house felt different now, as if something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and an overwhelming sense of dread hung over us. The knocking continued, moving from door to door, window to window. It was relentless, and each knock was accompanied by that same whispered plea, "Let me in." Whoever it was wasn't going away, and they weren't going to stop until we let them in. Emma was still on the phone with the dispatcher, who assured her that the police were on their way, but their voices seemed distant, muffled, as if they were speaking through a thick fog. I could feel the walls closing in around us, the darkness growing heavier with each passing moment. Then, without warning, the knocking stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, and for a brief moment I allowed myself to hope that whoever it was had given up and left. But that hope was short-lived, as the knocking resumed, this time from inside the house. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt Emma's hand tighten around mine. We slowly backed away from the kitchen door, making our way to the stairs. "We need to get the kids," I whispered. Emma nodded, her face pale in the dim light. The knocking continued, growing louder and more frantic. As we climbed the stairs, it was as if whoever or whatever was behind it was desperate to get to us. I could feel my pulse racing, my mind screaming at me to grab the kids and get out of the house. But I couldn't move fast enough. The moment we reached the top of the stairs, the knocking stopped again, leaving us in an oppressive silence. We stood there in the darkness, listening for any sound, but the house was eerily quiet. Too quiet. I turned on the flashlight again, shining it down the hallway toward the kids' rooms. That something was wrong. The hallway seemed longer, stretching out into the darkness far beyond what was possible. It was as if the house itself had changed, morphing into something unfamiliar and menacing. "This isn't real," I whispered to myself, trying to shake off the feeling of unease. But the hallway continued to stretch on, and the knocking started again, louder and more insistent. and before we had no choice but to keep moving. But as we walked down the impossibly long hallway, I noticed something strange. The doors to the kids' rooms were gone, replaced by solid walls. I felt a surge of panic rising in my chest. "Where are the doors?" Emma whispered, her voice trembling with fear. I had no answer. I could only keep moving forward, hoping that we would find a way out. But with each step, the hallway seemed to grow longer, the walls closing in tighter, until it felt like we were walking in circles. Just when I thought we were trapped for good, the hallway abruptly ended in front of a single door. It was a plain wooden door with no markings, no handle, just a solid slab of wood. It didn't belong there, and I knew it was a trap. "We shouldn't open it," I said, my voice shaking. Emma nodded in agreement, but we both knew we had no other choice. We were out of options, with nowhere else to go. With a trembling hand, I reached out and touched the door. It was cold to the touch, unnaturally cold, and I could feel a strong sense of malevolence emanating from the other side. But I had to know what was behind it. I had to find out what had invaded our home. Summoning all my courage, I pushed the door open. The room on the other side was pitch black, devoid of any light or sound. It was a void, an endless abyss that seemed to stretch out into infinity. The knocking had stopped, and the whispers had ceased, leaving us in a suffocating silence. I stepped forward into the darkness, feeling the cold air wrap around me like a shroud. Emma followed closely behind, her grip on my hand tight and desperate. We walked into the void, unsure of where we were going or what we would find. But the further we walked, the more I realized that there was no escape. We were trapped in this darkness, unable to turn back, unable to find our way out. And then I saw it, a figure standing in the distance, barely visible in the inky blackness. It was a man, or at least it looked like one, dressed in tattered clothes, with a face obscured by shadows. He stood motionless, watching us as we approached. I tried to speak, but no words came out, my voice lost in the void. The figure slowly raised his hand, pointing at us, and I felt a cold dread wash over me. I knew that whatever this thing was, it wasn't human, and it wasn't going to let us leave. As we stood there, paralyzed by fear, the figure began to move toward us, its steps slow and deliberate. I tried to back away, but the darkness seemed to close around us, trapping us in place. There was no escape, no way out. The figure drew closer and closer until it was just inches away. I could see its face now, twisted and grotesque, with hollow eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. It reached out to me, its hand cold as ice, and I knew that this was the end. But then something happened. A blinding light filled the room, driving away the darkness, and the figure, the cold, disappeared, and I felt Emma's hand slip out of mine. I blinked against the sudden brightness, disoriented and confused. When my vision cleared, I found myself standing in our living room, the lights on and everything back to normal. Emma was beside me, her face pale and shaken, but otherwise unharmed. The kids were upstairs asleep in their beds just as we had left them. There was no sign of the figure, no sign of the door or the hallway that had stretched out into the darkness. It was as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. We both did. We had experienced something that night, something beyond explanation, and it had left its mark on us. The police arrived shortly after, and we explained what had happened, but they found no evidence of an intruder, no sign of anything out of the ordinary. They chalked it up to a power outage and our imaginations running wild. But we knew the truth. Something had come into our home at night, something that wasn't human, and it had left us with a feeling of unease that would never go away. We never spoke of that night again, not to anyone, not even to each other. But every now and then, when the house is quiet and the lights flicker, I can still hear the faint sound of knocking, and I know that whatever was, it's still out there waiting to be let in. It was the dead of night when I first heard about Highway 16. I'd been driving trucks for nearly 20 years, crisscrossing the country on countless routes, But there was something about this one that got under my skin. I'd been in a small roadside diner, sipping on bad coffee and trying to stay awake when a fellow trucker, a grizzled old-timer with a face like weathered leather, sat down next to me. He eyed me for a moment, as if sizing me up, then leaned in close, his voice low and gravelly. "You ever heard of the Highway of Terrors?" he asked. I shook my head, curious despite myself. "No, can't say I have. Where is it?" The old-timer nodded slowly, like he expected that answer. "Out in British Columbia," he said. "Stretches for miles. Out in the middle of nowhere. Lots of folks gone missing out there, truckers included. Some say the place is cursed. Others say it's something worse. Whatever it is, smart folks avoid like the plague." I felt a chill run down my spine, but I brushed it off. I'd heard plenty of stories over the years, tales of haunted highways and ghostly apparitions, but they were just that, stories. Nothing I couldn't handle, or so I thought. A week later, I found myself on a long haul from Vancouver to Prince Rupert, a route that took me through some of the most remote parts of the province. The dispatcher had warned me that it was a tough drive with few places to stop and even fewer signs of civilization, but the pay was good, and I needed the money. It wasn't until I was well into the trip that I realized where I was. The road signs, the thick forest on either side, the utter isolation, it all matched the old-timer's description of Highway 16, the so-called Highway of Terrors. By then, it was too late to turn back. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the road, and I knew I had to keep going if I wanted to make my delivery on time. The first few hours passed without incident. The road was rough in places, full of potholes and sharp turns, but I'd driven worse. The forest pressed in on either side, the trees tall and dark, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out towards the sky. It was eerie, sure, but nothing out of the ordinary. That changed when I reached a stretch of the highway where the trees parted, giving way to a long, straight stretch of road. The moon was high by then, casting a pale light over everything, and that's when I saw her. She was standing on the side of the road, a young woman in a white dress, her long hair hanging loose around her shoulders. She was barefoot, her feet dirty and bleeding, and she held out one hand as if asking for help. I slowed down, my instincts telling me to stop, but something about her gave me pause. There was a look in her eyes, a haunted, hollow look that made my skin crawl. I kept my foot on the brake, and sure of what to do. "You shouldn't be out here," I called through the window. "It's not safe." She didn't respond, just stood there, staring at me with those empty eyes. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of there, but I couldn't just leave her. I rolled down the window a bit more, trying to get a better look at her. "Do you need a ride?" I asked, though every word felt like a mistake. For a moment, she didn't move, didn't say a word. Then, slowly, she nodded, taking a step towards the truck. I hesitated, but the thought of leaving her out there, alone and vulnerable, was too much. I unlocked the passenger door, and she climbed in, moving with a strange, fluid grace. As soon as she was inside, I regretted my decision. The air in the cab grew cold, so cold that I could see my breath in front of me. The woman said nothing, just sat there, staring straight ahead, her hands folded neatly in her lap. I tried to make small talk, to break the tension, but she didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge that I was speaking. The silence was oppressive, and the cold seemed to seep into my bones, making it hard to concentrate on the road. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, but there was a sadness in it that tugged at something deep inside me. "They took me," she said. "They took me, and I never came back." I glanced over at her, but she was still staring straight ahead, her eyes fixed on some distant point. "Who took you?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. She didn't respond, just kept talking, as if she hadn't heard me. "I was walking home," she continued. "It was late, and I was tired. I just wanted to get home, but they were there, waiting. I tried to run, but they were too fast. They took me, and I never came back." My grip on the steering wheel tightened, my knuckles white. I didn't know what to say, what to do. All I knew was that I wanted her out of my truck, out of my life, but I couldn't just leave her out here. Not if there was a chance she was telling the truth. "Where do you need to go?" I asked, hoping that she'd give me some kind of answer, something that would make this nightmare end. She turned to look at me then, and I wish she hadn't. Her eyes were hollow, empty sockets where her eyes should have been, and her skin was pale, almost translucent. "They took me," she repeated, her voice growing fainter, more distant. "And now they're coming for you." Panic surged through me, my heart pounding in my chest. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt on the deserted highway. I turned to her, but she was gone, vanished into thin air. The passenger's seat was empty, the door still locked from the inside. I sat there for a long moment, my hands shaking, my mind racing. Had I imagined it? Was it just a trick of the light? Or was there something more to it? I didn't have time to think about it. The air in the cab was still freezing, and the sense of dread that had settled over me was impossible to shake. I needed to get out of there, to get off that highway before something else happened. I threw the truck into gear and floored it, the tires screeching as I sped down the highway. The trees blurred past me, the road a dark ribbon stretching out into the night. But no matter how fast I drove, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was following me, something that I couldn't see. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and that's when I saw them. Figures, dark and shadowy, flitting in and out of the trees, keeping pace with the truck. There were dozens of them, maybe more, their eyes glowing in the darkness, their movements quick and unnatural. I pushed the accelerator harder, the engine roaring as I tried to outrun them. But they were relentless, drawing closer with every passing second. I could hear them now, the sound of their footsteps pounding against the pavement, the rustle of their clothing as they moved through the trees. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. I was running out of time, running out of road. The figures were almost upon me now, their hands reaching out, their eyes burning with an otherworldly fire. I could feel their presence, cold and malevolent, wrapping around me like a shroud. And then, just as they were about to overtake me, I saw it, a small, dimly lit gas station up ahead, its neon sign flickering in the darkness. I swerved towards it, the truck skidding on the gravel as I pulled into the parking lot. I jumped out of the cab, my legs trembling, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The gas station was empty, the windows dark, but it was a beacon of light in the darkness, a refuge from the horrors that lurked on the highway. I ran inside, slamming the door behind me, my hands shaking as I locked it. The figures outside circled the truck, their eyes glowing in the darkness, but they didn't approach the gas station. It was as if there was something there that kept them at bay, something that they couldn't cross. I stood there, my back against the door, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The woman, the figures, the sense of dread that had followed me down the highway was all too much, too unreal. I stayed in that gas station until the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, until the figures had vanished back into the trees, leaving no trace of their presence. When I finally stepped outside, the world was quiet, still, The truck was untouched, the highway deserted. I got back in the cab, my hand still trembling, and drove away from that place as fast as I could. I never told anyone about what happened on Highway 16. I didn't see the point. Who would believe me? But I'll never forget that night. The woman. I never considered myself a superstitious person. I always thought that those who feared curses or hexes were simply victims of their own paranoia. But that was before I encountered the cursed relic. Now I know better. It all started when I took on a job at a small, family-owned antique shop in my hometown. The shop, Timeless Treasures, had been around for decades, filled with dusty old furniture, vintage jewelry, and knickknacks from eras long past. The place had an odd charm to it, a certain mystique that drew in collectors and curious passers-by alike. I'd been out of work for a few months, and when I saw the help wanted sign in the window, I figured it was as good a place as any to start earning a paycheck again. The owner, Mrs. Holloway, was an elderly woman with a kind smile and a penchant for storytelling. She loved to regale me with tales of the shop's history, of the rare and unusual items that had passed through its doors over the years. But there was one story she never told me, one secret she kept hidden until it was too late. I'd been working at the shop for a few weeks when the relic arrived. It was a small, intricately carved box, made of dark wood and adorned with strange symbols I didn't recognize. Mrs. Holloway found it in a crate of items she'd purchased at an estate sale. The moment I laid eyes on it, I felt an inexplicable sense of unease. There was something about the box that didn't sit right with me, something that made my skin crawl. But I brushed it off, telling myself it was just another old trinket, nothing more. Mrs. Holloway seemed fascinated by the box. She spent hours examining it, running her fingers over the carvings, muttering to herself as she tried to decipher the symbols. She told me it was a rare find, possibly a relic from some long-forgotten civilization. I didn't share her enthusiasm. There was something about the box that made me uneasy, a sense of dread that I couldn't shake. A few days after the box arrived, strange things started happening around the shop. At first, it was little things. Items would go missing, only to turn up in strange places. The lights would flicker, the temperature in the shop would drop suddenly, and I'd hear strange noises, like whispers, coming from the back room. I tried to ignore it, to tell myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling of unease grew stronger with each passing day. One afternoon, I was alone in the shop, sorting through a box of old books, when I heard a loud crash from the back room. My heart raced as I got up to investigate. When I reached the back room, I found the cursed box on the floor, its lid slightly ajar. It hadn't been there before, I was sure of it. The room was freezing cold, my breath visible in the air. I hesitated for a moment, then bent down to pick up the box. As my fingers touched the wood, a sharp pain shot through my hand like an electric shock. I recoiled, clutching my hand as I stared at the box in horror. The symbols on the lid seemed to glow faintly, pulsing with an unnatural light. I wanted to run, to get out of that shop, and never look back, but something held me there, rooted to the spot. It was as if the box was calling to me, pulling me in with an invisible force. Against my better judgment, I reached out again, this time using a cloth to shield my hand, and carefully lifted the lid. Inside, I found a small black stone, smooth and cold to the touch. The moment I saw it, I knew it was the source of the curse. The air around me seemed to thrum with energy, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. I quickly closed the box, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to get rid of it, but I didn't know how. That evening, I told Mrs. Halloway about what had happened, expecting her to dismiss my concerns. But to my surprise, her face grew pale, and she seemed genuinely frightened. She explained that the box had been sealed for a reason, that it was never meant to be opened. The relic inside was cursed, she said, bound to a powerful and malevolent spirit that had been trapped for centuries. She had intended to keep it hidden, to protect the shop and everyone in it. But now that the box had been opened, the curse was free to spread. Panic set in as she recounted stories of the box's previous owners, all of whom had met untimely and violent ends. She urged me to leave the shop, to put as much distance between myself and the relic as possible. But it was too late. The curse had already taken hold. Over the next few days, my life descended into chaos. I was plagued by nightmares, visions of shadowy figures and terrifying creatures that haunted my every waking moment. Objects in my apartment moved on their own, lights flickered, and strange, guttural sounds echoed through the halls. I was being hunted, tormented by the very spirit that had been trapped within the box. No matter where I went, the curse followed. Desperate for answers, I did some research on the symbols carved into the box. What I discovered only confirmed my worst fears. The relic was an ancient artifact, a vessel for trapping dark spirits used by a long-forgotten sect of sorcerers. The spirit inside was said to be one of the most powerful and vengeful, a malevolent force that fed on fear and suffering. It had been sealed away centuries ago, its power contained within the stone. But by opening the box, I had unleashed it, and now it was free to wreak havoc once more. I tried everything to rid myself of the curse. I consulted with priests, shamans, and occult experts, but nothing worked. The spirit was too powerful, too entrenched in my life. It wanted revenge, and would stop at nothing until it had claimed me as its next victim. The final straw came one night, when I awoke to find the box on my bedside table, the lid open, and the stone glowing faintly in the darkness. The air in my room was thick with the scent of decay, and I could feel the presence of the spirit, watching me, waiting. I knew then that there was no escape. The spirit had claimed me, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. In a last-ditch effort, I decided to return the box to the shop, hoping that by putting it back where it came from, I could at least contain the curse. But when I arrived, I found the shop in ruins. The windows were shattered, the shelves overturned, and Mrs. Halloway was nowhere to be found. The cursed box lay in the center of the chaos, the stone glowing brighter than ever. I picked it up, my hands trembling, and felt the cold seep into my bones. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as I carried the box outside and set it on the ground. I knew what I had to do. I had to destroy it, to break the curse once and for all. But as I raised the box above my head, ready to smash it against the pavement, the spirit made its final move. The ground beneath me shook, and a violent gust of wind knocked me off my feet. The box flew out of my hands, landing a few feet away. I scrambled to my feet, but before I could reach it, the box exploded in a blinding flash of light. When the light faded, the box and the stone were gone. The curse had been lifted, but at a terrible cost. The shop was destroyed, Mrs. Halloway was missing, and I was left with the knowledge that I had unleashed a force of unimaginable evil upon the world. I never returned to timeless treasures. I couldn't bear the thought of what I had done, of the lives that had been ruined because of my curiosity. The cursed relic may have been destroyed, but its legacy lived on, a dark stain on my soul that I would carry with me for the rest of my life. The job was supposed to be easy, just a simple night shift at the Havenbrook warehouse, a sprawling facility on the outskirts of town, the kind of place where nothing ever really happened. My job was to sit in the security office, monitor the cameras, and make sure everything stayed quiet through the night. The pay was decent, and the hours were flexible, so I figure it would be a breeze at least. That's what I thought at first. The warehouse itself was massive, rows upon rows of tall metal shelves stacked with boxes and pallets filled with all sorts of goods. From the outside it looked like any other industrial building, bland and unremarkable. But there was something about the place that made me uneasy from the moment I stepped inside. Maybe it was the way the fluorescent lights flickered, casting long shadows across the floor, or maybe it was the eerie silence that hung in the air like a thick fog. Whatever was, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My first few nights were uneventful. I would sit in the office sipping my coffee and flipping through channels on the small TV mounted on the wall. The security cameras showed nothing but empty aisles and dark corners and the occasional rat scurrying across the floor. It was boring as hell, but I didn't mind. A boring job meant no trouble, and that was just fine by me. Then things started to get strange. It was around 2 a.m. when I first noticed it, a faint tapping sound coming from somewhere deep within the warehouse. It was rhythmic, almost like someone was knocking on a door. At first I thought it was just the building settling, maybe the wind rattling a loose panel or something, but the tapping continued, growing louder and more insistent with each passing minute. I glanced at the monitors, but the camera showed nothing out of the ordinary, just the same empty aisles and shelves. I tried to ignore it, brushing it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. After all, it was late, and I was tired. But the tapping wouldn't stop. It seemed to be coming from different parts of the warehouse, moving from one end to the other. I couldn't pinpoint its exact location, and that only made it more unsettling. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my flashlight and left the safety of the security office, the tapping guiding me deeper into the warehouse. The place was a labyrinth of crates and boxes, towering above me like silent sentinels. The air was heavy with the smell of dust and the distant hum of machinery. I followed the sound, weaving my way through the narrow aisles until I reached the far corner of the building. That's when I saw it, a door that I hadn't noticed before. It was old and rusted, its surface pitted and scarred with age. The paint had long since peeled away, leaving the metal bare and exposed. It looked like it hadn't been opened in years. The tapping was louder now, coming from just beyond the door, as if someone or something was on the other side, trying to get out. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the door handle. A cold sweat trickled down the back of my neck, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I shouldn't open it, but something compelled me to do it anyway. Slowly I turned the handle and pushed the door open. It creaked on its hinges, protesting. After years of disuse, the room beyond was pitch black, my flashlight barely cutting through the darkness. I took a step inside, my footfalls echoing in the empty space. The tapping had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed in on me from all sides. I could barely see a thing, the light from my flashlight flickering as if it was struggling to stay on. I swept the beam across the room, revealing old machinery and stacks of crates covered in dust. There was nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that could explain the noise I had heard. Just as I was about to turn back, I saw a figure standing in the shadows. The far end of the room was barely visible, just a silhouette against the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it, unable to move. The figure didn't move either. It just stood there, watching me with eyes that I couldn't see, but could feel. A cold dread settled over me, and I knew I had to get out of there. I backed away slowly, keeping the flashlight trained on the figure but it remained motionless. Then, without warning, the lights in the warehouse flickered and went out, plunging me into complete darkness. My heart raced as I fumbled for my radio, my hands shaking with fear. I had to call for help. But when I finally got the radio out, all I heard was static. I tried to speak into it, but my voice was drowned out by the crackling. No, as I turned back toward the door, but the room had changed. The walls seemed to close in on me, the air growing thick and suffocating. The figure was gone, but I could still feel its presence lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to let my guard down. I stumbled through the dark, my flashlight flickering weakly as I searched for the exit. But the more I walked, the more lost I became. The warehouse seemed to twist and turn around me, the aisles merging into one another, until I couldn't tell where I was anymore. Panic set in, my breathing growing rapid and shallow as I realized I was trapped in this maze of metal and concrete. I tried to calm myself, to think logically, but it was no use. The fear was overwhelming, suffocating, and I knew that if I didn't find a way out soon, I'd lose my mind. Just when I thought all hope was lost, the lights flickered back on the warehouse. Was just as it had been before, quiet and as still as if nothing had happened. I found myself standing near the door I had opened, but the room beyond was gone. There was no figure, no machinery, just a solid wall where the door had been. My heart was still racing, my hands trembling as I backed away from the wall. I didn't understand what had just happened, but I knew one thing for sure: I couldn't stay here any longer. I hurried back to the security office, locking the door behind me. I sat down in the chair, my mind reeling from the experience. What had I seen? Was it just my imagination, or was there something more to it, something that defied explanation? I didn't know, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I kept my eyes glued to the monitors, but nothing else happened. No more tapping, no more figures in the shadows. It was as if the warehouse had returned to normal, but I knew better. Something had changed that night, something that I couldn't explain. When my shift ended, I handed in my resignation and never looked back. I didn't care about the pay or the hours. I just wanted to get as far away from Havenbrook warehouse as possible. I don't know what I encountered that night, and I don't want to know. Some things are better left alone, and whatever was in the warehouse is one of them. Even years later, I can still hear the faint tapping sound echoing in my mind, a reminder of the night I came face to face with something I couldn't understand, something that still haunts me to this day. When I first laid eyes on Blackthorn Manor, I knew I had to have it. The sprawling Victorian mansion sat at the edge of town, shrouded in mystery and overgrown with ivy. It had been abandoned for years, left to rot by its previous owners, but I saw potential in its decaying walls. I was a successful architect, known for my ability to restore old buildings to their former glory. Blackthorn Manor was my next big project, a challenge that would cement my reputation as one of the best in the business. But I didn't know then what I was getting myself into. The locals warned me about the house. They told stories of strange occurrences, of people who had entered the manor and never returned. Some said it was cursed. Others claimed it was haunted by the spirits of those who had died there. But I didn't believe in such things. I was a man of science, of logic and reason, and I dismissed their warnings as nothing more than superstition. I bought the house for a steal, and soon after I began the renovations. The first few weeks went smoothly. My team and I worked tirelessly to strip away the layers of neglect, revealing the beauty hidden beneath. The house was magnificent, with high ceilings, intricate woodwork, and stained glass windows that cast colorful patterns on the floors. But as we delved deeper into the renovations, strange things started happening. At first, it was just little things. Tools would go missing, only to turn up in odd places. The electricity would flicker, even though the wiring was brand new, and then there were the sounds. At night, when the house was quiet and the workers had gone home, I would hear footsteps echoing through the halls, doors creaking open and shut, and faint whispers that I couldn't quite make out. I tried to ignore it, to chalk it up to the house settling or to the wind rattling the old windows. But as the days passed, the disturbances grew more frequent, more intense. My workers started to complain. Some refused to come back, saying they felt like they were being watched, like something was lurking just out of sight. I couldn't afford to lose my crew, so I assured them that everything was fine, that there was nothing to worry about. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. One evening, after a long day of work, I decided to stay the house. I wanted to experience the strange occurrences for myself, to see if there was any truth to the stories. I set up a makeshift bed in one of the upstairs bedrooms, and as night fell, I settled in, determined to keep my eyes and ears open. The house was eerily silent at first, the only sound the ticking of the old grandfather clock in the hallway. But as the hours passed, the silence was broken by the faintest of whispers. At first I thought it was the wind, but the whispers grew louder, more distinct, until I could hear words, though I couldn't make out what they were saying. I sat up in bed, straining to listen, and that's when I heard the footsteps. They were soft, almost imperceptible, but they were there, echoing through the hall outside my door. My heart raced as I got out of bed and opened the door, expecting to find one of my workers playing a prank on me. But the hallway was empty, bathed in the dim light of the moon filtering through the windows. I stood there for a moment, listening, but the footsteps had stopped. I shook my head, telling myself it was just my imagination, and closed the door. But as I turned back to the bed, I froze. There, standing at the foot of the bed, was a figure. It was a woman, dressed in a tattered, old-fashioned gown, her hair long and tangled. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow, and she stared at me with an intensity that sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed with fear. The woman raised her hand, pointing at something behind me, and as I turned to look, the room went dark. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor, the morning sun streaming through the windows. I sat up, my head pounding, and looked around. The room was empty, the figure gone. I tried to convince myself it was just a dream, a figment of my exhausted mind, but deep down I knew it was real. I didn't tell anyone about what I had seen. I didn't want to scare my workers, or worse, have them think I was losing my mind. But the occurrences didn't stop. If anything, they got worse. The whispers grew louder, the footsteps more frequent. Then the figure, she appeared every night, always pointing at something I couldn't see. One day, while tearing down a wall in the basement, one of my workers uncovered a hidden room. It was small, just big enough for a bed and a dresser, but it was what was inside that made my blood run cold. The room was filled with old, rotting furniture, covered in dust and cobwebs. But there, on the bed, was a life-size doll, dressed in the same tattered gown as the figure I had seen. Its eyes were glassy, its face cracked and worn, but it was unmistakable. It was her, the woman from my visions. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I realized what this meant. The figure wasn't just a ghost. She was something more, something that had been trapped in the house for decades, maybe even longer, and now she was free. I wanted to leave, to abandon the project and never look back. But I couldn't. I had invested too much time, too much money to walk away now. So I did the only thing I could think of. I locked the room back up, sealed it behind a new wall, and tried to forget about it. But she didn't let me forget. The visions grew more intense, more terrifying. She appeared in my dreams, in the corners of my vision, always watching, always waiting. And then one night she spoke. I was lying in bed, trying to get some sleep, when I heard her voice. It was soft, barely a whisper, but it was clear. "Help me," she said. "Please help me." I bolted upright, my heart pounding, and looked around the room. But she wasn't there. Her voice echoed in my mind, and I knew I couldn't ignore her any longer. The next morning, I returned to the hidden room. I broke down the wall and stepped inside, the air heavy with the scent of decay. The doll was still there, lying on the bed, but this time it was different. Its eyes were open, staring up at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I reached out to touch it, but as my fingers brushed against its cold skin, the room grew dark. I felt a presence behind me, and I turned to see her standing in the doorway. She looked at me with those hollow eyes, and for the first time I felt a deep sadness emanating from her. She wasn't here to hurt me. She was here to beg for my help. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice trembling. She didn't respond, but she pointed to the doll, her expression pleading. I knew what I had to do. I took the doll, wrapped it in a cloth, and carried it out of the house. I drove to the nearest church, the doll feeling heavier with each passing mile. When I arrived, I handed it to the priest, explaining what I had found. He listened, his face grave, and agreed to help. Together, we buried the doll in the churchyard, under the watchful eye of the cross. The moment the dirt covered the doll, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. The presence that had haunted me for weeks was gone, and the house was silent once more. I returned to Blackthorn Manor, half expecting to see her standing in the doorway, but she was gone. The house felt different, lighter, as if a dark cloud had been lifted. I finished the renovations, but I never stayed in the house after dark again. I sold it as soon as it was completed to a couple who were thrilled to own a piece of history. I didn't tell them about the curse, about the figure that had haunted my dreams. I didn't want to scare them, to burden them with the knowledge of what had happened there. But as I handed over the keys, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. The house may have been restored to its former glory, but its secrets would remain buried, hidden behind the walls I had built. And as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't seen the last of her, that one day she would return, searching for someone to help her find peace once more. I grew up in a small town where not much ever happened. It was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, and life was simple. But there was one thing that every kid in town knew about, something that both fascinated and terrified us: the old abandoned factory on the edge of town. The factory had been closed for decades, long before I was born, but the stories about it had been passed down from generation to generation. According to legend, the factory was once a thriving business, producing textiles that were shipped all over the country. But something terrible happened there, something so awful that the factory was shut down overnight, and the owners left town, never to return. No one knew exactly what had happened, but the rumors were enough to keep most people away. They said the factory was cursed, that anyone who entered would never come out. There were stories of people who had gone inside on a dare and were never seen again. Some said the factory was haunted by the spirits of the workers who had died there, while others believed it was something much darker. When I was a teenager, my friends and I decided to investigate. We were young and stupid, and we thought we were invincible. The stories about the factory had always intrigued me, and I was eager to prove that there was nothing to be afraid of. So one Friday night, We gathered at the edge of town, flashlights in hand, and set off toward the factory. The factory loomed in the distance, a hulking mass of brick and metal that seemed to grow larger as we approached. The windows were broken, the walls covered in graffiti, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. It was the kind of place that made your skin crawl, but we were determined to see it through. We reached the main gate, which had long since rusted away, and stepped inside. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the ground was littered with broken glass and debris. We made our way to the main building, a massive structure that towered above us, its windows staring down like empty eyes. The door was ajar, and we pushed it open with a creak that echoed through the empty halls. Inside, the factory was a maze of corridors and staircases, all leading deeper into the darkness. The air was stale, and every step we took kicked up clouds of dust. Our flashlights barely pierced the gloom, and the shadows seemed to move just out of sight. The further we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It was as if the walls were closing in on us, and the silence was so thick it felt like a living thing. We walked through the factory, our footsteps echoing in the silence, and it wasn't long before we started hearing things. At first, it was just faint whispers, like someone was talking just out of earshot. But as we went deeper, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. We couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like a conversation, like multiple voices were speaking at once. We tried to ignore it, to tell ourselves it was just the wind or our minds playing tricks on us. But then we started hearing footsteps that weren't ours, footsteps that seemed to follow us wherever we went. We were all on edge, our nerves frayed by the oppressive atmosphere and the strange sounds. I could see the fear in my friends' eyes, and I knew they could see it in mine. But none of us wanted to be the first to suggest turning back. We didn't want to admit we were scared, but the factory had other plans. As we rounded a corner, we came face to face with a door that was slightly ajar. It looked different from the others we had passed, newer, less worn. Something about it drew us in, and before we knew it, we were opening the door and stepping inside. The room was small and empty, except for a single object in the center. It was an old wooden chair, covered in dust and cobwebs. But what caught our attention was the rope that was tied to the ceiling, ending in a noose that dangled just above the chair. It looked like something out of a nightmare, and for a moment none of us could move. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening now, and the air grew cold. I could see my breath in front of me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I wanted to leave, to run as far away from that room as possible, but my feet wouldn't move. It was as if the room itself was holding us there, forcing us to confront whatever horror had taken place. One of my friends, Kevin, stepped forward, his hand shaking as he reached out to touch the chair. The moment his fingers brushed against the wood, the room went dark. Our flashlights flickered and died, plunging us into complete darkness. Panic set in, and we scrambled to find the door, but it was gone. The walls closed in around us, the whispers turned to screams, and I felt something cold and clammy brush against my skin. It was as if the darkness itself was alive, reaching out to pull us into its depths. We were trapped, and the factory wasn't letting us go. I don't know how long we were in that room, minutes, hours. It all blurred together. The screams echoed in my ears, and I could feel my sanity slipping away. But just when I thought we were done for, the door burst open, and light flooded the room. We stumbled out, gasping for air, our hearts racing. The factory was silent again, the whispers and screams gone as if they had never been there. We didn't look back as we ran for the exit, desperate to get out of that place. We never talked about what happened that night. We couldn't, the memories were too raw, too terrifying, but we all knew one thing. The factory wasn't just abandoned, it was cursed. Something evil had happened there, something that still lingered in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. We never went back to the factory, and we warned others to stay away. But sometimes, late at night, I can still hear the whispers, the screams echoing in my mind. And I know, deep down, that the factory is still out there, waiting, biding its time until someone else is foolish enough to venture inside. I had always been a skeptic when it came to the supernatural. Ghosts, spirits, and demons were the stuff of movies and campfire stories, not something that could actually happen in real life. I had heard the tales of haunted houses and cursed objects, but I never put much stock in them. They were just stories meant to scare people, nothing more. So when I found the old doll at a flea market one sunny Saturday afternoon, I didn't think much of it. It was a small porcelain doll with a cracked face and faded clothes, nothing particularly special or unusual about it. The vendor was an elderly woman with a wrinkled face and kind eyes. She told me that the doll had been in her family for generations, passed down from mother to daughter, but now with no daughters of her own, she had decided to sell it. I'm not sure what drew me to the doll. Maybe it was the way it looked so out of place among the other items for sale, or maybe it was the way the woman spoke about it with such reverence and nostalgia. Whatever it was, I felt compelled to buy it. It was cheap, only a few dollars, so I figured why not? It would make a nice addition to the bookshelf in my living room, something to give the place a bit of character. I took the doll home and placed it on the shelf next to a few old books and trinkets I had collected over the years. It looked right at home there, almost as if it had always belonged. But as the days went by, I began to notice strange things happening in my apartment. At first it was just little things that could easily be explained away. A book would fall off the shelf even though I knew I had placed it securely. A picture frame would be slightly tilted, even though I was certain it had been straight when I left the room. And then there were the cold spots, patches of air that felt inexplicably chilly even though the rest of the room was warm. I tried to ignore it, brushing it off as nothing more than my imagination. But the incidents became more frequent, more difficult to dismiss. I would come home from work to find the doll in a different position, and I had left it sometimes facing a different direction or sitting at a different angle. I knew it wasn't possible. No one else had access to my apartment, and I certainly hadn't moved it myself. But there it was every day in a new spot, always watching, always waiting. I started to feel uneasy in my own home. The once comforting space now felt oppressive, heavy with an unseen presence. I would hear faint whispers at night, soft and unintelligible, but undeniably there they seemed to come from the direction of the doll. But whenever I turned on the lights, the apartment was silent. I couldn't sleep, the whispers keeping me awake until the early hours of the morning. I began to feel like I was being watched, like there were eyes on me at all times. It was an unsettling feeling, one that I couldn't shake no matter how hard I tried. One night I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart racing. I had had a nightmare, though I couldn't remember the details. All I knew was that I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, like something terrible was about to happen. I glanced around the room, my eyes eventually landing on the doll sitting on the shelf in the corner. It was still in the same spot I had left it, but something about it seemed different. The shadows played tricks on my eyes, making it look as though the doll's cracked porcelain face was contorted in a sinister smile. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, that I was imagining things, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. There was something wrong with that doll, something evil. I decided then and there that I couldn't keep it in my apartment any longer. I had to get rid of it, but the thought of touching it filled me with a sense of dread, as if some part of me knew that doing so would only make things worse. The next morning, I gathered up the courage to take the doll outside. I didn't want to just throw it away. Something inside me told me that wouldn't be enough, so I took it to a nearby park, planning to bury somewhere out of sight and out of mind. But as I dug the small hole beneath a tree, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. When I finally placed the doll in the ground and began to cover it with dirt, I felt a sudden rush of cold air pass over me. The whispers returned. Louder now, more insistent. They were coming from all around me, filling my ears with unintelligible words. I stumbled back from the grave, my heart pounding in my chest. The whispers grew louder until they were almost deafening. And then, suddenly, as they had started, they stopped. The air was still, the park eerily quiet. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. Then I turned and walked away, leaving the doll buried beneath the tree. I didn't look back. I didn't want to. What the feeling of being watched followed me home. I tried to go about my life as usual, but I couldn't shake the sense of unease. The doll was gone, but the strange occurrences continued. The cold spots, the whispers, the feeling of being watched was all still there, just as strong as before. I started to have nightmares every night, dark, twisted visions of the doll, its cracked face smiling at me as it whispered horrible things into my ear. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my heart racing, and the feeling of dread weighing heavy on my chest. I couldn't take it anymore. I knew I had to do something, but I didn't know what. The doll was buried far away from my apartment, yet it still felt like it had a hold on me, like it was somehow still with me. I started doing research, looking for answers, but what I found only made things worse. Stories of cursed objects, haunted dolls possessed by malevolent spirits. They were all too similar to my own experience. The more I read, the more convinced I became that the doll had been possessed by something evil, something that had latched onto me, and I brought it home. I knew I had to do something drastic if I wanted to rid myself of the curse. I couldn't keep living in fear, waiting for the next strange occurrence or terrifying nightmare, so I sought out help. A local priest who specialized in exorcisms. He was an old man with kind eyes and a calming presence, the kind of person who instinctively trusts. I told him everything about the doll, the strange occurrences, and the nightmares. He listened patiently, nodding as I spoke. When I finished, he told me that what I was experiencing was indeed a possession. The doll had been a vessel for a malevolent spirit, one that had attached itself to me when I brought the doll into my home. The only way to rid myself of the curse was to perform a ritual of cleansing to sever the connection between me and the spirit. It was a long and complicated process involving prayers and the use of holy water. The priest led me through the ritual, guiding me as we prayed and invoked the power of the divine to banish the spirit. As we worked, I felt a strange sensation, a tingling in my skin like static electricity. The air around us grew colder, the whispers returning faint and distant this time, but still there. But as the ritual continued, the whispers began to fade, the cold spots disappearing until the air was still once more. When we finished, the priest assured me that the spirit was gone, till I was free of its influence. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe that it was finally over, but some part of me couldn't shake the lingering fear. The nightmares stopped, the strange occurrences ceased, but the feeling of being watched never truly went away. It was faint now, almost imperceptible, but it was still there, lurking in the back of my mind. I moved away from that apartment a few months later, hoping that a change of scenery would help me move on. But even in my new home, I can't escape the feeling that I'm not alone, that somewhere out there the spirit is still watching, waiting for the right moment to return. I've tried to put it all behind me, tried to convince myself that it's over, that I'm safe. But deep down I know that some things once unleashed can never truly be contained. The doll may be gone, but the spirit it carried will haunt me for the rest of my life. I had been driving a taxi for over 10 years, working the night shift in the city. It was a tough job, but it paid the bills, and there was something peaceful about the quiet streets in the dead of night. You see all kinds of people during those hours, the late-night partygoers, the exhausted workers, the occasional troublemaker. But there was one night, one fare, that I'll never forget. It was a Friday night, or rather early Saturday morning. The clock on my dashboard read 2:45 a.m., and I was driving through one of the quieter neighborhoods, hoping to pick up a fare before heading home. The streets were empty, the city bathed in a soft, eerie glow from the street lights. That's when I saw her. She was standing on the corner of Elm Street, right under a flickering street light. Her head was bowed, and her long, dark hair hid her face. She wore a simple white dress that seemed to shimmer in the light, and she looked out of place, like she didn't belong there. I slowed down and pulled up next to her. Rolling down the passenger window, I called out, "Need a ride?" She didn't respond at first, just stood there, unmoving. I was about to drive off, thinking she might not have heard me, when she suddenly turned her head to look at me. Her eyes were dark, almost black, and there was something unsettling about the way she stared at me. It was as if she was looking right through me, into my soul. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I shook it off. It was late, and I was tired. Maybe she was just one of those odd characters you sometimes encounter on the night shift. She nodded slowly, almost mechanically, and got into the back seat without a word. The moment she closed the door, the temperature in the cab seemed to drop. I glanced at her in the rearview mirror. She was sitting stiffly, her hands folded in her lap, her gaze fixed straight ahead. "Where to?" I asked, trying to sound cheerful, but there was no response. She just kept staring ahead, her expression blank. I waited for a moment, hoping she would say something, but the silence stretched on, thick and oppressive. "Miss, where would you like to go?" I tried again, but it was like talking to a statue. Just when I was about to ask her to leave the cab, she finally spoke. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, and there was a strange, echoing quality to it, like it was coming from far away. "Take me to Maplewood Cemetery." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Maplewood Cemetery was on the outskirts of town, a place I usually avoided. It was old, abandoned, and had a reputation for being haunted. Not exactly a popular destination, especially at this hour, but a fare was a fare, and I needed the money. "All right, Maplewood Cemetery it is," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I put the cab in gear and started driving. The streets seemed darker than usual, the street lights casting long shadows that danced along the pavement. The woman in the back seat didn't say another word. She just sat there, her eyes never leaving the road ahead. The silence was unnerving, and I found myself glancing in the rearview mirror more often than usual, half expecting her to disappear or do something strange. As we got closer to the cemetery, the city lights faded, replaced by the dense darkness of the surrounding woods. The road became narrower, winding through the trees, and the shadows seemed to grow thicker, more menacing. I could feel the tension in the air, a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. We finally reached the entrance to Maplewood Cemetery. The iron gates stood open, creaking slightly in the wind. The cemetery was shrouded in darkness, the gravestones barely visible in the dim light. I pulled up to the entrance and stopped the cab. "We're here," I said, turning around to face my passenger, but when I looked in the back seat, it was empty. The woman was gone. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. but there was no one there. The door hadn't opened, I hadn't heard a sound, and yet she was gone. My heart started pounding in my chest. I quickly got out of the cab, looking around, but there was no sign of her anywhere. The air was cold, the wind rustling through the trees, but there was no one there. Just me and the silent gravestones. I got back into the cab, my hands trembling as I gripped the steering wheel. I didn't know what to think. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I just tired, my mind playing tricks on me? But then I looked at the back seat again, and there was the faint impression of someone sitting there, the fabric of the seat slightly indented, as if she had only just been there. I didn't wait around to find out more. I floored the gas pedal and sped away from the cemetery, the cab bouncing over the rough road as I made my way back to the city. I didn't stop until I reached a well-lit, busy street, where I finally pulled over to catch my breath. My hands were still shaking, and I could feel the sweat on my forehead. I sat there for a while, trying to calm down, but the image of that woman, her dark eyes, and that empty back seat haunted me. When I finally made it home, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the night in my head, trying to make sense of it, but there was no explanation. The next day, I went to the cab company's office to check the dashcam footage, hoping it would provide some answers. But when I watched the recording, there was nothing there. No woman, no passenger, nothing, just me, talking to myself and driving to the cemetery. It was like she had never existed. But I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. That night changed me. I still drive the night shift, but I avoid the quieter streets, especially near the cemetery. And every now and then, when the night is at its darkest and the streets are empty, I think about that woman, and I wonder if she's still out there, waiting for another taxi to pick her up. The house had been in my family for generations, a sprawling old Victorian with creaky floorboards and a maze of rooms that seemed to go on forever. It had once been a grand estate, a symbol of wealth and status, but by the time it came into my possession, it was a shadow of its former self. The paint was peeling, the roof leaked, and the entire place felt like it was on the verge of collapsing. It wasn't exactly the kind of place I had imagined myself living in, but when my parents passed away and left it to me, I didn't have much of a choice. I couldn't afford to sell it, and buying a new place wasn't an option. So I packed up my life and moved into the old family home, telling myself that I would make the best of it. But from the moment I set foot in that house, I felt uneasy. There was something off about the place, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It wasn't just the age of the house or the way it groaned and creaked in the wind. It was something else, something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. At first I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. After all, I was alone in a big empty house full of shadows and strange noises. Of course, I was going to feel a little on edge, but as the days went by, the feeling only grew stronger. I would hear strange noises at night, faint thumps and shuffling sounds coming from the attic above my bedroom. At first I brushed it off as the house settling, or maybe the wind. But as the nights passed, the noises became more frequent, more deliberate. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, that there was a perfectly logical explanation for what I was hearing. But deep down I knew that something wasn't right. The noises didn't sound like the creaking of old wood or the rustling of leaves. They sounded like footsteps, like someone or something was moving around in the attic. I started to feel like I was being watched, like there were eyes on me at all times, following my every move. I would catch glimpses of shadows out of the corner of my fleeting and insubstantial, but always there, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. I knew I should have checked the attic, should have gone up there to see what was causing the noises. but every time I thought about it my stomach twisted. With fear, something inside me told me that I didn't want to know what was up there, that whatever it was better left alone, so I avoided the attic. I locked the door that led up there and tried to pretend that it didn't exist. But the noises didn't stop. They only got worse, louder, more insistent. It was like whoever or whatever was up there knew that I was ignoring it and was trying to get my attention. One night the noises were so loud that I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a flashlight and the old rusted key that unlocked the attic door and made my way upstairs. My heart was pounding in my chest, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the key. The door creaked open with a sound that echoed through the empty house, and I shone the flashlight into the darkness. The attic was a mess full of old furniture covered in dust and cobwebs, boxes piled high with forgotten belongings, and the faint smell of mildew. The air was thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. But there was nothing there, no sign of anyone or anything that could have been making the noises. I let out a shaky breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I told myself that it must have been the wind or maybe some animal that had found its way inside. But as it turned to leave, I heard it, a soft, raspy whisper coming from the far corner of the attic. My blood ran cold as I slowly turned back towards the sound. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a figure crouched in the corner. Its back was to me, its form hunched and twisted like it was trying to make itself small. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't think. I could only stare at the figure as it slowly turned to face me. The flashlight flickered for a moment, plunging the attic into darkness. When it came back on, the figure was gone. I stood there frozen in place, my mind struggling to make sense of what I had just seen. Had it been real? Had I actually seen someone or something in the attic? Or was it just my imagination playing tricks on me? I backed out of the attic as quickly as I could, slamming the door behind me and locking it with trembling hands. I didn't sleep at night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure in the corner, his twisted form seared into my mind. The next morning, I packed a bag and left the house. I didn't care about the family legacy or the memories that were tied to the place. I just knew that I couldn't stay here any longer. I found a cheap motel on the edge of town and checked in for the night, planning to return to the house the next day to gather my things. But when I went back the following morning, the house was silent. The noises were gone. The feeling of being watched had disappeared. It was like whatever had been there had left along with me. I gathered my belongings as quickly as I could, planning to sell the house as soon as possible. I didn't care about the money or the history of the place. I just wanted to be rid of it. But as I was leaving, I made one last mistake. I turned back towards the attic door and listened. In the stillness of the house, I heard it again, that same soft, raspy whisper coming from the other side of the door. I didn't wait to hear more. I ran out of the house and never looked back. I sold the place a few weeks later to a young couple who seemed excited to move, and I didn't tell them about the noises, about the figure in the attic. I just wanted to be done with it. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind is howling outside my window, I think about that house. I wonder if the couple ever heard the noises, if they ever felt the same sense of dread that I did, or if maybe, just maybe, whatever was in that attic is still there waiting for its next uninvited guest. When I first heard about Black Hollow, it was from an old-timer at the local bar. He was a grizzled man with a face weathered by years of hard living, the kind of guy who had seen things most people wouldn't believe. I had just moved to the area, looking to start fresh after a rough patch in my life, and I was eager to learn about the town's history. Black Hollow, he told me, was a place the locals didn't talk about much anymore. It was an old mining town, nestled deep in the mountains, about an hour's drive from where we sat. Back in the early 1900s, It was a thriving community built on the wealth of a rich vein of coal that ran through the hills. But then something happened, something that drove the townsfolk away. 10 left the place abandoned. The old man leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. He told me about the curse of Black Hollow, how the town had been haunted by a series of mysterious deaths and disappearances that no one could explain. It started with the miners, who would go into the tunnels and never come back. Their bodies were never found, just their tools and helmets, left behind as if they had vanished into thin air. Then it spread to the rest of the town. People started seeing strange things, shadows moving on their own, whispers in the night, and figures standing just out of sight, watching. Some said it was the spirits of the miners, angry at the living for disturbing their rest. Whatever it was, the people of Black Hollow were terrified. They tried to leave, but the curse followed them. Those who fled the town didn't fare much better. Many of them died in bizarre accidents or simply disappeared, never to be seen again. In the end, the town was abandoned, left to rot in the mountains, forgotten by the world. But the curse remained. The old man finished his story and sat back, taking a long drink from his glass. They say if you go up there now, he said, you can still hear the miners, still see their shadows moving in the dark. And if you're not careful, the curse will get you too. I laughed it off at the time, thinking it was just a ghost story meant to scare newcomers. But something about it stuck with me, knowing at the back of my mind. I've always been curious, maybe too curious for my own good, and the thought of exploring an abandoned town intrigued me. So one weekend I decided to check it out for myself. I packed a bag with some essentials, a flashlight, a few snacks, a map of the area, and set off for Black Hollow. The drive was longer than I expected, the road winding through dense forests and steep cliffs. As I got closer, the trees seemed to close in around me, blocking out the sunlight. The air grew colder, the sky darker, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. When I finally reached the town, I was struck by how quiet it was. The buildings were old and crumbling, overgrown with ivy and moss. The streets were empty, no sign of life anywhere. It was as if the town had been frozen in time, left untouched since the day it was abandoned. I parked my car near what looked like the town square and got out, the gravel crunching under my boots. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying wood. I could hear the wind whistling through the empty buildings, the creak of old doors swinging on rusted hinges. I started walking, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The town felt wrong, like something was missing. There were no birds, no insects, nothing but the sound of the wind and the distant rumble of the mountains. I made my way to the entrance of the mine, a dark hole in the side of the mountain, half collapsed and overgrown with weeds. The old wooden beams that supported the entrance were rotting, and I could see the remnants of old equipment scattered around, rusted carts, broken picks, and shovels. The air around the mine was colder than the rest of the town, and I felt a chill run down my spine as I approached. I hesitated at the entrance, shining my flashlight into the darkness. The beam barely penetrated the blackness, revealing only jagged walls and the gaping maw of the tunnel that led deeper into the mountain. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find, but the idea of going inside made my stomach turn. As I stood there, I heard something faint at first, but growing louder. It was a rhythmic sound, like the distant echo of metal on stone. It sounded like someone was working deep inside the mine, hammering away at the rock. The sound was so real, so clear, that I almost called out, but something stopped me. The old man's story flashed through my mind, and I felt a surge of fear. I wasn't alone. Slowly, I backed away from the entrance, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound continued, growing louder, closer. I turned and started walking quickly back toward the town square, trying to keep my composure. But as I walked, I heard another sound of whispering, like dozens of voices speaking at once. It was coming from the shadows, from the buildings around me. The wind picked up, howling through the town, and I could feel the eyes on me, watching, waiting. I started to run. I didn't care where I was going. I just wanted to get out of that town, away from the mine, away from whatever was out there. The whispers grew louder, the shadows longer, and I could see figures moving in the corners of my vision, just out of reach. I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking. I finally got the door opened and jumped inside, slamming it shut behind me. The whispers were right outside, pressing against the windows, filling my ears. I started the engine and peeled out of there, gravel spraying behind me as I sped down the road. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, back in the safety of the city. Even then, I didn't feel safe. The whole way home, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me, but the road was empty. When I finally got back to my apartment, I collapsed onto the couch, trying to process what had happened. The fear slowly faded, replaced by a deep unease. I knew what I had seen, what I had heard, but I didn't want to believe it. I told myself it was just my imagination, the power of suggestion. But deep down, I knew the truth. Black Hollow was cursed, and I had barely escaped with my life. I never went back to that town, and I never told anyone about what I experienced. But sometimes, late at night, I hear that whispering, that faint echo of metal on stone, and I know that the curse of Black Hollow is still out there, waiting for its next victim. It was the final week of shooting for The Conjuring, and everyone was exhausted but eager to wrap up the production. The air was thick with anticipation and a sense of unease that had been growing steadily over the past few days. Strange occurrences had become almost routine, lights flickering, equipment malfunctioning, and the pervasive feeling of being watched. Vera Farmiga, who played Lorraine Warren, had been having troubling dreams since the beginning of the shoot. She confided in me one afternoon during a break. We were sitting in her trailer, and she looked visibly shaken. "I've been having these nightmares," she said, her voice trembling. "They're so vivid, so real. I wake up feeling like something's in the room with me." I listened intently as she described the dreams. They always started the same way. She was in her hotel room, lying in bed, when a dark figure would appear at the foot of the bed. The figure was tall and shadowy, its face obscured. It would slowly move closer, and just as it was about to touch her, she would wake up, drenched in sweat and unable to shake the feeling of dread. "I feel like it's trying to tell me something," Vera continued, her eyes wide with fear, "but I don't know what it wants." I tried to reassure her, suggesting that the stress of the shoot and the nature of the film might be influencing her dreams, but deep down I felt a chill. There was something about the way she described the figure that resonated with the strange occurrences on set. That night I stayed late to review the day's footage. The set was quiet, save for the hum of the editing equipment. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. I dismissed it as fatigue and continued my work. Just as suddenly as it began, the oppressive feeling lifted, and the room grew warmer. Father Michael finished his prayers and turned to us. "It is done," he said, "but you must remain vigilant. These entities can be persistent." We thanked him, and a sense of relief washed over the crew. The cleansing seemed to have worked. and the rest of the shoot proceeded without incident. However, the memory of that night stayed with me, a constant reminder of the thin veil between our world and the unknown. Vera's nightmares ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere on set dissipated. We completed the film, and The Conjuring went on to become a huge success. But for those of us who had experienced the haunting firsthand, it was more than just a movie. It was a journey into the supernatural, a brush with forces that defied explanation. Years later, I still think about the shadowy figure and the chilling sense of dread that had pervaded the set. It serves as a reminder of the power of belief and the mysterious forces that exist beyond our understanding. The experience taught me to respect the stories we tell, for they have the power to manifest in ways we can never anticipate. Around midnight, I heard a faint knock on the door of the editing room. Startled, I got up to investigate, but when I opened the door, no one was there. The hallway was empty, the silence oppressive. I closed the door, my heart pounding, and returned to my desk. As I sat down, the temperature in the room dropped suddenly. My breath formed visible puffs of air, and a sense of dread settled over me. The computer screen flickered, and for a brief moment, I saw the shadowy figure from Vera's dreams reflected in the monitor. I spun around, but the room was empty. The figure was gone. I felt a surge of fear, my instincts screaming that I needed to leave. Gathering my things, I hurried out of the building, the sense of being watched following me all the way to my car. The next day, I shared my experience with Vera. Her face went pale, and she nodded, as if she had been expecting it. "It's getting stronger," she said. "We need to do something." We decided to speak with James Wan, the director, and the producers. They listened with concern, and it was clear that the strange occurrences were affecting more than just the two of us. James suggested we bring in a spiritual advisor to cleanse the set. We reached out to a local priest, Father Michael, who had experience with exorcisms and spiritual cleansings. He arrived later that afternoon, his presence bringing a sense of calm to the anxious crew. Father Michael moved through the set with quiet determination, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. The atmosphere grew tense as he performed the cleansing, and the air seemed to vibrate with a strange energy. We followed him to the various locations where the most unsettling events had occurred, including Vera's trailer and the editing room. As Father Michael entered the editing room, he paused, his face growing serious. "There is a presence here," he said softly, "something malevolent." He continued his prayers, his voice growing stronger as he commanded the spirit to leave. The temperature dropped again, and we heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I've been on the road for over 20 years, driving 18-wheelers across the country, from coast to coast. The highway is like a second home to me. You get used to the long hours, the solitude, and the miles of asphalt stretching out in front of you. But every now and then, something happens out there that shakes you to your core, something that makes you question everything you thought you knew. This is one of those stories. It was late November, just before Thanksgiving, and I was hauling a load of electronics from Chicago to Denver. The weather had done rough. Early snowstorms had hit the Midwest, turning the roads into icy death traps. I'd been driving through the night, trying to make up for lost time after being delayed by the weather, and I was exhausted. The stretch of highway I was on was particularly desolate, a long, straight road cutting through miles of barren farmland. The snow had stopped, but the cold was biting, and the wind howled across the open fields. There were no other cars on the road, just me and my rig, the headlights cutting through the darkness. Around 3 a.m. I saw her. She was standing on the side of the road, just outside the reach of my headlights, a solitary figure in the freezing night. As I got closer, I could see she was young, maybe in her early 20s, with long dark hair and wearing a thin coat that was entirely inappropriate for the weather. She looked like she'd been out there for a while. Her face was pale, her lips blue, and she was shivering uncontrollably. Now, I've picked up hitchhikers before, though not often. It's risky, but something about her made me slow down. Maybe it was the look of desperation in her eyes, or maybe it was just the fact that no one should be out in that kind of cold. I pulled over a few yards ahead of her, the brakes hissing as the truck came to a stop. I leaned over and opened the passenger door. "Need a ride?" I called out. She didn't answer at first, just stared at me with wide, frightened eyes. Then she nodded slowly and climbed into the cab. She settled into the seat, clutching her coat tightly around her. "Where you headed?" I asked, trying to keep the conversation light. She looked at me for a moment, her eyes dark and distant, before she whispered, "Home." "And where's home?" I asked. But she didn't reply. She just stared straight ahead, her hands trembling. I figured she must have been through something rough, maybe a fight with a boyfriend or some kind of trouble that left her out on the road in the middle of nowhere. I didn't press her for details. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the hum of the engine and the thump of the tires on the asphalt. Every now and then I'd glance over at her, but she never moved, never spoke. It was like she was in a trance, lost in her own thoughts. After about 30 minutes, we came to a small town. It was one of those places that barely qualifies as a town, just a few houses, a gas station, and a diner. I figured it was a good place to stop and maybe get her some food or coffee to warm up. "How about we stop here for a bit?" I suggested. "Get something to eat." She didn't respond, just kept staring out the windshield. I pulled into the parking lot of the diner and turned off the engine. The neon sign in the window flickered, casting an eerie glow over the snow-covered ground. I turned to ask her again, but when I looked at the passenger seat, she was gone. The door was still closed, and there was no way she could have just gotten out without me noticing. I was confused, thinking maybe she had somehow slipped out while I wasn't looking, but that didn't make any sense. The cab of a truck isn't that big, and I would have felt the door open or heard something. I got out of the truck and looked around the parking lot, but there was no sign of her. The town was dead quiet, not a soul in sight. The cold wind whipped through the empty streets, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. I walked into the diner, hoping maybe she had gone inside. The place was nearly empty, just a couple of truckers at the counter and an old woman behind the register. I asked if anyone had seen a young woman come in, but they all shook their heads. "You sure you didn't just imagine her?" one of the truckers asked with a smirk. I didn't answer. I just walked back out to my truck, my mind racing. I checked the passenger seat again, looking for any sign that she had been there. But there was nothing, no indent in the seat, no stray hairs, nothing. It was like she had never been there at all. I didn't know what to think. I got back into the truck and sat there for a while trying to make sense of it. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe I had just imagined the whole thing. But it felt real to be a dream or a hallucination. I decided to keep driving, get to my destination as fast as possible. The rest of the trip was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the truck. Every now and then, I'd catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye or feel a cold draft, like the door had been opened. But when I looked, there was nothing there. When I finally got to Denver, I was a wreck. I didn't sleep for 2 days, and every time I closed my eyes I saw her face, pale and frightened, staring at me from the passenger seat. I told a few of my buddies about it, but they all laughed it off, saying it was just the road playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw. I know she was real. A few weeks later, I was back on that same stretch of highway, driving another load. It was late at night again, and I was half expecting to see her standing on the side of the road, but she wasn't there. Instead, I saw a small roadside memorial cross with some flowers and a photo attached to it. Curious, I pulled over to take a closer look. The photo was old, weathered by the elements, but I could still make out the face. It was her, the girl from the road. The name on the cross was Emily, and the date of death was from over 10 years ago. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. Emily had been killed in a car accident on that stretch of road, hit by a drunk driver while she was walking home late at night. I don't know what to believe anymore. Maybe it was her ghost. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But I haven't driven that road since I can't. Every time I think about it, I see her face, hear her voice whispering home, and I know that some things out on the road are better left alone. The night shift at St. Francis Hospital was never easy, but it was a job that paid the bills. I was the night security guard, responsible for keeping the peace in a place that had long since lost its glory. St. Francis had once been a bustling center of medical care, but over the years, as newer, more modern hospitals opened, it had slowly fallen into disrepair. By the time I started working there, only a few wings were still in use. The rest of the hospital left to rot, its corridors dark and silent, filled with the ghosts of the past. When I first took the job, I didn't think much of the stories I heard. The nurses and doctors spoke in hushed tones about strange occurrences, but I brushed them off as nothing more than urban legends, just the sort of thing people tell each other to pass the time on long, quiet nights. But as the weeks went by, I started to understand that there was something more to those stories. Something real. It was a night like any other. I did my usual rounds, checking the security monitors and walking through the dimly lit hallways of the main wing. The lights buzzed softly overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to move just out of the corner of my eye. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of disinfectant and something else I couldn't quite place a smell that was faint but unsettling, like the air in a place that hadn't seen sunlight in years. The first strange thing I noticed at night was the elevator. The hospital had 2 elevators, but one of them hadn't worked in years. The old one, the one no one ever used, was supposed to be locked down. But as I walked past it on my way to the stairwell, I heard a faint ding. The sound was so out of place that it stopped me in my tracks. I turned to look, and sure enough, the doors of the old elevator were sliding open, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. I stood there for a moment, my heart pounding as I stared into the void. There was no reason for that elevator to be working. It had been out of order for years, the cables rusted, the control panel removed. But there it was, open and waiting, like it was inviting me to step inside. I should have walked away right then and there, but curiosity got the better of me. I shone my flashlight into the elevator, trying to see if there was anything inside. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing an interior that was as decayed and forgotten as the rest of the hospital. The walls were lined with cracked tiles, the floor covered in a thin layer of dust. But there was something else, something I couldn't quite make out at first. It was a figure standing in the far corner. Its back to me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I could only see the outline of the figure, a dark shape against the dirty walls. It didn't move, didn't react to the light, just stood there, completely still. I called out, asking if someone was there, but there was no response. The figure remained motionless, its presence sending a chill down my spine. I was about to turn and leave when the elevator doors started to close. I jumped back, but the doors stopped halfway, jamming with a screech of metal on metal. I turned and bolted up the stairs, my heart racing. By the time I reached the top, I was out of breath, my mind spinning with questions. Who or what had been in that elevator, and how had it even been operational? I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired and the shadows were playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I continued my rounds, moving through the silent, empty halls. The hospital was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that presses down on you, making you feel like you're not alone. As I walked past the old surgical wing, I heard the sound of footsteps echoing through the corridor. They were slow, deliberate, the kind of footsteps that would have belonged to someone who knew exactly where they were going. I turned the corner, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, but there was no one there. The hallway was empty. The only sound the soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. I stood there, listening, waiting for the footsteps to start again, but all I heard was the pounding of my own heart. I kept moving, trying to convince myself that it was just the building settling, the old pipes groaning, or maybe a stray cat that had wandered in. But the sense of unease only grew stronger, gnawing at the back of my mind. It felt like the walls were closing in, the shadows growing darker, thicker, as if they were a live dot. My final stop of the night was the morgue. It was a part of the job that I hated the most, but it had to be done. The morgue was located in the basement, down a long, narrow hallway that always seemed colder than the rest of the hospital. The lights flickered as I descended the stairs, casting strange, shifting patterns on the walls. When I reached the door, I hesitated. The air down here was different, heavier, almost oppressive. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and pushed the door open. The room was just as I remembered it, rows of stainless steel tables, the air thick with the smell of formaldehyde. But something was different this time. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. I walked through the room, my footsteps echoing off the tiled walls. As I reached the far corner, I noticed something strange. One of the drawers, the ones where the bodies were stored, was slightly open, just a crack, but enough to notice. My heart skipped a beat as I approached it. That drawer was supposed to be locked. No one should have been able to open it, not without a key. I stood in front of the drawer, staring at the small gap, trying to work up the courage to open it fully. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to leave, to run as fast as I could and never look back. But I couldn't just walk away. I had to know. With trembling hands, I reached out and grabbed the handle, pulling the drawer open. It slid out with a soft whoosh, revealing the white sheet draped over the body inside. I held my breath, half expecting the body to sit up or for something else to happen, but nothing did. It just lay there, silent and still. I started to close the drawer, but something caught my eye. There was a piece of paper tucked under the edge of the sheet. I hesitated for a moment, then pulled it out. The paper was old, yellowed with age, the edges frayed. I unfolded it carefully, my hands shaking. It was a photograph. The image was faded, but I could still make out the details. It was a group of people standing in front of what looked like the old surgical wing. They were doctors and nurses, their faces grim and serious, but it was the figure in the background that sent a chill down my spine. It was the same figure I had seen in the elevator, standing in the shadows, its face obscured My heart raced as I stared at the photo. What was this? Why had it been left here? And what was that figure? I didn't have time to ponder it for long. The lights flickered again, and this time they went out completely. The room was plunged into darkness. The only sound the rapid thudding of my own heart. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly that I almost dropped it. When I finally managed to turn it on, the beam cut through the darkness, revealing the room around me. But something was wrong. The air felt colder, the shadows deeper. And then I heard it, a soft, raspy breath coming from just behind me. It was an overcast day in late autumn when I first saw the old asylum. I had taken a wrong turn on a back road and ended up in front of a towering structure, its once grand facade now decayed and covered in ivy. The place had always intrigued me, a sort of urban legend in our small town. Rumor had it that the asylum was home to unspeakable horrors, with patients subjected to cruel treatments and left to suffer in the dark corners of its labyrinthine hallways. The official story was that it had been closed decades ago after a series of scandals, but the whispers among the locals told a different story. They spoke of disappearances, strange noises, and eerie sightings that made the place a local ghost story. I'd been curious for years, but I'd never had the courage to explore it until that day. The gate was partially open, rusted and barely hanging on its hinges. I hesitated for a moment, looking at the heavy clouds rolling in, but curiosity got the better of me. I walked up the path, my footsteps crunching on the gravel. The asylum loomed over me, its broken windows like empty eyes staring down. The front doors were ajar, and I pushed them open with a groan of metal. The interior was dark, a stark contrast to the dim light filtering in through the clouds. My flashlight flickered as I stepped inside, the beam cutting through the thick dust that coated everything. The air was musty, filled with the scent of mold and decay. As I moved through the entrance hall, I noticed the walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, revealing the faded grandeur of what once was. There were old, abandoned wheelchairs and rusty metal beds scattered around, a grim reminder of the asylum's past. I wandered through the hallways, my flashlight beam dancing across the walls. The further I went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The silence was heavy, broken only by the occasional creak of the old building settling. I reached a large room that looked like it had once been a common area. There were broken chairs and overturned tables, and a large fireplace that was now filled with debris. As I approached, I noticed something odd, a fresh set of footprints in the dust. They led from the entrance to a door on the far side of the room, a door that was partially open. My heart raced as I approached the door, the eerie feeling that I wasn't alone growing stronger. I pushed the door open slowly and found myself in what appeared to be an office. The room was filled with old papers and medical files, all scattered and covered in dust. On one of the desks there was a journal, its leather cover cracked and worn. I picked it up carefully, brushing off the dust. The journal belonged to Dr. Raymond, one of the head doctors at the asylum. Flipping through the pages, I found entries detailing the horrific experiments conducted on the patients. It was clear that Dr. Raymond had been obsessed with finding a cure for mental illness, no matter the cost. The experiments grew more and more inhumane, with patients subjected to painful procedures and left in solitary confinement. As I read, a cold draft swept through the room, and I heard a distant, echoing cry. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The cry sounded like it was coming from deep within the asylum, and it sent chills down my spine. I put the journal back on the desk and decided to investigate the sound. I followed the hallway, the walls seeming to close in around me. The cries grew louder, more desperate. I rounded a corner and saw a staircase leading down into the darkness. My flashlight barely penetrated the blackness below, but I felt a compulsion to descend. The stairs creaked under my weight as I made my way down, the temperature dropping significantly with each step. When I reached the bottom, I found myself in a long corridor lined with heavy metal doors. Many of the doors were open, revealing dark, empty cells. The cries had stopped, leaving only the sound of my footsteps echoing off the walls. I approached one of the cells and noticed something strange scratches on the walls, as if someone had been desperately trying to claw their way out. My heart was pounding as I continued down the corridor, each step feeling heavier. I turned a corner and saw a door at the end of the hall, slightly ajar. The cries started again, louder this time, coming from behind the door. I approached cautiously, the door creaking as I pushed it open. Inside was a small room, empty except for a single, rusty chair in the center. Strapped to the chair was a tattered cloth, stained and worn. On the wall behind it was a series of markings, numbers, and symbols that made no sense to me, but seemed to pulse with an unsettling energy. I backed away from the chair, feeling a wave of nausea. The cries were now accompanied by whispers, as if a crowd of voices were murmuring in a language I couldn't understand. I turned to leave, but as I reached the door, I felt a cold, clammy hand grip my shoulder. I spun around, but there was no one there. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. I stumbled out of the room and back up the stairs, the feeling of being pursued growing stronger. I burst into the main hall, gasping for breath. The shadows seemed to move and shift around me, and I could feel the presence of unseen eyes watching my every move. I ran for the exit, my flashlight flickering and finally going out. I didn't stop until I was back outside, the cold air hitting my face and the dim light of the overcast sky offering some relief. I didn't look back as I raced to my car, the oppressive feeling of the asylum lifting only when I was safely behind the wheel. Since that night, I haven't been able to shake the feeling of being followed. The cries and whispers from the asylum haunt my dreams, and I can't help but feel that something was awakened that night, something that was meant to stay hidden in the shadows of that forsaken building. I thought I was prepared for anything when I took the job as a night watchman at the old manor on the outskirts of town. The place had been abandoned for years, but the new owners wanted to restore it and needed someone to keep an eye on things during the renovation. It seemed straightforward enough, a quiet job with a decent paycheck and no one around to bother me. Little did I know this job would turn out to be far more unsettling than I could have ever imagined. The manor was a large, sprawling estate with a dark history. Local legends spoke of it being the site of occult rituals decades ago, but most people dismissed it as just old gossip. Still, there was an undeniable creepiness to the place. Its once grand facade was now weathered and overgrown with vines, the windows dark and lifeless. My shift started at dusk, and as I settled into my small security office, I felt a shiver of unease. The manor creaked and groaned in the wind, and every sound seemed amplified in the silence. I tried to shake off the feeling, reminding myself that it was just an old building, and that my job was simply to monitor the security cameras and check the premises every hour. Around midnight, I was going through the footage from the cameras, and I noticed something odd. In one of the frames, a shadow seemed to move across the screen, darting past a door that had been securely locked. I rewound the footage and watched it again, but the shadow was gone. It was probably just a glitch, I told myself, but the unease in my stomach grew stronger. As the hours passed, the sense of dread only intensified. The manor seemed to come alive at night, the sounds of creaking floorboards and distant thumps making it hard to focus. I conducted my rounds, walking through the dimly lit hallways and checking the various rooms. Everything appeared as it should, dusty and deserted, but as I approached the basement stairs I noticed something strange. The door to the basement, which had always been locked, was now slightly ajar. My heart raced as I stared at the gap, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be down there. I tried to convince myself it was just a draft, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and carefully made my way down the stairs. The air in the basement was cold and damp, and the faint smell of mildew filled my nostrils. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing old furniture covered in sheets and stacks of dusty boxes. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard a low, rhythmic chanting coming from somewhere in the basement. My blood ran cold as I tried to locate the source of the sound. The chanting was faint but unmistakable, like a distant echo from a forgotten time. I followed the sound, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The chanting grew louder as I approached a large wooden door at the far end of the basement. It was old and weathered, covered in strange symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. The door was slightly ajar, and the chanting was coming from within. I pushed the door open just a crack and peered inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. The room was lit by flickering candles arranged in a circle on the floor. In the center of the circle stood a group of robed figures, their faces obscured by hoods. They were chanting in a language I didn't recognize, their voices blending together in a haunting melody. I watched in horror as the figures moved in unison, their hands raised towards the ceiling. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, and I could feel the weight of their presence pressing down on me. I wanted to turn and run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot, my body paralyzed by fear. As I stood there, frozen in place, one of the figures turned towards me. Even though the hood obscured their face, I could feel their gaze piercing through me. The chanting stopped abruptly, and the room fell into a deafening silence. The figure raised a hand, and I felt an icy chill wash over me. I stumbled back, the flashlight slipping from my grip and rolling across the floor. I turned and fled up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for breath and trying to make sense of what I had just witnessed. I went to the police the next morning, reporting what I had seen. They investigated, but when they searched the basement, there was no sign of the robed figures or the strange symbols. The candles had burned out, and the room was empty, just old furniture and dusty boxes. I quit my job that day, unable to shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I never returned to the manor, and I never spoke of what I had seen to anyone but the police. The manor was eventually sold and renovated, but I couldn't help but wonder if the cult's rituals had ever truly stopped, or if they were simply waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to stumble upon their dark practices. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can still hear the chanting echoing in my mind like a distant memory, and I wonder if the circle of shadows still there, waiting in the darkness for the next person to wander to close. My name is Dale, and I've been a park ranger for nearly 15 years. I've spent most of my life in the wilderness, surrounded by the majesty of nature. The peace and solitude of the forest have always been a source of comfort for me, but there was one night, deep in the heart of the twilight woods, that shattered that sense of safety, a night that still haunts me every time I close my eyes. It started like any other evening. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees, the air cool and crisp with the scent of pine. I was on the last patrol of the day, checking the trails and making sure all the campers were safe and accounted for. The Twilight Woods is a vast and dense forest known for its towering trees and thick underbrush. It's easy to get lost if you're not familiar with the area, which is why we always make sure to keep a close watch on anyone venturing too far off the beaten path. I was about halfway through my patrol when I got a call on the radio. It was from one of the other rangers, Jim, who was stationed at the main entrance to the park. He sounded tense, which was unusual for him. "Dale, we've got a problem," he said. "A family reported seeing something strange near their campsite. They said it was, well, they weren't sure what it was, but it scared them pretty bad. Can you check it out?" I agreed and asked for the location. It was in a remote part of the park, an area that didn't see much traffic. The family had been camping in a small clearing near the river, a spot that was popular with those looking to escape the more crowded areas. I made my way there, the forest growing darker as the last light of day faded. By the time I arrived at the campsite, the sun had fully set, and the woods were shrouded in darkness. The family was huddled around a small fire, their faces pale and drawn. They looked relieved when they saw me, but there was still a palpable tension in the air. I introduced myself and asked them what had happened. The father, a middle-aged man with graying hair, spoke first. "We were just sitting around the fire when we heard something moving in the trees," he said. "At first we thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a bear. But then we saw it. It was ... It was tall, much taller than any man, and it moved so quickly. It was like a shadow, but it had glowing eyes. It was watching us." His voice trembled as he spoke, and his wife and two children nodded in agreement. They all looked genuinely terrified. I assured them that I would check it out and that they were safe as long as they stayed by the fire. I took out my flashlight and began to scan the area around the campsite. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and bushes. I saw nothing out of the ordinary at first, just the usual sounds of the forest at night, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional call of an owl. But then, just as I was about to turn back and tell the family that everything was fine, I saw it. It was standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, half hidden behind a tree. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light or shadow cast by the trees, but then it moved, and I realized with a jolt of fear that it was something else entirely. The creature was tall, easily over 7 feet, and its body was gaunt and twisted. Its skin was a sickly gray, and its eyes glowed with an unnatural light. It had long, bony arms that hung down to its knees, and its fingers ended in sharp, claw-like tips. It moved with a fluidity that was almost hypnotic, like a predator stalking its prey. For a moment I was frozen in place, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. Then, as if sensing my gaze, the creature turned its head towards me. Those glowing eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a cold, creeping dread spread through my body. It was as if the very air around me had turned to ice. I did the only thing I could think of. I raised my flashlight and shined it directly at the creature. The light seemed to irritate it, and it let out a low, guttural growl that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The creature took a step back, retreating into the shadows, but it didn't take its eyes off me. I backed away slowly, keeping the light trained on it until I reached the edge of the clearing. Then I turned and ran back to the campsite. The family was waiting for me, their faces filled with fear and hope. I didn't want to scare them any more than they already were, but I knew I couldn't lie to them. "We need to leave," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Now they didn't argue. We quickly packed up their camp, and I led them back to the main trail. The whole time I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the creature following us. But there was nothing, just the darkness of the forest and the sound of our footsteps. When we reached the ranger station, I made sure the family was safe and settled before heading inside to report what had happened. Jim was waiting for me, his face a mixture of concern and curiosity. I told him everything, but even as I spoke, I could see the doubt in his eyes. "Are you sure it wasn't just a bear or something?" he asked, trying to make sense of it. I shook my head. "No, Jim, I know what I saw. And whatever it wasn't a bear." He didn't press the issue, but I could tell he didn't fully believe me. I couldn't blame him. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow seemed to take on a new, sinister meaning. I stayed on high alert, but the creature never showed itself again. The family left the park the next morning, and I haven't seen them since. But I still think about that night, about the creature in the woods. I've patrolled the twilight woods many times since then, always keeping an eye out for anything unusual, but I never saw it again. Some nights, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear that low growl echoing through the trees, a reminder that the forest holds secrets far darker than we can imagine. I don't know what the creature was or where it came from, but I do know one thing: it's still out there, watching, waiting. And I'll never forget the terror I felt when those glowing eyes locked onto mine. Working the night shift as a security guard at an old, abandoned warehouse was never on my list of dream jobs, but I needed the money, and the position was open. The warehouse was massive, a relic of the city's industrial past, with towering shelves filled with dust-covered crates and rusting machinery that hadn't been used in decades. It was the kind of place that felt frozen in time, a forgotten corner of the world where nothing ever happened, or so I thought. My first few nights on the job were uneventful. The warehouse was silent except for the occasional creak of metal and the distant hum of machinery that seemed to echo from somewhere deep within the building. I would make my rounds, checking the doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure before settling into the small security office with its ancient monitors and outdated equipment. But on my fifth night, something changed. It started around 2 a.m., when I was making my usual rounds through the dimly lit corridors. As I walked past one of the long rows of shelves, I heard a faint sound, like a soft whisper, coming from somewhere deep within the warehouse. I stopped, straining to listen, but the sound had already faded away, leaving only the oppressive silence. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the wind or the building settling. But there was something about that whisper that sent a shiver down my spine. It was too clear, too deliberate to be a mere trick of the wind. I continued my rounds, moving a little faster this time, eager to get back to the safety of the security office. As I turned the corner towards the office, I froze. The door to one of the storage rooms, a door that I was sure I had locked, was slightly ajar. My heart began to race as I approached the door, the flashlight in my hand trembling slightly. I pushed the door open and shone the light inside, expecting to find nothing but dust and old crates. But instead I saw something that made my blood run cold. In the center of the room, Surrounded by a circle of faintly glowing symbols etched into the concrete floor, stood a figure. It was tall and thin, its skin pale and almost translucent in the dim light. Its eyes were sunken and hollow, staring blankly ahead as if it didn't even notice I was there. For a moment, I was too stunned to move, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. Then, as if sensing my presence, the figure slowly turned its head to face me. Its eyes, dark and empty, seemed to bore into my soul, and a wave of terror washed over me, paralyzing me where I stood. The figure took a step towards me, and I snapped out of my trance, stumbling backwards out of the room. I slammed the door shut and bolted down the corridor, not daring to look back. I could feel its gaze on me, feel the weight of its presence pressing down on me as I ran. I reached the security office and locked the door behind me, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I slumped into the chair, gasping for breath, trying to calm the rising panic that threatened to overwhelm me. I glanced at the monitors, but the cameras showed nothing out of the ordinary, just empty corridors and rows of shelves, silent and still. For the rest of the night, I stayed in the office, too terrified to leave. I kept the door locked and watched the monitors, waiting for any sign of movement, any hint that the figure was still out there. But the hours passed in silence, and eventually the first light of dawn began to filter through the dirty windows. When my shift ended, I left the warehouse without looking back. I quit the job the next day, refusing to set foot in that place again. I never told anyone what I saw that night. Who would believe me? But the memory of that figure, with its hollow eyes and ghostly presence, haunts me to this day. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that faint whisper, like a voice calling to me from the darkness, and I wonder if the figure is still there, wandering the empty corridors of the warehouse, waiting for someone else to find it. It was a crisp autumn evening when I decided to call for a taxi. My car was in the shop for repairs, and I needed a ride to the other side of town. I was meeting some old friends for dinner, and the thought of navigating public transport didn't appeal to me. So I pulled out my phone and ordered a ride through the local taxi service app. Within minutes, the app notified me that a driver had accepted my request. The taxi would arrive in 5 minutes. I stepped outside, the cool breeze brushing against my face as I waited on the curb. The street lights had just flickered on, casting a warm, golden hue over the neighborhood. The air smelled of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke, the kind of night that made you want to sit by a fire with a good book. I heard the rumble of an engine before I saw the taxi. It turned the corner onto Maple Street and slowly made its way toward me. It was an older model, a boxy yellow sedan that had seen better days. The paint was chipped in places, and the car's headlights seemed dimmer than they should have been. Still, it was the ride I ordered, so I stepped forward as it pulled up beside me. The driver rolled down the passenger window and gave me a nod. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 50s or early 60s, with graying hair and a face etched with deep lines. His eyes were hidden behind a pair of dark sunglasses, which struck me as odd, considering it was already getting dark outside. But I didn't think much of it at the time. "You're heading to the downtown area, right?" he asked in a gravelly voice. I nodded and climbed into the back seat. The interior of the taxi was just as worn as the exterior. The seats were covered in faded, cracked leather, and the smell of stale tobacco lingered in the air. I buckled my seatbelt as the driver pulled away from the curb, and we began our journey through the quiet streets. At first, everything seemed normal. The driver didn't make small talk, which I appreciated. I wasn't in the mood for chit-chat. Instead, I stared out the window, watching the familiar landmarks of my neighborhood pass by. The ride was smooth, and I started to relax, my mind drifting to thoughts of the evening ahead. But as we left the residential area and entered the outskirts of downtown, something began to feel off. The driver took an unexpected turn, leading us down a narrow, poorly lit side street. I glanced at the app on my phone, which showed the route we should have been taking. We were now off course. "Excuse me," I said, leaning forward slightly. "I think you took a wrong turn. The app shows that we should be on Main Street." The driver didn't respond immediately. Instead, he kept his eyes on the road, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. "Don't worry," he finally said, his voice oddly calm. "I know a shortcut. We'll get there faster this way." Something about his tone made me uneasy. I wasn't familiar with the area we were in, and the buildings here were old and abandoned, their windows boarded up, and their walls covered in graffiti. The street was empty, not a soul in sight, and the street lights were few and far between. I felt a growing sense of unease in the pit of my stomach. "I'd prefer if we stuck to the main roads," I insisted, my voice firmer this time. The driver still didn't acknowledge my request. Instead, he made another turn, taking us deeper into the unfamiliar part of town. My unease turned to fear as I realized I was in a part of the city I'd never been to before. The app showed no streets matching our current location. It was as if we'd left the map altogether. I tried to keep calm, but my heart was racing. "Please," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "turn around. I want to go back." The driver finally spoke again, his voice low and almost mournful. "I can't turn around now." "We're almost there." "Almost where?" I demanded, but he didn't answer. Panic set in as the taxi turned down another desolate street, this one even darker and more foreboding than the last. I considered opening the door and jumping out, but the car was moving too fast, and I didn't know what kind of neighborhood I'd be stranded in if I did. Instead, I reached for my phone to call for help, but as I glanced at the screen, it went black. The battery had been at 60% just a moment ago, but now it was completely dead. I was trapped. The taxi slowed down as we approached a dead-end street flanked by crumbling buildings on either side. The headlights illuminated an old, rusted gate at the end of the road, behind which loomed a massive, decaying structure. It looked like an abandoned factory or warehouse, its windows shattered, and its walls covered in vines. The driver pulled to a stop in front of the gate and turned off the engine. Silence enveloped us, broken only by the distant sound of dripping water. My dream? But as I sat up, trying to calm my racing heart, I noticed something on the nightstand beside me. It was a pair of dark sunglasses, the same ones the driver had worn. I stared at them, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of it. How could they be here? It was just a dream, wasn't it? But deep down, I knew the truth. It hadn't been a dream. The haunted taxi of Maple Street was real, and I had been its latest passenger. And somewhere out there, that driver was still waiting, still searching for his next fare. The weekend camping trip was supposed to be a chance for me and my friends to get away from the grind, to unplug and reconnect with nature. We chose a spot deep in the forest, miles away from the nearest town, where the stars shone brighter and the air felt cleaner. It was the perfect escape, or so we thought. There were four of us, me, Jake, Emily, and Sarah. We had all been friends since college, and despite our busy lives, we made it a point to do something together at least once a year. This time, Jake suggested the camping trip, and we all agreed it was a great idea. We packed up our gear, loaded up the car, and set off for a weekend of hiking, fishing, and just enjoying each other's company around a campfire. The drive out to the campsite took us deep into the woods, down a narrow dirt road that twisted and turned through the trees. By the time we arrived, the sun was already low in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing where we planned to set up camp. The place was beautiful, with tall pines towering overhead and a crystal-clear stream running nearby. We could hardly believe how peaceful and serene it was. We spent the evening setting up our tents, gathering firewood, and cooking dinner over the fire. As the night fell, the temperature dropped, and we huddled closer to the flames, laughing and telling stories. It felt good to be out there, away from everything, with nothing but the sounds of the forest around us. But as the night wore on, something began to feel off. The forest, which had been alive with the sounds of crickets and rustling leaves, suddenly grew quiet, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. The laughter died down, and we all sat in uneasy silence, staring into the fire. It was Jake who first mentioned the odd feeling. "Do you guys hear that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. We all listened, but there was nothing to hear. The silence was deafening. "Maybe it's just the wind," Sarah suggested. Oh, her voice trembled slightly. We tried to shrug it off, but the uneasy feeling lingered. We decided to call it a night and head to our tents, hoping that sleep would come easily. But as I lay there, wrapped in my sleeping bag, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The silence pressed in on me, making it hard to breathe. Then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it. A scream. It was distant at first, barely audible over the rustling of the trees, but it was unmistakable. A high-pitched, blood-curdling scream that echoed through the forest, sending chills down my spine. I bolted upright, my heart pounding in my chest. The scream came again, louder this time, closer. It sounded like a woman, her voice filled with terror, as if she was running for her life. I scrambled out of my tent, and the others were already outside, wide-eyed and pale, their faces lit by the dim light of the dying campfire. "Did you hear that?" Emily asked, her voice trembling. "Yeah," Jake replied, his eyes scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. "We need to check it out." "Are you crazy?" Sarah hissed. "We should stay here and wait it out." But Jake was already grabbing a flashlight and heading towards the sound. Reluctantly, we followed, our footsteps crunching on the dry leaves as we ventured into the dark woods. The scream came again, louder, more desperate. We quickened our pace, our flashlights cutting through the darkness, but the trees seemed to close in around us, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. We followed the sound deeper into the woods, our hearts racing, but no matter how fast we ran, we couldn't seem to get any closer. The scream echoed through the trees, always just out of reach, leading us deeper and deeper into the forest. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the screaming stopped. We came to a halt, panting and disoriented, our flashlights flickering in the darkness. The silence returned, thicker and more oppressive than before. "We should go back," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. "We shouldn't be out here." But as we turned to head back to the campsite, something stopped us in our tracks. Standing just beyond the reach of our flashlights was a figure, tall and shadowy, barely more than a silhouette against the darkness. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, watching us. We froze, too terrified to move or speak. The figure remained still, its presence chilling and unnatural. Then, without warning, it let out a scream so loud, so piercing, that it felt like it was tearing through our very souls. We clamped our hands over our ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. The scream was inside our heads, rattling our bones, driving us to the brink of madness. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the scream stopped. The figure vanished, leaving us alone in the silent, empty woods. We ran. We ran faster than we ever had in our lives, not caring where we were going, just needing to get away from whatever that was. The trees blurred around us, the branches clawing at our clothes. But we didn't stop until we burst out of the woods and back into the clearing where our campsite lay. We didn't say a word as we packed up our gear, our hands shaking, our minds numb with fear. We left the campsite as quickly as we could, driving through the night, not daring to stop until we were miles away from those cursed woods. None of us spoke about what happened that night, not on the drive back and not in the days that followed. We went back to our lives, trying to forget the horror we had experienced, but the memory lingered, festering like an open wound. To this day, I can still hear that scream echoing through the woods, haunting my dreams. And I know deep down that something is still out there, something that was never meant to be found. I've been a trucker for over 20 years, driving long hauls across the country, but there's one trip that I'll never forget. It was about 5 years ago, in the dead of winter, when I was hauling a load of timber through the Pacific Northwest. The route took me through the mountains where the roads were narrow, winding, and often treacherous. That night I was on Route 74, a remote stretch of road that cuts through dense forest. It was late, maybe around 1 a.m., and the snow was coming down hard, making it difficult to see more than a few feet in front of my headlights. The wind howled through the trees, rattling the cab of my truck as I navigated the icy roads. I was tired, but I couldn't afford to stop. The delivery was due the next morning, and I was already behind schedule. I kept my eyes on the road, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling of unease in my gut. Something about that night felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I turned up the radio, hoping some music would drown out my nerves, but all I could find was static. The further I drove, the more isolated I felt. The road was empty, no other vehicles, no signs of life, just me, my truck, and the unrelenting snowstorm. After a while, I started noticing strange things. It began with shadows in the trees, dark shapes that seemed to move just out of the corner of my eye. I chalked it up to fatigue, thinking my mind was playing tricks on me. But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. As I rounded a bend in the road, my headlights caught something in the middle of the lane. At first I thought it was a fallen tree, but as I got closer, I realized it was something else entirely. Standing there, in the middle of the road, was a massive figure, easily over 8 feet tall, covered in thick, dark fur. Its arms were long, almost reaching the ground, and its eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light as they reflected the headlights. I slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding on the icy road as I tried to avoid hitting it. The truck came to a screeching halt just a few feet away from the creature. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at it, frozen in shock. It was no bear, I knew that much. This thing was different, more humanoid in its appearance, with a broad chest and muscular limbs. For a moment, it just stood there staring back at me through the windshield. Then, as if deciding I wasn't worth its time, it turned and lumbered off into the woods. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, too stunned to move. My hands shook as I gripped the steering wheel, my mind racing to make sense of what I had just seen. Was it Bigfoot? The thought seemed ridiculous, but what else could it have been? I'd heard stories from other truckers about strange sightings in these parts, but I'd always dismissed them as tall tales. Now I wasn't so sure. Finally, I managed to pull myself together and continued down the road, my eyes darting nervously between the trees. The rest of the trip was a blur, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Every shadow, every rustle in the trees set my nerves on edge. When I finally reached my destination, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I parked the truck and stumbled into the nearest diner, needing a hot cup of coffee and a moment to collect myself. As I sat at the counter, staring blankly at the steam rising from my mug, I overheard a couple of locals talking at a nearby table. They were discussing the legend of Bigfoot, how there had been recent sightings in the area, and how people should be careful venturing into the woods. I couldn't believe it. Could what I had seen really have been Bigfoot? Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a hallucination brought on by fatigue and stress, but another part of me knew that what I saw was real. I never spoke about that night to anyone, not even my fellow truckers. What could I say that I saw Bigfoot while driving through a snowstorm? They'd laugh me right out of the truck stop. But the memory of that encounter stayed with me, haunting my thoughts every time I drove through the mountains. A few weeks later, I had another delivery that took me through the same route. I was nervous, to say the least, but I tried to push the fear aside. This time, though, I wasn't alone. I had a co-driver with me, a young guy named Dave, who was new to the job. We set out in the early afternoon, hoping to avoid driving through the mountains at night. The weather was clear, and the roads were in better condition than the last time I'd been through. As we drove, I kept my eyes peeled for any sign of the creature, but the trip was uneventful. We made good time and reached the mountains just as the sun was beginning to set. I felt a sense of relief as we started the descent, knowing that the worst part of the journey was behind us. But then, as we rounded a familiar bend in the road, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, standing in the exact same spot where I had seen it before, was the creature. It was just as massive and imposing as I remembered its dark fur blending into the shadows of the trees. I slammed on the brakes, and Dave let out a startled yell as the truck skidded to a stop. "What the hell is that?" he shouted, his eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," I reply, my voice shaking, "but we need to get out of here." Now, the creature didn't move this time. It just stood there, watching us with those eerie yellow eyes. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I threw the truck into reverse, backing up as quickly as I could without losing control on the icy road. Once we were a safe distance away, I turned the truck around and sped off in the opposite direction, not caring that it would add hours to our journey. We didn't stop until we were miles away, back in the safety of a well-lit rest area. Dave was visibly shaken, and I couldn't blame him. I was too. We sat in silence for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. "You think it was Bigfoot?" Dave finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to tell him that it was just a bear, that we were both imagining things, but I couldn't lie. "I think so," I said, the words heavy in my mouth. "I think it was." We finished the rest of the trip in silence, both of us on edge to talk. When we finally reached our destination, I told the dispatcher that we needed to avoid Route 74 in the future, citing bad road conditions. I didn't mention the creature. Who would believe us anyway? After that, I made a point of avoiding that route whenever possible. I didn't want to risk another encounter, and I certainly didn't want to put anyone else in danger. But even now, years later, I can't shake the memory of those glowing yellow eyes staring at me through the darkness. Every time I drive through the mountains, I feel enough fear in my stomach, wondering if I'll see it again. I've heard other truckers talk about strange sightings on Route 74, but I've never told them about my own experience. What's the point? Some things are better left unsaid. But I know what I saw that night, and I'll carry that memory with me for the rest of my life. Bigfoot, or whatever it was, is out there in those woods, and I hope I never cross paths with it again. We had been hiking for hours, the dense forest canopy above us filtering the sunlight into eerie patterns on the ground. The forest was ancient, with trees so tall and thick that they seemed to touch the sky. The path we were following had long since been forgotten by most, overgrown with roots and shrubs, but Jake, our self-appointed guide, insisted that it was the quickest route to the summit. There were 5 of us, me, Jake, Sarah, Matt, and Liz. We were all seasoned hikers, used to the challenges of the wilderness, but something about this forest felt different. The air was thick with a strange, heavy silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant bird call. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, watching us as we made our way deeper into its heart. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, we decided to set up camp for the night. We found a small clearing surrounded by towering pines and started to pitch our tents. The atmosphere was tense, though no one wanted to admit it. We were all on edge, our eyes constantly darting to the shadows just beyond the firelight. After dinner, we sat around the fire, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over us. Jake was the first to break the silence, telling one of his usual ghost stories in an attempt to lighten the mood. But instead of laughter, his story was met with nervous glances and forced smiles. The forest seemed to press in closer, the darkness just beyond our circle of light growing thicker, more oppressive. It was Matt who first noticed something was wrong. He had been staring into the fire, lost in thought, when he suddenly froze, his eyes wide with fear. "Did you see that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. We all turned to look in the direction he was staring, but there was nothing there, just the shadows of the trees swaying in the breeze. "See what?" Liz asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Matt shook his head, as if trying to shake off whatever he had seen. "I thought I saw ... something, a shadow, but it was moving too fast. It didn't look right." We all exchanged uneasy glances, the tension in the air thickening. "It's just your imagination," Jake said, trying to sound confident, but even he didn't seem convinced. We tried to laugh it off, to convince ourselves that it was just the darkness playing tricks on us. But the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. The shadows around us seemed to move, shifting and twisting in ways that didn't make sense. It was as if the darkness itself was alive, creeping closer with each passing moment. The wind began to pick up, rustling the leaves and causing the fire to flicker and dance. The shadows stretched and elongated, distorting into strange, almost humanoid shapes. We huddled closer to the fire, our eyes darting around the clearing, searching for anything that could explain the growing sense of dread. Then, without warning, the fire went out. We were plunged into darkness, the sudden silence pressing down on us like a weight. I could hear the others breathing heavily, their fear palpable in the air. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled for my flashlight, but when I clicked it on, the beam of light seemed feeble and weak, barely piercing the darkness. And that's when we saw them, figures, tall and thin, standing just beyond the reach of our lights. Their forms were indistinct, like shadows given shape and substance. They stood perfectly still, watching us with eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the dark. We were frozen in place, too terrified to move. The figures didn't approach. didn't make a sound. They just stood there, waiting. The air grew colder, the silence so thick it felt like it was choking us. Jake was the first to snap out of it. He grabbed his backpack and shouted for us to run. We didn't need to be told twice. We bolted from the clearing, stumbling over roots and rocks, the beams of our flashlights bouncing wildly as we ran. The figures didn't chase us, but I could feel their eyes on us, watching our every move. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs gave out, collapsing in a heap in a small, moonlit clearing far from our campsite. We didn't speak, didn't dare to look back. We just lay there, gasping for breath, our minds struggling to comprehend what we had seen. When we finally made it back to civilization the next morning, we were too shaken to talk about what had happened. We all agreed to leave the forest behind us, to never speak of it again. But the memory of those shadowy figures haunts me still, lurking in the corners of my mind, waiting to remind me that there are things in this world that we were never meant to understand. It was the night shift, the kind that always seemed to drag on forever. I had been driving my taxi for years, picking up all sorts of passengers, from late-night partygoers to exhausted workers heading home, but nothing could have prepared me for the ride I was about to take. I was parked on Maple Street, a quiet, narrow road lined with old Victorian houses. The street was eerily empty. Not a soul in sight, which wasn't unusual for that time of night. I was about to call it a night when I saw a figure standing at the corner, waving me down. The man looked to be in his late 50s, dressed in a dark coat and hat, the kind you don't see much anymore. He had an air of old-world charm, like someone who had stepped out of a different era. As he approached, I noticed his eyes were a bit unsettling, cold, almost lifeless. But a fare was a fare, and I needed the money. He got into the back seat and quietly gave me an address, somewhere on the other side of town. His voice was low and monotone, and there was something about it that made my skin crawl. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was definitely something off about this guy. I started driving, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. The roads were empty, save for the occasional stray cat or a flickering street light. The silence in the cab was heavy, oppressive, and I found myself glancing at the rearview mirror more than I normally would. The man just sat there, staring straight ahead, not moving a muscle. I tried to make small talk, asking him how his night was going, but he didn't respond. He didn't even acknowledge that I'd spoken. That's when I noticed something strange in the mirror. His reflection was faint, almost transparent. I blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light, or maybe I was just tired. But no, the more I looked, the more I realized that the man's reflection was barely there. It was like he wasn't fully solid, like he didn't really belong in this world. My heart started to race, but I kept driving, unsure of what else to do. The address he gave me was on the outskirts of town, and a part of the city I wasn't too familiar with. The streets became narrower, the houses more dilapidated, and the street lights fewer and farther between. I could feel the temperature drop inside the cab, a chill that settled deep in my bones. I finally reached the address, a large, decaying mansion that looked like it hadn't been lived in for decades. The windows were broken, the paint peeling, and the yard overgrown with weeds. There was no way anyone lived there. I turned around to tell the man we'd arrived, but the back seat was empty. My heart nearly stopped. I had heard no door open, no sound of him getting out. He was just gone. I sat there, frozen, trying to process what had just happened. The cab was empty, but the seat where he had been sitting was ice cold, like he had left a part of himself behind. I wanted to leave, to get away from that place as fast as I could, but something compelled me to stay. I looked at the house again, and for a brief moment I thought I saw someone standing in one of the upstairs windows. But when I blinked, the figure was gone. I finally snapped out of it and drove off, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. The streets blurred past me as I tried to put as much distance as possible between me and that cursed house. I didn't stop until I was back in the city, surrounded by the comforting glow of street lights and the distant hum of traffic. I pulled over to the side of the road and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. It had to be a prank, I told myself. Or maybe I was just tired, imagining things, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. I drove back to Maple Street the next night, hoping to find some explanation for what had happened. I parked in the same spot and waited, my eyes scanning the corner where I had picked up the man, but there was no sign of him. I asked around, talked to some of the neighbors, but no one had seen a man fitting his description. One of the older residents mentioned that the house I had driven to was once owned by a wealthy family who had all died in a tragic fire many years ago. The place had been abandoned ever since. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If that man had been one of them, maybe he was just trying to go home. I've had a lot of passengers over the years, but that man was the only one who left me questioning my sanity. Every time I drive down Maple Street now, I feel a chill run down my spine, and I can't help but glance at that corner, half expecting to see him standing there again, waiting for a ride home that he'll never get. I still remember the day it all started. It was a crisp autumn afternoon, and the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the fields that surrounded our old farmhouse. My sister, Lily, and I were playing in the yard, as we had done countless times before. The air was cool, the leaves crunched underfoot, and everything seemed perfectly normal until it wasn't. Lily was only 13 at the time, 2 years younger than me. She was always the lively one, with a laugh that could light up a room and a smile that was infectious. That day, she was chasing me around the yard, her long brown hair streaming behind her as she ran. We were playing tag, our breath coming out in puffs of white in the chilly air. It was just another day, or so I thought. We were halfway through the game when Lily suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stood still, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. I followed her line of sight, expecting to see a deer or maybe a stray dog, but there was nothing there, just the old oak tree at the edge of the yard, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Lily. I called out, but she didn't respond. She just stood there, staring at the tree as if she were in a trance. I walked over to her, waving a hand in front of her face. "Hey, Earth," to Lily. She blinked and shook her head as if snapping out of a dream. "Did you see that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "See what?" I asked, feeling a twinge of unease. "There was someone standing by the tree," she said, her eyes wide. "A man, I think, but he was different." I frowned and looked back at the tree. "There was no one there. You must be imagining things," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "There's no one there." But Lily wasn't convinced. She kept staring at the tree, her brow furrowed in concentration. I tried to get her to play again, but she was distant, distracted, as if her mind was somewhere else. Eventually we gave up and went inside for dinner, but that was only the beginning. Over the next few days, Lily started acting strange. She was quieter than usual, her lively spirit dampened by something I couldn't quite put my finger on. She spent more and more time alone, often staring out the window at the old oak tree. When I asked her what was wrong, she would just shake her head and say, "Nothing." But it wasn't nothing. It was far from nothing. One night, I was woken up by the sound of footsteps in the hallway. I grudgingly looked at the clock. It was 3 a.m. I got out of bed and opened my door, expecting to see my mom or dad heading to the bathroom. But instead I saw Lily. She was standing in the hallway, her back to me, her head tilted slightly to the side. "Lily," I whispered, but she didn't respond. I walked up to her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "Lily, what are you doing?" She slowly turned to face me, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Her eyes were wide, but they didn't seem to see me. They were glazed over, distant, as if she were looking at something far beyond me. Her skin was pale, almost ghostly, and her lips were moving, though no sound was coming out. "Lily, you're scaring me," I said, my voice trembling. She blinked, and suddenly it was as if a switch had been flipped. She shook her head and looked at me, her eyes focusing. "What are you doing up?" she asked, her voice back to normal. "I should be asking you that," I replied, my heart still pounding. "You were sleepwalking or something," she frowned, clearly confused. I don't remember getting up. I didn't know what to say. Lily had never sleepwalked before, and the whole thing was unsettling to say the least. I walked her back to her room and made sure she was tucked in before heading back to bed myself. But sleep didn't come easily. I couldn't shake the image of her vacant eyes staring right through me. The next day, I told my parents about what had happened, but they brushed it off as just a weird dream or stress from school. They didn't see what I saw. They didn't know what I knew. Something was wrong with Lily, and it was getting worse. In the days that followed, the strange incidents became more frequent. Lily would zone out in the middle of conversations, her eyes glazing over like they had that night. She started talking to herself, whispering under her breath, as if she were having a conversation with someone who wasn't there. She would wake up in strange places, in the attic, in the basement, even outside, standing barefoot in the yard in the dead of night. My parents grew concerned, but they still didn't understand the gravity of the situation. They took her to the doctor, who said it was probably just stress or a sleep disorder. He prescribed some medication, but it didn't help. If anything, it made things worse. One night, about a week after the sleepwalking incident, I was woken up again by a strange sound. It wasn't footsteps this time. It was a low, guttural growl, like the sound an animal makes when it's cornered. I sat up in bed, my heart racing, and listened. The growling was coming from Lily's room. I jumped out of bed and ran to her room, throwing the door open. What I saw made my stomach turn. Lily was on her bed, her body twisted in an unnatural position. Her back was arched, her head thrown back, and her mouth was open wide, emitting that terrible growl. Her eyes were rolled back into her head, and her hands were clawing at the air as if she were trying to fend off something invisible. "Lily," I screamed, rushing to her side. I shook her, trying to wake her up, but she didn't respond. Her body convulsed, and the growling grew louder, more feral. I screamed for my parents, who came running in, their faces pale with fear. "What's happening to her?" my mom cried, trying to hold Lily down as she thrashed on the bed. My dad was already on the phone, calling 911. But I knew it was too late. Whatever was happening to Lily, it was beyond anything the doctors could help with. The paramedics arrived quickly, and they took Lily to the hospital, but the doctors were baffled. They ran tests, checked for seizures, for infections, for anything that could explain her condition, but they found nothing. They kept her in the hospital for observation, but the growling and convulsions continued, and her mental state deteriorated rapidly. It was as if something was taking over her, something dark and malevolent, that we couldn't see or understand. She stopped speaking, stopped recognizing us. She would sit in her hospital bed, staring at the wall, her lips moving silently as if she were communicating with something only she could see. My parents were beside themselves with worrying, but I knew deep down, I knew this wasn't something that could be fixed with medicine or therapy. This was something else, something that had latched onto Lily that day in the yard, something that was slowly consuming her. One night I stayed at the hospital with her, refusing to leave her side. I sat in the chair by her bed, watching her sleep, my heart heavy with fear and guilt. I felt like I had failed her, like I should have done something sooner, should have known what was happening. Around midnight, the room grew colder, and the lights flickered. I looked around, my skin prickling with unease, and then I heard Ida whisper, soft and faint, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lily. I stiffened, my breath catching in my throat. The whisper came again, closer this time, more insistent. Lily. I stood up, my eyes scanning the room. There was no one there, just me and Lily, and the shadows that seemed to creep closer with every passing second. Lily, wake up, I whispered, shaking her gently, but she didn't stir. Her breathing was shallow, her skin pale and cold, and then, in the darkness, I saw it, a figure standing at the foot of her bed, barely more than a shadow. It was tall and thin, its face obscured by the darkness, but I could feel its eyes on me, watching me with a malevolent intensity. Lily, please wake up, I pleaded, my voice trembling. I reached out to shake her again, but my hand froze in midair. The figure was moving, slowly, deliberately, toward her. Its hand, if you could call it that, reached out, its fingers long and bony, tipped with claws that gleamed in the dim light. No, I screamed, throwing myself in front of Lily, but it was too late. The figure's hand passed through me as if I weren't even there, and it touched Lily's forehead, its claws sinking into her skin. Lily gasped, her eyes snapping open, but they weren't her eyes anymore. They were black, completely devoid of any color, any humanity. She stared at me, her mouth twisting into a grotesque smile. Lily, I whispered, my voice barely audible, but it wasn't Lily who answered. She's mine now, the thing inside her said, its voice low and guttural, echoing with an unnatural resonance. I stumbled back, my heart racing, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening, it couldn't be real. But it was. I could see it in her eyes, hear it in her voice. My sister was gone, taken by something dark and evil that I couldn't even begin to comprehend. The doctors came running in, alerted by my screams, but they couldn't do anything. They tried to restrain her, but she fought them with a strength that wasn't hers. They sedated her, but even then I could see it, the thing inside her, watching me, mocking me. That was the last time I saw Lily. The doctors transferred her to a psychiatric facility, but I knew it was pointless. Whatever had taken her, it wasn't something that could be cured by medicine or therapy. It was something ancient, something evil, something that had marked her as its own. I spent years trying to forget, trying to move on, but the memories haunt me. I can still hear her voice in my nightmares, still see her eyes, black and soulless, staring back at me. I still hear that growl, that low, guttural sound that chills me to the bone. I don't know where she is now, or if she's even still alive, but I do know one thing: whatever took her, it's still out there, and I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before it comes back for me. It was supposed to be a simple weekend hike through the Appalachian Mountains. I've always loved the outdoors, the fresh air, the challenge of the terrain, and the peace that comes with being surrounded by nature. So when my buddy Jake suggested we tackle a new trail he'd heard about, I was all in. The trail was off the beaten path, not one of the more popular routes, but that was part of the appeal. We packed our gear, stocked up on supplies, and hit the road early on a Saturday morning, eager to get a head start. The drive was long, but the views were stunning. By the time we arrived at the trailhead, the sun was already high in the sky, casting long shadows through the dense forest. We checked our maps, made sure we had everything we needed, and set off into the wilderness. The trail started off easy enough, winding through a grove of ancient trees, their branches forming a natural canopy overhead. The air was cool, filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the only sounds were the crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant call of birds. It was perfect. About an hour into the hike, we came across something strange. The trail split into two, but only one path was marked on the map. The other seemed to lead deeper into the forest, its entrance partially obscured by overgrown bushes. Jake, always the adventurous one, suggested we take the unmarked path. It could be a shortcut, he said, a grin spreading across his face. Or maybe it leads to something cool that's not on the map. I was hesitant, but curiosity got the better of me, so we agreed to check it out. The path was narrow and winding, the trees growing thicker the further we went. It wasn't long before we stumbled upon an old, weathered signpost, the writing barely legible. Beware, it read, trespassers will be cursed. Jake laughed it off, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in the pit of my stomach. Something about the sign felt wrong, like it was a warning we shouldn't ignore. But Jake was already moving ahead, and I didn't want to be left behind, so I followed him. The path led us to a small clearing, and at the center of it was an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and vines. On the altar lay a small, intricately carved box, its surface adorned with strange symbols that I didn't recognize. Jake, always the thrill-seeker, walked right up to it and picked it up, turning it over in his hands. "This thing is awesome," he said, clearly excited. "I wonder what's inside." I told him to put it back, that we shouldn't mess with things we didn't understand, but he just shrugged me off. He pried open the box, and inside was a small metal pendant on a frayed cord. The pendant was shaped like a twisted figure, almost humanoid, but with elongated limbs and a face that seemed to be frozen in a silent scream. The moment Jake touched the pendant, I felt a cold breeze sweep through the clearing, even though the air had been still moments before. The trees around us seemed to close in, their branches creaking and groaning as if they were alive. "Jake, we need to leave," I said, my voice trembling. But he just waved me off, more fascinated by the pendant and by the strange atmosphere that had descended on us. He slipped the cord over his neck, and that's when everything went wrong. The sky, which had been clear and bright, suddenly darkened, and the air grew thick with an oppressive heaviness. The forest, once alive with the sounds of nature, fell deathly silent. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath. Jake started to sway on his feet, his eyes rolling back in his head. I rushed over to him, grabbing his shoulders, but he was ice cold to the touch. Jake, snap out of it," I shouted, but he didn't respond. His body convulsed, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. I frantically tried to wake him, but he was unresponsive. The pendant around his neck seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, glowing faintly in the dim light. I knew we had to get out of there, but I couldn't leave Jake behind. With all the strength I could muster, I hoisted him onto my shoulders and started back the way we had come. The forest seemed to have changed, the path twisting and turning in ways it hadn't before. Every step felt like a struggle, as if the very ground beneath my feet was trying to drag me down. I could hear whispers all around me, voices that seemed to come from the trees themselves, speaking in a language I didn't understand. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and the shadows seemed to move, closing in on us from all sides. I didn't know how long I walked, but it felt like hours, maybe even days. My muscles burned and my lungs screamed for air, but I couldn't stop. I had to keep going, had to get Jake to safety. Finally, I broke through the tree line and stumbled back onto the main trail. The moment I did, the oppressive feeling lifted, and the world seemed to snap back to normal. The sky was clear again, and the sounds of the forest returned as if nothing had happened. I laid Jake down and checked for a pulse. It was weak, but it was there. Relief washed over me, and I called for help on my satellite phone. Rescue teams arrived within an hour, and they airlifted Jake to the nearest hospital. I went with him, unable to shake the feeling that we had just escaped something far worse than we could comprehend. Jake was in a coma for 3 days. The doctors couldn't explain what had happened to him, but I knew it had something to do with that cursed pendant. When he finally woke up, he didn't remember anything about the hike or the pendant, but he wasn't the same. He was quieter, more withdrawn, and there was a haunted look in his eyes that never seemed to go away. I tried to forget what had happened, but the memory of that day lingered like a dark cloud over my mind. I haven't been back to the mountains since, and I don't think I ever will. Some things are better left untouched, and some paths are better left untraveled. The pendant, the cursed relic that started it all, was never found. The rescue team didn't see it when they found us, and I never saw it again. But sometimes in the dead of night I can still hear the whispers, faint and distant, calling out from the darkness. I don't know what they want, and I don't want to find out. All I know is that we were lucky to get out of there alive, and I'll never forget the lesson I learned that day. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some curses are better left alone. It was supposed to be just another night, another quiet shift in a job that paid little but offered the peace I'd been craving. I'd been working as a night security guard at the old Metro storage warehouse for about 6 months. The building was a massive, sprawling structure with rows upon rows of shelves stacked high with everything from office supplies to old furniture. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was easy money. My job was simple. Walk the perimeter, check the doors, make sure nothing was out of place, and most nights that was exactly what I did. I'd grab a cup of coffee from the break room, do my rounds, and then settle in the security desk, where I'd pass the time reading or watching videos on my phone. The warehouse was quiet at night, almost eerily so, the kind of quiet that made you acutely aware of every creak, every distant hum of machinery, every rustle of the wind against the metal walls. But I got used to it. I learned to ignore the strange noises that echoed through the vast, empty space, convincing myself they were just the building settling or a draft blowing through one of the many nooks and crannies. But there was one night I'll never forget, a night when the usual quiet became something more, something dark, something that still sends shivers down my spine every time I think about it. It started out like any other shift. I arrived at the warehouse at 10 p.m., greeted the day shift guard as he clocked out, and took my usual seat at the security desk. I spent the first hour of my shift scrolling through my phone, sipping on a cup of lukewarm coffee, and occasionally glancing at the security monitors. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual flickering images of empty corridors and silent storage rooms dotted around midnight, I decided to do my first round of the night. I grabbed my flashlight, clipped my radio to my belt, and headed out into the dimly lit expanse of the warehouse. The air inside was cool, almost chilly, and the fluorescent lights cast long, ominous shadows that seemed to dance and shift with every step I took. But again, this was nothing new. I'd done this walk hundreds of times, and nothing had ever happened. I started at the north end of the building, checking the main entrance and the loading docks. Everything was secure. As expected, I made my way down the long central corridor, my footsteps echoing off the concrete floor, the sound amplified in the stillness. As I walked, I felt the familiar sensation of being watched, an uneasy feeling that crept up my spine and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. But I shrugged it off. It was just my imagination, I told myself. Just the effects of too many late nights and too little sleep. I continued my rounds, checking each storage room and office as I went. The building was a labyrinth of narrow passageways and endless rows of shelves, all bathed in the sickly yellow glow of the overhead lights. The deeper I went into the warehouse, the quieter it became, until all I could hear was the sound of my own breathing and the soft thud of my boots on the floor. I was about halfway through my round when I noticed something odd. One of the storage rooms, room 3B, had its door slightly ajar. I frowned. I was certain I had locked that door when I did my round at the start of my shift. It was one of the rooms that held sensitive materials, documents, and records that needed to be kept secure. I approached the door cautiously, my hand instinctively reaching for the flashlight at my side. I pushed the door open with my foot, shining the light into the room. It was empty, just the usual rows of shelves lined with boxes and files. But something didn't feel right. The air in the room was colder than the rest of the warehouse, and there was a strange, musty smell that I hadn't noticed before. I stepped inside, sweeping the beam of my flashlight across the room. Everything seemed to be in place, but that nagging feeling of unease wouldn't go away. I walked to the back of the room, checking the shelves and making sure nothing had been disturbed. As I reached the far corner, I heard a soft rustling sound, like the pages of a book being turned. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The sound was faint, barely audible, but it was there. I slowly turned, shining my flashlight in the direction of the noise. The beam illuminated a stack of boxes, each labeled with neat, precise handwriting. I took a step closer, my heart pounding in my chest taut, and then I saw it. A shadow, dark and indistinct, flitting across the wall at the edge of my flashlight's beam. It was quick, almost too quick to be seen, but it was there. I jerked the light in its direction, but there was nothing, just the empty wall and the stacks of boxes. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. It was probably just a trick of the light, I told myself. Just my tired eyes playing tricks on me. But as I turned to leave the room, I heard it again, the rustling, closer this time, more insistent, and then a whisper, faint, barely more than a breath, but unmistakable. "Get out." The voice was cold, emotionless, and it sent a jolt of fear through me. I spun around, my flashlight sweeping the room, but there was nothing, no one, just the empty shelves and the suffocating silence. I backed out of the room, my heart racing, my mind struggling to make sense of what I had just heard. I slammed the door shut and quickly locked it, my hands shaking. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I didn't want to stay in that room any longer. I hurried back to the security desk, my nerves on edge, my mind racing with thoughts of what I had just experienced. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just the wind, or maybe a rodent scurrying through the walls. But deep down, I knew it was something more, something I couldn't explain. For the rest of the night, I stayed at the security desk, my eyes glued to the monitors, my ears straining to catch any sound, but the warehouse was silent, eerily so. I finished my shift without incident, but the unease lingered long after I had left the building. Over the next few nights, the strange occurrences became more frequent. Doors that I knew I had locked would be found open. Items would be moved, sometimes disappearing altogether, and always there was that feeling of being watched, of something unseen lurking in the shadows, just out of sight. One night, about a week after the first incident, I was doing my rounds when I heard footsteps behind me. They were slow, deliberate, echoing in the quiet of the warehouse. I stopped, turning quickly, but there was no one there. The corridor was empty. The only sound the faint hum of the overhead lights, but the footsteps continued. They were getting closer, the sound growing louder, more distinct. I backed away, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The footsteps stopped, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger, more oppressive, and then I saw it. A shadow, darker than the others, standing at the far end of the corridor. It was tall, its form vaguely human, but there was something wrong about it, something twisted, unnatural. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me with eyes that I couldn't see but could feel. I wanted to run, to get as far away from that place as possible, but my feet were rooted to the spot. I could feel the air growing colder, the lights flickering as the shadows slowly started to move toward me. "Leave now," a voice whispered in my ear, the same cold, emotionless voice I had heard in the storage room. "Leave, or you'll never leave." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing in the corridor as I sprinted back to the security desk. I grabbed my jacket, my keys, and didn't look back as I bolted out of the warehouse, the door slamming shut behind me. I quit the next day. I didn't give a reason, just handed in my resignation and walked away from that place for good. But the memory of those nights still haunts me. The image of that shadow burned into my mind. I don't know what it was that I encountered in that warehouse, but I know one thing: I was lucky to get out when I did. I've tried to move on, to forget about what happened, but it's not easy. Every time I close my eyes, I see that shadow, feel its eyes on me, hear the whisper in my ear. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and I'm alone in the dark, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for me to let my guard down. Because deep down, I know I escaped that night, but the shadow, the thing that stalked me in that warehouse, it's still out there. And one day, it might just come back for me. The first day I set foot in Hillcrest Hospital, I knew something wasn't right. It wasn't just the age of the building, or the way the shadows seemed to linger in the hallways longer than they should. There was a heaviness in the air, a feeling like the walls themselves were holding on to secrets too terrible to share. But as a new nurse fresh out of school, I chalked it up to nerves and the overwhelming responsibility of the job. The hospital had a reputation for being haunted, but most of the staff laughed it off as urban legend. I wasn't so sure. I'd been assigned to the night shift in the psychiatric wing, the one part of the hospital that even the most seasoned nurses didn't like to talk about. It was the kind of place where the lights never seemed to be bright enough, where the silence felt more like a warning than a reprieve. My first few nights were uneventful, mostly spent getting to know the routines and the patients. There were the usual cases: depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, but one patient stood out from the rest. Her name was Evelyn, a woman in her late 60s with a history of severe delusions and violent outbursts. The other nurses warned me to keep my distance, but I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She was alone with no family or friends to visit, and the sadness in her eyes was impossible to ignore. Evelyn's room was at the end of the hall, the furthest from the nurse's station. Every time I approached her door, I felt a cold draft, as if the temperature dropped the closer I got. Her room was always dim, the shadows in the corners darker than they had any right to be, and Evelyn would sit in the middle of her bed, rocking back and forth, whispering to herself. I never understood what she was saying, but I could tell she was terrified. She'd stare at the walls, her eyes wide with fear, as if she was seeing something the rest of us couldn't. One night, after a particularly quiet shift, I decided to check on Evelyn one last time before my break. As I reached her door, I heard her whispering, her voice frantic. I knocked softly before entering, but she didn't seem to notice me. She was staring at the far wall, her eyes wild, her hands clutching the bed sheet so tightly her knuckles were white. "Evelyn," I called gently, stepping closer. Her eyes darted to me, and for a moment I saw pure terror in them. She started to scream, a sound so piercing and filled with anguish that it sent chills down my spine. I rushed to her side, trying to calm her down, but she kept screaming, pointing at the wall, her words incoherent. I glanced at the wall, expecting to see nothing, but there was something there, something that made my blood run cold. The shadows on the wall, they were moving. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, maybe caused by the flickering bulb in the hallway. But no, these shadows had form and substance. They writhed and twisted, reaching out as if trying to pull themselves free from the wall. And then I saw faces in those shadows, distorted, anguished faces, mouths open in silent screams. My heart pounded in my chest as I pulled Evelyn away from the wall, trying to shield her from whatever was happening. She clung to me, her screams turning to sobs, and I could feel her body shaking uncontrollably. The room felt colder than ever, and the shadows on the wall grew darker, more solid. I fumbled for the call button, my hands trembling, but before I could press it, the shadows receded, melting back into the wall as if they'd never been there. The temperature in the room returned to normal, and Evelyn's sobs slowly quieted. She was still trembling, but the sheer terror in her eyes had faded to a dull, exhausted fear. I stayed with her until she finally fell asleep, my mind racing with what I had just seen. I wanted to believe it was a hallucination, maybe a result of working too many night shifts, but deep down I knew that wasn't the case. The next day I told the head nurse what had happened. She looked at me with a mix of concern and skepticism, but she didn't dismiss my story. Instead, she pulled me aside and told me something I'll never forget. "You're not the first to see them," she said quietly, "but it's best not to talk about it. Hillcrest has a history, and some things are better left in the past." She didn't say anything more, but I could see in her eyes that she knew more than she was letting on. The other nurses, too, seemed to avoid the topic whenever it came up. It was like an unspoken rule: don't talk about the shadows, don't acknowledge them, and maybe, just maybe, they'll leave you alone. But they didn't leave me alone. Over the next few weeks, the shadows became more frequent. I'd catch glimpses of them out of the corner of my eye, slithering along the walls, lurking in the corners of the rooms. The patients, especially the ones in the psychiatric wing, became more agitated, more fearful, as if they could sense the darkness that was closing in on them. Evelyn's condition worsened. She stopped talking, stopped eating, and spent her days huddled in the corner of her bed, eyes wide with fear. The doctors didn't know what to do, and the medication they gave her seemed to have no effect. One night, as I was making my rounds, I heard a commotion coming from Evelyn's room. I rushed to her door, dreading what I might find. When I opened the door, the sight that greeted me was like something out of a nightmare. Evelyn was standing in the middle of the room, Her eyes rolled back in her head, her mouth moving as if she was speaking, but no sound came out. The shadows were all around her, swirling and writhing, almost as if they were alive. And then they started to close in on her. I ran towards her, but it was like moving through molasses. The air was thick and heavy, and every step felt like a struggle. The shadows wrapped around Evelyn, pulling her towards the wall. She didn't scream, didn't fight back. She just stood there, as if resigned to her fate. I reached out to grab her, to pull her away from whatever was happening, but it was too late. The shadows engulfed her, and she disappeared into the wall. I stood there, staring at the spot where she had just been, my mind struggling to comprehend what I had just witnessed. The room was silent, the shadows gone, but the cold, oppressive feeling remained. I never saw Evelyn again. The official report said she had a psychotic break and wandered off into the night, but I knew the truth. The shadows had taken her, just like they had taken others before her. I transferred out of Hillcrest Hospital not long after that. I couldn't stay there, not with the memories of what I had seen, what I had lost. But even now, years later, I can't escape the feeling that they're still out there, lurking in the dark corners of forgotten places, waiting for the next unfortunate soul to stumble across them. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I can still see them, those writhing, twisted shadows, and the faces of those they've claimed, trapped forever in a place where the light can't reach. The summer before my senior year in college, I decided to take a solo camping trip. I had always been a bit of a loner, enjoying the peace and solitude that nature offered. Red Rock Woods, a dense forest known for its towering pines and deep, hidden valleys, seemed like the perfect place to escape the stress of city life. I packed my gear, loaded up my old Jeep, and set off early in the morning, eager for a weekend of peace and quiet. The drive took about 3 hours, winding through the countryside before finally reaching the edge of the forest. The entrance to Red Rock Woods was marked by a small, weathered sign that creaked in the wind. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, noting the lack of other vehicles. It was early in the season, and I figured most people were still waiting for the peak of summer before heading out to the woods. That was fine by me. I preferred the isolation. I grabbed my backpack and headed down the narrow trail that led into the heart of the forest. The path was well worn, but the dense undergrowth on either side seemed to close in on me as I walked deeper into the woods. The air was cool and damp, the smell of pine and earth filling my lungs. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the occasional rustle of animals in the bushes. After about an hour of hiking, I reached a small clearing near a babbling creek. It was the perfect spot to set up camp. I pitched my tent, gathered some firewood, and set about making a small fire. As the flames crackled and popped, I sat back and took in the serenity of the place. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the clearing. I felt a sense of contentment that I hadn't experienced in a long time, but as the darkness grew, so did a feeling of unease. It started as a subtle sense that something was watching me, hidden in the trees just beyond the light of the fire. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each passing minute. I tried to distract myself by cooking dinner, but every time I looked up from the fire, I could have sworn I saw movement in the shadows. A quick, fleeting glimpse of something large and dark moving between the trees. My heart began to race, and I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, straining to see into the inky blackness beyond the fiery dot as the night wore on. The forest seemed to come alive with sounds, branches snapping, leaves rustling, the distant cry of some unknown animal. But these were not the usual sounds of the woods. They were deliberate, calculated, as if something was stalking me, toying with me. I tried to convince myself it was just a bear or a deer, curious about the fire. But deep down, I knew it was something else, something that didn't belong in these woods, something that was watching me with malicious intent. Around midnight, the noises stopped. The silence was sudden and absolute, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. I sat by the fire, gripping my hunting knife, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, waiting for something, anything to happen. When we first saw the house, it seemed like a dream come true, nestled at the end of a long, winding dirt road, surrounded by thick woods and a babbling creek. Hollow Creek House was everything we'd ever wanted, a place to raise our kids, far from the chaos of the city, where the air was clean and the nights were quiet. The real estate agent had been a bit vague about the house's history, but the price was right, and we were eager to leave the hustle and bustle behind. We didn't question why such a beautiful property had been on the market for so long. In hindsight, we should have. Moving day was hectic, but we finally got everything inside and settled down for our first night in our new home. The kids, Ella and Josh, were excited, racing from room to room, exploring every nook and cranny. My wife, Sarah, and I were exhausted but happy, thrilled to be starting this new chapter in our lives. The first few nights passed without incident. The house was old, and it creaked and groaned as it settled, but that was to be expected. We spent our days unpacking and getting to know the property, exploring the woods, and finding new places to play by the creek. It was idyllic, like something out of a storybook. But then strange things began to happen. It started small. Doors that we knew we had closed would be found open, lights flickering even though the bulbs were brand new, and a persistent feeling of being watched, especially at night. The kids started waking up in the middle of the night, complaining of bad dreams. Ella, our youngest, said she kept seeing a shadowy figure standing in the corner of her room. We chalked it up to the stress of the move, reassuring her that it was just her imagination. But the more we reassured her, the more insistent she became. Josh, too, started to complain about the house. He said he didn't like going down to the basement because it felt weird. I couldn't argue with him. There was something about that basement that made my skin crawl. It was cold and damp, even in the middle of summer, and the air felt thick, like it was pressing down on you. But I told him not to worry, that there was nothing down there but old pipes and dusty boxes. Then, one night, Sarah and I were awoken by a loud crash from downstairs. We rushed down to find the kitchen in disarray, cabinets flung open, dishes shattered on the floor, and a cold breeze blowing through the room. The back door was wide open, swinging gently on its hinges. I checked every window and door, but there was no sign of forced entry, no sign that anyone had been there but us. We were rattled, but we tried to stay calm, telling ourselves it was just the wind or maybe an animal that had somehow gotten inside. But deep down, we both knew something was wrong. The activity in the house escalated quickly after that. Shadows flitted through the corners of our vision, low whispers that seemed to come from nowhere, and the feeling that we were never truly alone. The children's nightmares became more frequent, and Ella's insistence that she was seeing someone in her room grew more desperate. We were on edge, snapping at each other, our nerves frayed by the constant tension. One evening I was outside chopping wood when I saw something that made my blood run cold. Standing at the edge of the woods, just beyond the creek, was a figure, a tall, thin man in what looked like old-fashioned clothing. He was just standing there, staring at me, his face hidden in shadow. I dropped the axe and called out to him, but he didn't move, didn't react in any way. My heart pounded as I took a step forward, and that's when he disappeared, fading into the trees like a wisp of smoke. I stood there, frozen, my mind racing to make sense of what I had just seen. I didn't tell Sarah about it. I didn't want to scare her more than she already was. But that night, as we sat in the living room, I could tell she knew something was wrong. There was a heaviness in the air, a feeling like we were being watched from the shadows just beyond the firelight. That's when the smell started. It was faint at first, like something rotten, something decaying, wafting through the house. We searched everywhere but couldn't find the source. The smell grew stronger each day, until it permeated every room, making it nearly impossible to stay inside. The kids refused to sleep in their rooms, and I didn't blame them. We all started sleeping in the living room, the only place where the smell wasn't as strong, huddled together on the couch. One night, as we lay there in the dark, I heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs, slow, deliberate, getting closer and closer. My heart raced as I sat up, listening, straining to see in the dim light. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs, just outside the living room. I held my breath, waiting, but there was nothing, just silence. I don't know what possessed me, but I got up and crept towards the stairs, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. I peered up into the darkness, and there, at the top of the stairs, was the figure, the same one I had seen by the creek. He was closer now, and I could see his face, a twisted, grotesque mask of rage and pain. He opened his mouth, and a low, guttural sound filled the air, a sound that made my blood run cold. I stumbled back, nearly falling as I scrambled to get away, but when I looked again, he was gone. The next day I called a priest. I didn't care if it sounded crazy. I was desperate. The priest arrived that afternoon, an older man with a kind face and a calm demeanor. He listened as I told him everything that had happened, nodding slowly, his expression grave. "This house is cursed," he said simply. "There is a darkness here, a presence that has taken root. It will not leave easily." He performed a blessing, walking through each room, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. The air in the house seemed to grow heavier with each word he spoke, the shadows deepening, pressing in around us. And then, just as he finished the final prayer, the house shook. A deep, rumbling sound echoed through the walls, and the lights flickered, then went out. We stood in the darkness, holding our breath, waiting for something to happen. But there was nothing, just an oppressive silence. The priest left shortly after, his face pale and drawn. "You must leave this place," he warned. "The curse is strong, and I fear it will not be broken easily." We didn't need to be told twice. We packed what we could and left Hollow Creek House that same night, driving away with no destination in mind, just wanting to get as far from that cursed place as possible. We never went back. The house still stands, abandoned and overgrown, a dark stain on the landscape. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed, if we had tried to fight whatever evil had taken hold of that place. But I'm glad we didn't, because every now and then I dream of that house, of the shadows that move on their own, of the smell of death that filled the air, and of the figure that stood at the top of the stairs, watching, waiting. And when I wake up, drenched in sweat, I can still hear the echo of those footsteps following me even now. When we first saw the house, it seemed like a dream come true, nestled at the end of a long, winding dirt road, surrounded by thick woods and a babbling creek. Hollow Creek House was everything we'd ever wanted, a place to raise our kids, far from the chaos of the city, where the air was clean and the nights were quiet. The real estate agent had been a bit vague about the house's history, but the price was right, and we were eager to leave the hustle and bustle behind. We didn't question why such a beautiful property had been on the market for so long. In hindsight, we should have. Moving day was hectic, but we finally got everything inside and settled down for our first night in our new home. The kids, Ella and Josh, were excited, racing from room to room, exploring every nook and cranny. My wife, Sarah, and I were exhausted but happy, thrilled to be starting this new chapter in our lives. The first few nights passed without incident. The house was old, and it creaked and groaned as it settled, but that was to be expected. We spent our days unpacking and getting to know the property, exploring the woods, and finding new places to play by the creek. It was idyllic, like something out of a storybook. But then strange things began to happen. It started small doors that we knew we had closed would be found open, lights flickering even though the bulbs were brand new, and a persistent feeling of being watched, especially at night. The kids started waking up in the middle of the night, complaining of bad dreams. Ella, our youngest, said she kept seeing a shadowy figure standing in the corner of her room. We chalked it up to the stress of the move, reassuring her that it was just her imagination, but the more we reassured her, the more insistent she became. Josh, too, started to complain about the house. He said he didn't like going down to the basement because it felt weird. I couldn't argue with him. There was something about that basement that made my skin crawl. It was cold and damp, even in the middle of summer, and the air felt thick, like it was pressing down on you. But I told him not to worry, that there was nothing down there but old pipes and dusty boxes. Then, one night, Sarah and I were awoken by a loud crash from downstairs. We rushed down to find the kitchen in disarray, cabinets flung open, dishes shatter on the floor, and a cold breeze blowing through the room. The back door was wide open, swinging gently on its hinges. I checked every window and door, but there was no sign of forced entry, no sign that anyone had been there but us. We were rattled, but we tried to stay calm, telling ourselves it was just the wind or maybe an animal that had somehow gotten inside. But deep down, we both knew something was wrong. The activity in the house escalated quickly after that. Shadows flitted through the corners of our vision, low whispers that seemed to come from nowhere, and the feeling that we were never truly alone. The children's nightmares became more frequent, and Ella's insistence that she was seeing someone in her room grew more desperate. We were on edge, snapping at each other, our nerves frayed by the constant tension. One evening I was outside chopping wood when I saw something that made my blood run cold. Standing at the edge of the woods, just beyond the creek, was a figure, a tall, thin man in what looked like old-fashioned clothing. He was just standing there, staring at me, his face hidden in shadow. I dropped the axe and called out to him, but he didn't move, didn't react in any way. My heart pounded as I took a step forward, and that's when he disappeared, fading into the trees like a wisp of smoke. I stood there, frozen, my mind racing to make sense of what I had just seen. I didn't tell Sarah about it. I didn't want to scare her more than she already was. But that night, as we sat in the living room, I could tell she knew something was wrong. There was a heaviness in the air, a feeling like we were being watched from the shadows just beyond the firelight. That's when the smell started. It was faint at first, like something rotten, something decaying, wafting through the house. We searched everywhere but couldn't find the source. The smell grew stronger each day until it permeated every room, making it nearly impossible to stay inside. The kids refused to sleep in their rooms, and I didn't blame them. We all started sleeping in the living room, the only place where the smell wasn't as strong, huddled together on the couch. One night, as we lay there in the dark, I heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs, slow, deliberate, getting closer and closer. My heart raced as I sat up, listening, straining to see in the dim light. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs, just outside the living room. I held my breath, waiting, but there was nothing, just silence. I don't know what possessed me, but I got up and crept towards the stairs, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. I peered up into the darkness, and there, at the top of the stairs, was the figure, the same one I had seen by the creek. He was closer now, and I could see his face a twisted, grotesque mask of rage and pain. He opened his mouth, and a low, guttural sound filled the air, a sound that made my blood run cold. I stumbled back, nearly falling as I scrambled to get away, but when I looked again, he was gone. The next day I called a priest. I didn't care if it sounded crazy. I was desperate. The priest arrived that afternoon, an older man with a kind face and a calm demeanor. He listened as I told him everything that had happened, nodding slowly, his expression grave. "This house is cursed," he said simply. "There is a darkness here, a presence that has taken root. It will not leave easily." He performed a blessing, walking through each room, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. The air in the house seemed to grow heavier with each word he spoke, the shadows deepening, pressing in around us. And then, just as he finished the final prayer, the house shook. A deep, rumbling sound echoed through the walls, and the lights flickered, then went out. We stood in the darkness, holding our breath, waiting for something to happen. But there was nothing, just an oppressive silence. The priest left shortly after, his face pale and drawn. "You must leave this place," he warned. "The curse is strong, and I fear it will not be broken easily." We didn't need to be told twice. We packed what we could and left Hollow Creek House that same night, driving away with no destination in mind, just wanting to get as far from that cursed place as possible. We never went back. The house still stands, abandoned and overgrown, a dark stain on the landscape. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed, if we had tried to fight whatever evil had taken hold of that place. But I'm glad we didn't, because every now and then I dream of that house, of the shadows that move on their own, of the smell of death that filled the air, and of the figure that stood at the top of the stairs, watching, waiting. And when I wake up, drenched in sweat, I can still hear the echo of those footsteps following me even now. Elkmont, Tennessee is known for its serene beauty. Nestled within the Great Smoky Mountains, the park draws visitors from all over who come to hike, camp, and take in the breathtaking scenery. But as a park ranger, I know there's more to Elkmont than meets the eye. There are places within those woods that few people know about, places that even seasoned hikers avoid. I've spent over 15 years patrolling those trails, keeping visitors safe, and making sure nature is respected. But there's one night that still haunts me, a night that changed how I see those mountains forever. It was late October, and the park was quieter than usual. The summer crowds had gone, leaving behind a calm stillness that settled over the land. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth. I was on the night shift, a routine patrol that I had done countless times before, but this night was different. It was colder than usual, the wind biting through my jacket as I drove along the narrow, winding roads that crisscrossed the park. The headlights of my Jeep cut through the darkness, casting long, eerie shadows across the trees. The radio was silent, a rarity on such a long shift, but I didn't mind the quiet. It gave me time to think, to reflect on the years I had spent in these woods. As I drove deeper into the park, I decided to take a detour. There was an old, abandoned logging camp not far from where I was, a place that had been left to rot decades ago. It wasn't on any official map, just a forgotten corner of the park that few people knew about. The locals called it Ghost Camp because of the stories, tales of strange lights, voices in the woods, and the feeling of being watched. I'd been there a few times during the day, but never at night. Something compelled me to check it out, a nagging curiosity that I couldn't shake. The road to Ghost Camp was barely more than a dirt path, overgrown with weeds and littered with fallen branches. I had to slow down to a crawl, the Jeep's tires crunching over the debris. The trees seemed to close in around me, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands. As I neared the camp, the air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to deepen, pressing in from all sides. When I reached the clearing where the camp stood, I parked the Jeep and killed the engine. The silence was immediate and overwhelming, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out, the cold biting into my skin as I made my way toward the dilapidated buildings. The camp was a cluster of old wooden shacks, their roofs caved in and their walls sagging with age. The wind whistled through the cracks, carrying with it the faint smell of decay. I shone my flashlight across the camp, the beam cutting through the darkness. Everything was still, but there was a heaviness in the air, a sense of something waiting just beyond the reach of the light. I walked slowly, the crunch of dead leaves beneath my boots the only sound. I checked each building, one by one, finding nothing but old, rusted tools and decaying furniture. But as I approached the last shack, I felt a sudden wave of unease. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and I had the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone. I hesitated, my flashlight beam wavering as I scanned the area. That's when I heard it, a low, almost imperceptible whisper, carried on the wind. It was so faint that I thought I might have imagined it, but then I heard it again, clearer this time, a voice, soft and mournful, calling out from the darkness. "Help me!" My heart raced, the sound sending a chill down my spine. I turned in a slow circle, my flashlight sweeping across the trees, but there was no one there. The voice came again, closer now, as if whoever it was standing right next to me. "Help me!" I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. I knew these woods better than anyone, knew every trail, every landmark, but this was something different. I forced myself to move forward, stepping up to the door of the last shack. The wood was old and brittle, creaking under my weight as I pushed it open. The inside was dark, the smell of rot and mildew overwhelming. I swept the flashlight around the room, revealing broken furniture and a crumbling fireplace. But there was something else, something that made my blood run cold. Scrawled across the walls in what looked like dark, dried paint were words, desperate, pleading words. "Help me, they're coming. Can't escape, please." My heart pounded in my chest as I read the words, a sense of dread settling over me. The voice came again, louder now, echoing through the shack, "Help me." I spun around, shining the flashlight toward the corner of the room, and that's when I saw it. A figure huddled in the corner, barely visible in the dim light. It was a man, his clothes torn and dirty, his face pale and gaunt. His eyes were wide with fear, his hands clutching something tightly to his chest. "Help me," he whispered, his voice trembling. I took a step closer, my mind racing. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The man didn't answer. He just stared at me, his eyes filled with a terror that I couldn't comprehend. Then, in one swift movement, he held out what he had been clutching to his chest. It was a book, old and tattered, its pages yellowed with age. "Take it," he said, his voice urgent. "You have to take it." I hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took the book from him. The moment it touched my hands, a chill ran through my body, and the room seemed to grow darker. The man's eyes locked onto mine, and he whispered, "It's the only way. You have to stop them." Before I could ask him what he meant, the shack was suddenly filled with a deafening roar, like the sound of 1,000 voices screaming in unison. The walls shook, dust and debris raining down from the ceiling. I stumbled back, clutching the book to my chest, my flashlight flickering as the room plunged into darkness. The roar grew louder, the ground trembling beneath my feet. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, the only sound my own ragged breathing. I stood there, frozen, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. When I finally gathered the courage to move, I shone the flashlight toward the corner where the man had been. But he was gone. The shack was empty, the air heavy with an oppressive silence. I didn't waste any time. I bolted out of the shack, the cold night air hitting me like a slap in the face. I ran to the jeep, my heart racing, the book clutched tightly in my hands. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was safely back at the ranger station. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat at my desk, staring at the book, trying to make sense of what had happened. The cover was worn and faded, the pages filled with strange symbols and writings in a language I didn't understand. But there was one page, near the middle of the book, that was different. It had a drawing, a crude, almost childlike sketch of a group of figures standing in the woods, their eyes black and empty. And beneath the drawing, and shaky scroll handwriting, were the words, "They come at night." I knew then that the man I had seen wasn't just some lost hiker or camper. He was something else, something that had been trapped in those woods for who knows how long. And the book. It was a warning, a plea for help from someone who'd seen the darkness that lurked in Elkmont. I turned in the book to the authorities, but they dismissed it as a hoax, a prank played by some overzealous ghost hunter. But I know better. I've seen those woods at night. I've heard the voices, felt the presence that stalks the trees, and I know that whatever is out there, it's still waiting, still watching. I left my job as a park ranger not long after that night. I couldn't stay, not after what I'd experienced. But even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that something from those woods followed me home. And every time I close my eyes, I see those figures standing in the shadows, their empty eyes staring back at me, waiting for the night to fall. It was the summer of 1996, and I had just moved into a small, two-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of town. The house wasn't anything special, a bit old and creaky, with peeling wallpaper and a yard that needed serious work, but it was mine, and I was proud of it. I had saved up for years, working extra shifts at the diner, and now, finally, I had a place to call my own. The first few weeks were uneventful. I spent most of my time cleaning, painting, and unpacking, slowly turning the house into a home. My neighbors were friendly enough, though they mostly kept to themselves. The couple next door, Mr. and Mrs. Harper, were in their 70s and rarely left the house. Across the street was a young family with 2 small children, and a few houses down lived a middle-aged man named Carl, who always seemed to be working on his car in the driveway. It was a quiet, sleepy street, exactly what I had been looking for. But then things started to change. It began with the noises, strange, unexplainable sounds that seemed to come from the attic late at night. At first I thought it was just the house settling, or maybe a raccoon that had found its way in. But the sounds were too deliberate, too rhythmic, like footsteps pacing back and forth across the floor above my head. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the noises continued, growing louder and more persistent with each passing night. It was always the same. Around midnight, the footsteps would start, slow and deliberate, moving from one end of the attic to the other. They would last for hours, sometimes until dawn, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't sleep through them. After about a week of sleepless nights, I decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight and a baseball bat, I climbed the narrow, creaky stairs to the attic. The air was thick with dust, and the wooden floorboards groaned under my weight. The attic was empty, just a few old boxes and some forgotten furniture covered in cobwebs. I searched every corner, checked every nook and cranny, but found nothing that could explain the noises. I went back downstairs, feeling foolish. It had to be the house settling, I told myself, or maybe just the wind. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The next night, the footsteps returned, louder than ever. They seemed to echo through the house, filling every room with a sense of dread that I couldn't shake. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the relentless pacing above me, my heart racing with fear. I wanted to leave, to run out of the house, and never look back. But I couldn't. This was my home, and I wasn't about to let some strange noises drive me away. The following day, I mentioned the noises to Mr. Harper while I was out in the yard. He listened quietly, his face unreadable, before finally speaking. "You should have the attic checked," he said, his voice low and serious. "Houses this old, sometimes they have problems." "What kind of problems?" I asked, but he just shook his head and walked away without another word. That night, the footsteps were louder than ever, almost frantic, as if something or someone was trapped up there, desperate to get out. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and the bat, and once again made my way up to the attic. But this time I wasn't alone. As I reached the top of the stairs, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the room. It was tall and gaunt, its face hidden in the shadows. My heart stopped, and I froze, the flashlight shaking in my hand. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me. I don't know how long we stood there, staring at each other in the dim light of the attic. It could have been seconds, or it could have been hours. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but nothing made sense. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear. And then, without warning, the figure lunged at me. I stumbled backward, barely managing to stay on my feet as I swung the bat wildly in front of me. The figure dodged, moving with unnatural speed and grace, its movements fluid and almost inhuman. I could hear its ragged breathing, feel the cold air that seemed to emanate from it as it closed in on me. I swung the bat again, and this time I connected. There was a sickening thud as the bat struck the figure's head, and it crumpled to the floor. I stood there, panting, my heart pounding in my chest, staring down at the motionless body. My mind was racing, trying to comprehend what had just happened, but it was all a blur. I was in shock, unable to process the events that had just unfolded. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the figure, the flashlight beam shaking in my trembling hand. As I drew closer, the details of the figure became clearer. It was a man, his face gaunt and pale, his eyes wide open and staring blankly up at the ceiling. He was dressed in dirty, tattered clothes, and his skin was stretched tight over his bones, giving him a skeletal appearance. He looked like he hadn't eaten in weeks, maybe months, but the most disturbing thing was the expression on his face. Even in death, his face was twisted into a look of pure, unadulterated terror, as if he had seen something so horrifying that it had driven him to madness. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was this man? How had he gotten into my attic? And what had he seen that had terrified him so? I didn't have time to think. I needed to get out of the house, needed to call the police. I turned and fled down the stairs, my heart racing as I fumbled for my phone. But when I reached the bottom, I stopped dead in my tracks. Standing in the middle of my living room, locking the front door, was another figure. This one was smaller, more hunched over, its face obscured by a tangle of dirty hair. It was muttering to itself, a low, guttural sound that sent chills down my spine, that my breath caught in my throat as I slowly backed away, trying to stay as quiet as possible. But the figure heard me. It turned its head, and for the first time I saw its face. It was a woman, or at least what had once been a woman. Her skin was pale and sickly, her eyes sunken deep into her skull. She stared at me with a look of such intense hatred that I felt my blood run cold. I turned and bolted for the back door, but before I could reach it, she was on me. She moved with inhuman speed, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me back toward the living room. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but her grip was like iron. She dragged me across the floor, her muttering growing louder, more frantic. I caught snippets of words. He saw the darkness. We mustn't let them out. But it was all gibberish, nonsensical ramblings of a mad woman. I managed to twist free, scrambling to my feet and grabbing a nearby lamp. I swung it at her with all my might, the base connecting with her head with a sickening crunch. She collapsed to the floor, her body twitching spasmodically as I stood over her, gasping for breath. I didn't waste any more time. I ran for the door, flinging it open and sprinting out into the night. I didn't stop running until I reached the Harper's house, pounding on the door and screaming for help. The police arrived within minutes, but by the time they searched my house, there was no sign of the man or the woman. The attic was empty, the living room spotless, as if nothing had ever happened. They searched the entire house, top to bottom, but found no evidence of the intruders. No footprints, no bloodstains, nothing. I told them everything about the noises, the figures in the attic, the attack, but they didn't believe me. They thought I was crazy, imagining things. But I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. I couldn't stay in that house after that. I sold it within a week, moving in with my sister until I could find somewhere else to live. But the memories of that night still haunt me. I can't explain what happened, can't rationalize the things I saw. All I know is that something was in that house, something evil, something that drove those people to madness. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear the footsteps, pacing back and forth, just beyond the edge of sleep. The town of Hollow Ridge wasn't much to look at, just a few dusty streets lined with old brick buildings, most of them long abandoned. The town had seen better days, that much was clear. It was one of those places you might pass through without a second glance, barely a dot on the map. But there was one place in Hollow Ridge that no one could ignore, the church. Hollow Ridge Church stood at the edge of town, its tall spire reaching into the sky like a warning finger. The building was old, built sometime in the 1800s, with crumbling stone walls and a roof that sagged under the weight of time. But it wasn't the age of the church that kept people away. It was the stories. People said the church was cursed, that it was a place of darkness. Over the years, there had been countless reports of strange happenings, objects moving on their own, eerie voices echoing through the empty halls, and shadows that seemed to come alive. Some even claimed that people who entered the church were never the same afterward, as if something inside had taken hold of them. I didn't believe in any of that, of course. I was a man of reason, a journalist by trade, and I prided myself on my ability to separate fact from fiction. So when I heard about the church and the supposed curse, I saw it as nothing more than an opportunity to debunk some local superstition. I decided to spend a night inside the church, to document what I found and put the rumors to rest once and for all. I arrived in Hollow Ridge on a crisp autumn afternoon, the sun low in the sky. The town was quiet, almost too quiet, as if it had been forgotten by the rest of the world. The locals eyed me warily as I passed, their faces a mixture of curiosity and fear. They knew why I was there, and they didn't like it. The church loomed over the town like a specter, its shadow stretching long across the ground. As I approached, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. The air seemed to grow colder the closer I got, and the wind picked up, howling through the trees like a mournful wail. I pushed open the heavy wooden doors and stepped inside. The air was thick with dust, and the floor creaked under my feet. The interior of the church was just as dilapidated as the outside. Pews lay overturned, windows were shattered, and the altar was covered in a thick layer of grime. But there was something else, something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was as if the very air was charged with a malevolent energy, something dark and oppressive that seemed to seep into my bones. I shook off the feeling and set to work, setting up my camera and recording equipment. I planned to document everything, to capture any evidence of the so-called haunting. But as the sun set and the church was plunged into darkness, I began to feel uneasy. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional creak of the building settling. I tried to focus on my work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It started with small things at first, shadows flickering at the edge of my vision, a faint whisper that I couldn't quite make out. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting the stories get to me. But then the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath in the air. The cold was unnatural, biting through my clothes and chilling me to the core. I checked my equipment, but everything seemed to be in working order. I tried to ignore the growing sense of dread that gnawed at the edges of my mind, but it was becoming harder with each passing minute. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if something was trying to communicate with me. I decided to take a break, to step outside and clear my head. But as I reached for the door, it wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, but it was as if the door was fused to the frame. Panic began to set in as I realized I was trapped. And then the whispers stopped, replaced by a deep, guttural voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It spoke in a language I didn't understand, the words harsh and grating. My heart pounded in my chest as I spun around, searching for the source of the voice. But there was nothing there, just darkness. Suddenly the church was filled with a blinding light. I shielded my eyes, stumbling backward as the light grew brighter and brighter. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light was gone, leaving me in total darkness. I stood there, my heart racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But before I could collect my thoughts, the voice returned, louder this time, and filled with a rage that shook me to my core. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in fear, as the voice ranted and raved in that strange, incomprehensible language. But eventually it began to change. The words became slower, more deliberate, and I started to recognize them. It was speaking English now, but the voice was different, calm, almost soothing. "You shouldn't have come here," it said, the words echoing through the empty church. "This place is not for the living." I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. My throat was dry and my mind was racing. I didn't know what to do, didn't know how to respond. All I could do was stand there, paralyzed by fear. "You are trespassing," the voice continued, "and you will pay the price." Suddenly, the room was filled with a deafening roar, like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. The walls began to shake, and the floor beneath me buckled as if the very earth was trying to swallow me whole. I dropped to my knees, covering my ears as the noise grew louder and louder, until I thought my head would explode. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the noise stopped. The church was silent once again, but the air was thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. I didn't have time to react before I was thrown backward, slamming into the wall with enough force to knock the breath out of me. I struggled to get to my feet, but it was like something was holding me down, pinning me in place. The voice returned, but it was different now, colder, more menacing. "You belong to us now," it said, and I felt a cold, clammy hand wrap around my throat. I gasped for air, clawing at the invisible hand that was choking the life out of me, but it was no use. My vision began to blur, and the edges of my world started to go dark. Just when I thought I was going to die, the grip loosened, and I fell to the floor, coughing and gasping for air. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't support me. I could feel the presence all around me, closing in, suffocating me with its darkness. I crawled toward the door, my hands trembling as I reached for the handle. It turned easily this time, and I stumbled out into the night, collapsing on the ground outside. I don't know how long I lay there, staring up at the sky, trying to catch my breath. But eventually, I managed to get to my feet and staggered away from the church. Never looking back, I left Hollow Ridge the next morning, my mind still reeling from what had happened. I tried to write about it, to document the experience, but every time I tried to put it into words, the memories would overwhelm me, filling me with a terror that I couldn't shake. I never went back to Hollow Ridge, and I never set foot in another church again. I don't know what I encountered in that place, but I know one thing for sure: there are some places in this world that are better left alone. The long-haul trucking life isn't for everyone. It's a lonely job, with hours upon hours of solitude on the open road. But for me, it was the only life I knew. I've been driving rigs across the country for nearly 20 years, and in that time, I've seen it all: bad weather, crazy drivers, and enough roadside diners to last a lifetime. But nothing prepared me for what happened on that stretch of highway between Arizona and Nevada. It was supposed to be a routine job, just another haul from Phoenix to Las Vegas. I was hauling a load of electronics, nothing special, but the money was good, and I needed to pay off some bills. The trip started like any other. I left Phoenix in the late afternoon, the sun dipping low in the sky as I merged onto the interstate. The highway was quiet, with only a few cars and trucks sharing the road. I settled in for the long drive, my mind wandering as the miles ticked by. By the time night fell, I was somewhere in the middle of the desert, a landscape around me a vast, empty expanse of sand and rock. The only light came from my headlights, illuminating the road ahead in a narrow beam. The sky was clear, the stars scattered like diamonds across the black canvas of night. I was making good time, the hum of the engine and the rhythm of the road lulling me into a state of relaxed focus. That's when I saw a figure standing on the side of the road, just at the edge of my headlights. At first I thought it was a hitchhiker, but as I got closer, I realized it was a woman. She was standing perfectly still, her long hair blowing in the wind, her eyes locked onto my truck as I approached. There was something off about her, something that sent a shiver down my spine. I slowed down, my instincts telling me to stop, but something else, something deeper telling me to keep going. Against my better judgment, I pulled over, the tires of my rig crunching on the gravel shoulder. The woman didn't move, just stood there, staring at me with those piercing eyes. I rolled down the window, leaning out to get a better look. "You okay, ma'am?" I called out. She didn't answer right away, just kept staring at me with those eyes. Then, in a voice that was barely more than a whisper, she said, "I need help." There was something in her voice, something that tugged at my heart. I'd seen my share of lost souls on the road, people who had nowhere to go, nothing left to lose. But this was different. This woman wasn't just lost, she was desperate. I couldn't just leave her there, so I got out of the truck and walked over to her. Up close, she looked even more fragile than I had thought. Her clothes were dirty and torn, her skin pale and sickly. But it was her eyes that caught me off guard. There was a sadness in them, a deep, aching sorrow that seemed to reach out and wrap around me. "What happened to you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. She looked down at her hands, and that's when I saw a ring, old and tarnished, wrapped tightly around her finger. It didn't look like it belonged to her, like it was something ancient, something that had been passed down through generations. "It's the ring," she said, her voice trembling. "It's cursed." I frowned, not sure if I'd heard her right. "Cursed," she nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. "I found it in an old pawn shop in Flagstaff. The owner warned me not to buy it, said it was cursed, but I didn't believe him. I thought it was just a story, just some old superstition. But as soon as I put it on, things started happening, terrible things. I didn't know what to say. I wasn't one to believe in curses or ghosts or any of that stuff, but there was something in her eyes that made me pause, something that told me she believed every word she was saying. I tried to take it off," she continued, her voice shaking, "but it won't come off. It's like it's stuck to my skin, like it's part of me now. And every time I try, something terrible happens. The people I love, they're all gone. It's my fault, the ring. It won't let me go." I looked at the ring, a sense of unease creeping into my chest. I'd heard stories about cursed objects before, but I'd always dismissed them as nonsense. But standing there, in the middle of the desert, with this woman who seemed so broken, I wasn't so sure anymore. "Maybe I can help," I said, though I had no idea how. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "No one can help me. It's too late. But maybe you can help yourself. Don't take it. Don't let it take you." I didn't understand what she meant, but before I could ask, she grabbed my hand, pressing something cold and hard into my palm. It was the ring. I looked down at it, shock running through me. "Wait," I started, but she was already backing away, her eyes filled with fear. "I'm sorry," she whispered, and then she turned and ran into the darkness, disappearing into the night before I could stop her. I stood there, the ring clutched in my hand, not sure what to do. Part of me wanted to throw it away, to get rid of it as fast as I could. But another part of me, the part that had been raised to never turn my back on someone in need, felt compelled to keep it, to figure out what had happened to that woman and how to stop it. I got back into my truck, my mind racing, the ring heavy in my pocket. As I drove, strange things started to happen. The radio, which had been playing static, suddenly switched to an old country station, the music crackling through the speakers. The air in the cab grew colder, and I could swear I heard whispers, faint and distant, but growing louder. With every mile, the road stretched out before me, dark and endless, the desert around me a shadowy blur. My hands gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, as the feeling of unease grew stronger. And then the headlights flickered just for a moment, but long enough to send a jolt of fear through me. I glanced at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see anything out of the ordinary, but the road behind me was empty, just as it had been for the past few hours. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something or someone was out there, watching, waiting. The ring seemed to grow heavier in my pocket, its presence a constant reminder of the woman and her story. I wanted to believe it was just a coincidence, that everything that was happening could be explained away, but deep down I knew better. By the time I reached the outskirts of Las Vegas, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I found a truck stopped just off the highway and pulled in, needing a break from the road. The place was nearly empty, just a few other rigs parked in the lot and a tired-looking waitress inside the diner. I went in, ordered a cup of coffee, and tried to clear my head. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about the ring, about the woman and her haunted eyes. I pulled the ring out of my pocket, turning it over in my hand. It was a simple band, worn and scratched, but there was something about it, something that made my skin crawl. I could almost feel it pulsing with energy, like it was alive. The door to the diner opened, and a man walked in. He was tall, with a weathered face and a look of quiet intensity in his eyes. He walked straight to my table and sat down across from me, his gaze locked onto the ring in my hand. "You need to get rid of that," he said, his voice low and serious. I looked up at him, startled. "What?" "The ring," he repeated, nodding toward it. "It's cursed. It's not safe." I felt a chill run down my spine. "How do you know?" He leaned back in his seat, his eyes never leaving mine. "Because I've seen it before. I'm a collector of sorts, you might say. I track down objects like that ring, things that carry a dark history, things that shouldn't exist. And that ring, it's one of the worst." "What do you mean, worst?" I asked, my stomach knotting with dread. "That ring has a way of finding people," he said. "It latches on to them, feeds off their fear, their pain. It twists their lives, turns everything they love against them, and once it's cut its claws in you, there's no getting rid of it. Not unless you pass it on to someone else." My blood ran cold. "The woman," I began, but he cut me off. "She's gone, isn't she? That's how it works. The only way to escape it is to give it to someone else, but that just passes the curse along. It never really ends." I stared at the ring, my heart pounding in my chest. "What am I supposed to do with it?" He sighed, a weary look in his eyes. "You've got two choices. You can pass it on, just like she did, or you can destroy it, but that's easier said than done. That ring doesn't want to be destroyed. It'll fight you every step of the way. How do I destroy it?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. "There's a ritual," he said, sliding the book across the table to me. "But it's risky. You'll need to be careful. If you mess it up, you could end up making things worse." I took the book, my hands trembling. "Why are you helping me?" He gave me a sad smile. "Because I've seen what that ring can do, and because I've been in your shoes. I know what it's like to feel trapped, to feel like there's no way out. But there's a way, you just have to be strong enough to take it." I nodded, clutching the book to my chest. "Thank you." He stood up, giving me one last, lingering look. "Good luck," he said, and then he was gone, leaving me alone with the ring and the weight of the decision I had to make. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in my truck, reading the book, trying to make sense of the ritual and what it would take to break the curse. It wasn't easy. There were symbols and words I didn't understand, steps that seemed impossible. But I had to try. I had to find a way to end it, for myself, for the woman, for everyone who had ever been touched by that cursed ring. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, I knew what I had to do. I drove out into the desert, far away from the city, far away from anyone who might get caught in the crossfire. I found a secluded spot, surrounded by nothing but sand and rocks, and I began the ritual. It was a long and difficult process, the air around me growing colder with each step. The wind picked up, whipping the sand into my eyes, making it hard to see, hard to focus. But I pressed on, chanting the words from the book, tracing the symbols in the dirt. As I neared the end of the ritual, the ground beneath me began to tremble, the air crackling with energy. The ring in my hand grew hot, burning my skin, but I held on, determined to see it through. And then, just as I spoke the final words, there was a blinding flash of light, a searing heat that shot through me, and then silence. I opened my eyes, blinking against the bright morning sun. The ring was gone, nothing but a pile of ash in its place. I had done it. The curse was broken. But as I stood there, staring at the ashes, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. I felt different, like a part of me had been burned away. Along with the ring, I knew I'd never be the same again. The road called to me, but I wasn't sure I could answer, not yet. I needed time to heal, time to understand what I'd been through. But one thing was certain: I would never forget the woman, the ring, or the darkness that had almost consumed me. And I would never let myself forget that some things are better left alone, that some roads should never be traveled. The production of Annabelle was well underway, and the eerie atmosphere of the film had begun to seep into our daily lives. The story of a possessed doll wreaking havoc on its owners was terrifying enough on screen, but the reality of what we experienced on set was far more chilling. We were filming a pivotal scene in which the doll, Annabelle, was meant to be discovered in a dark, shadowy corner of a nursery. The set was meticulously designed to evoke a sense of dread, with dim lighting and antique furniture casting long, sinister shadows. The doll itself, with its unsettling smile and vacant eyes, added to the overall sense of unease. As the cameras rolled, everything seemed to be going smoothly. The actors were in character, the lighting was perfect, and the doll sat motionless in its designated spot. Suddenly, without warning, the doll toppled over, landing face down on the floor. The director called cut, and the crew rushed in to reset the scene. As they did, one of the grips, a young man named Jake, let out a startled yelp. He had picked up the doll to place it back on the chair, but its head had twisted around in his hands. "I swear I didn't touch it," he stammered, his face pale. The crew laughed it off, attributing it to a loose joint or a trick of the light, but Jake's unease was palpable. We reset the scene and continued filming, but the mood had shifted. There was a sense of anticipation, as if we were all waiting for something to happen, and happen it did. As we moved to a close-up of the doll, The camera lens fogged up, obscuring the shot. The cameraman wiped it clean, but the fog returned almost immediately. Frustrated, the director called for a break while the equipment was checked. Everything appeared to be in working order, yet the lens continued to fog up every time we tried to film the doll. The air grew colder, and a sense of foreboding settled over the set. The doll seemed to stare back at us, its painted eyes following our every move. During the break, I wandered over to the craft services table to grab a coffee. As I stood there, I overheard two of the makeup artists talking in hushed tones. "Did you hear about the priest?" one of them whispered. My ears perked up, and I inched closer to listen. Apparently, a priest had visited the set earlier in the week to bless it, as a precaution against any negative energy. He had been walking through the different rooms, sprinkling holy water and saying prayers, when he suddenly stopped in front of the doll. According to the makeup artist, he had gone pale and backed away, muttering something about a powerful presence. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, I made a mental note to ask the director about it later. As the day went on, the strange occurrences continued. Lights flickered, props moved on their own, and the temperature fluctuated wildly. The sense of being watched grew stronger, and even the most skeptical crew members began to feel uneasy. That night, after we wrapped for the day, I stayed behind to review some footage. The studio was eerily quiet, the only sound the hum of the equipment and the occasional creak of the building settling. As I watched the scenes play out on the monitor, I noticed something strange. In several shots, a faint shadow appeared behind the actors, moving independently of the lighting and camera angles. I rewound the footage and played it again, my heart pounding. The shadow was there, unmistakable and chilling. It seemed to hover near the doll, its movements deliberate and menacing. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine and quickly shut down the equipment, eager to leave the studio. The next day, I shared my findings with the director and the rest of the crew. We gathered around the monitor, watching the footage in stunned silence. The shadow was clear, its presence undeniable. The director decided to consult a paranormal expert, hoping to get to the bottom of the mystery. Dr. Evelyn Martinez, a well-known parapsychologist, arrived on set later that afternoon. She was a calm, composed woman with a sharp mind and a wealth of experience in dealing with the supernatural. As she walked through the set, she took detailed notes and occasionally paused to take readings with her equipment. When she reached the nursery where the doll was kept, she stopped and closed her eyes, as if sensing something unseen. "There is a strong presence here," she said quietly, "something ancient and powerful." She placed her hand on the doll and immediately pulled back, her face a mask of concentration. "This object is a conduit," she continued. "It's drawing in energy from the environment and amplifying it." Dr. Martinez suggested performing a cleansing ritual to dispel the negative energy and break the connection between the doll and the supernatural force. The crew readily agreed, eager to rid the set of the unsettling presence. The ritual was scheduled for that evening, after filming had wrapped for the day. As night fell, the crew gathered in the nursery, the air heavy with anticipation. Dr. Martinez began the ritual, lighting candles and incense and reciting prayers in a low, steady voice. The atmosphere grew tense, and the temperature dropped sharply. The shadows seemed to dance on the walls, and the doll's eyes glinted in the candlelight. Halfway through the ritual, there was a loud crash, and the lights went out. Panic spread through the room, and the crew huddled together, their breaths visible in the cold air. Dr. Martinez continued her prayers, her voice unwavering. The sense of dread intensified and a low growl echoed through the room. Suddenly the doll's head turned, and its eyes seemed to glow with a malevolent light. The growl grew louder, and the walls trembled. Dr. Martinez raised her voice, commanding the spirit to leave. The air crackled with energy, and the candles flickered violently. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the growl ceased, and the room fell silent. The oppressive weight lifted, and the temperature returned to normal. The lights flickered back on, and the doll lay motionless on the chair, its eyes dull and lifeless once more. Dr. Martinez finished the ritual and turned to us, her face pale but resolute. "The connection has been severed," she said, "but you must be careful. Objects like this can attract negative energy, and the forces at play are not easily dismissed." The set felt different after that night. The strange occurrences ceased, and the sense of dread dissipated. We completed the film without further incident, and Annabelle went on to become a major hit. But for those of us who had experienced the haunting firsthand, the memory of that malevolent presence lingered. Years later, I still think about the doll and the dark figure that had haunted our set. It serves as a reminder of the thin line between fiction and reality, and the power of belief in the supernatural. The experience taught me to respect the stories we tell and the forces that exist beyond our understanding. The haunting of the Annabelle set was more than just a series of strange events. It was a profound encounter with the unknown, one that I will never forget. The night I first encountered the creature was like any other in Cedar Creek, a small, sleepy town nestled deep within the Appalachian Mountains. The area was known for its dense forests, rolling hills, and a sense of isolation that could either be comforting or unsettling depending on who you asked. For me, the quiet was a welcome change from the chaos of city life, a chance to get away from it all and reconnect with nature. I had rented a small cabin on the outskirts of town, a place where I could clear my mind and work on my writing without distractions. The cabin was simple, but it had everything I needed: a bed, a wood stove, and a small kitchen. There was no internet, no cell service, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. It was perfect. The first few nights were uneventful. I spent my days hiking through the woods, exploring the trails that wound through the mountains, and my evenings sitting by the fire, reading or jotting down notes for my next book. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature: crickets chirping, owls hooting, and the occasional rustle of leaves as a deer or some other creature passed by. It was peaceful. Then, on the fourth night, something changed. It started with a sound, a low, guttural growl that echoed through the trees. I was sitting on the porch, enjoying the cool night air, when I heard it. At first I thought it was just a bear or a coyote, common enough in these parts, but there was something about the sound that sent a chill down my spine. It was deeper, more menacing than anything I'd heard before. I listened for a moment, but the growl didn't come again, and I shrugged it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. I went back inside, locked the door, and went to bed. The next morning, I found strange tracks in the dirt outside the cabin. They were unlike any animal tracks I'd ever seen: large, with long, clawed toes, almost like a wolf's, but much bigger. I bent down to examine them, trying to make sense of what could have left such marks. I'm not a tracker, but I'd seen enough wildlife documentaries to know that whatever had made those tracks was something I didn't want to run into. I decided to stay close to the cabin that day, not venturing too far into the woods. There was a sense of unease hanging in the air, a feeling that I was being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling, no matter how hard I tried to focus on other things. As night fell, I found myself on edge, jumping at every little sound. I locked all the doors and windows, drawing the curtains tight, and sat by the fire with a book, trying to calm my nerves. But the growl came again, closer this time. My heart raced as I listened to the sound, low and menacing, just outside the cabin. It circled the building, moving slowly, deliberately, as if it was searching for a way in. I grabbed the rifle I'd brought with me just in case and sat in the middle of the room, the barrel pointed at the door. I didn't sleep that night, and the growling continued until the first light of dawn. When the sun finally rose, the growling stopped, and I heard the creature retreat into the woods. I rushed outside to check the tracks, but they were gone, as if they had never been there. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew it wasn't my imagination. Over the next few days, the growling returned each night, always after dark, always circling the cabin. It grew louder, more insistent, as if the creature was becoming bolder, more determined to get inside. I barely slept, my nerves frayed, my body exhausted. I tried to call for help, but there was no signal, and the nearest town was too far to reach on foot. I was trapped, alone with whatever was out there, and I knew it was only a matter of time before it made its move. Then, on the 7th night, the growling stopped. The silence was worse, somehow, than the growling. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. I sat in the dark, clutching the rifle, my eyes fixed on the door. Hours passed, but nothing happened. Just when I started to think the creature had given up, I heard a soft scratching at the window. My blood ran cold as I turned to look, and there it was. The creature was unlike anything I had ever seen, a nightmare made flesh. It stood on two legs, towering over the window, its fur matted and dark, almost black. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth. It looked like a wolf, but its limbs were longer, more human-like, and its claws were long enough to tear through flesh. The scratching grew louder, more frantic, as if it was trying to get in. I raised the rifle, aiming at the window, but my hands were shaking so badly that I could barely keep it steady. The creature's eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. It knew I was afraid, and it was feeding off that fear. Then, without warning, the creature lunged at the window, shattering the glass with a deafening crash. I fired the rifle, the shot echoing through the cabin, but the creature was too fast. It was inside before I could react, its claws slashing through the air as it charged at me. I fired again, and this time I hit it. The creature let out a blood-curdling howl, a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life, and staggered back, blood oozing from the wound. But it didn't stop. It came at me again, and I knew I was out of time. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed the poker from the fireplace and swung it with all my might. The iron connected with the creature's skull, and it let out another howl before collapsing to the ground. I didn't wait to see if it was dead. I ran out of the cabin, into the woods, not stopping until I reached the main road. I flagged down the first car I saw, a truck driven by an old man, who looked at me like I was crazy when I tried to explain what had happened. He took me into town, where I called the authorities, but by the time they reached the cabin, the creature was gone. There was no sign of it. No blood, no tracks, nothing to prove that it had ever been there. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew I couldn't stay in Cedar Creek any longer. I packed up my things and left that same day, vowing never to return. To this day, I don't know what that creature was, but I know one thing for sure. The beast of Cedar Creek is real, and it's still out there, somewhere in those dark, twisted woods, waiting for its next victim. I've been driving a taxi in the city for nearly a decade. It's not the most glamorous job, but it pays the bills, and I've always enjoyed the freedom of the open road. You get to meet all sorts of people, some friendly, some not so much, but they all have their stories. After a while, you start to get a sense for people. You can tell when someone's had a rough day, or when they're looking for something more than just a ride. But nothing could have prepared me for the night I picked up that passenger, the one who left me questioning everything I thought I knew about the world. It was a cold winter evening, the kind where the city feels like it's wrapped in a blanket of silence. The streets were mostly empty, the occasional car passing by, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I was on my usual route, heading back toward downtown after dropping off a fare in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. I just turned onto a side street when I saw her. She was standing on the corner, her hand raised in that universal gesture at every cabby knows. At first glance, she seemed like any other passenger, young, dressed in a long coat, her hair pulled back in a loose bun. But there was something about her that made me hesitate. Maybe it was the way she stood there, so still, like she was waiting for something more than just a taxi. Or maybe it was the way she looked at me as I pulled up to the curb, her eyes wide and unblinking, like she was surprised that I'd actually stopped. Whatever it was, it sent a shiver down my spine. But I couldn't just drive away, so I rolled down the window and asked if she needed a ride. She nodded, her expression unreadable, and got into the back seat. "Where to?" I asked, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. She gave me an address on the other side of town, in a neighborhood I didn't usually go to. I knew the place everyone in the city did, but I'd never had a reason to go there. The ride was quiet, the only sound the hum of the engine, and the occasional crackle of the radio. I tried to make small talk, but she wasn't interested. She just stared out the window, her face pale and expressionless, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. There was something unsettling about the way she sat there, so still, so silent. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong, that maybe I should turn around and drop her off somewhere else. Anywhere but where she wanted to go. But I didn't. I kept driving, the city lights fading behind us as we headed deeper into the old industrial district. The buildings around us grew darker, more decrepit, the streets narrower and more deserted. I could feel the tension building in the air, a sense of dread settling over me like a heavy blanket. And then, just as we reached the edge of the neighborhood, she spoke. "You can stop here," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. I glanced at her in the mirror, surprised. "Here? Are you sure?" She nodded, her eyes still fixed on something outside the window. I followed her gaze, but saw nothing but darkness, the outline of a few old buildings barely visible in the distance. There was no one around, no lights, no signs of life. It didn't make any sense. But I pulled over to the side of the road, my heart pounding in my chest. She didn't move, didn't say anything, just sat there, staring out into the night. "Do you need help with something?" I asked, not sure what else to say. She turned to look at me then, her eyes wide and filled with something I couldn't quite place. Fear, maybe, or sadness. "No," she said softly. "I just needed to get here." There was something final in her tone, something that made me feel like this was the end of the line, not just for the ride, but for her. I didn't know what to do, so I just nodded and waited for her to get out of the car. But she didn't. She just sat there, staring at me as if she was waiting for something. And then, in a voice so quiet I almost didn't hear it, she said, "Thank you." Before I could respond, she opened the door and stepped out into the darkness. I watched her go, my mind racing with questions, but she didn't look back. She just walked away, or figure disappearing into the shadows. I sat there for a long moment, trying to make sense of what had just happened. There was something about that woman, something that didn't add up. And then I remembered the address she'd given me. I'd heard stories about that place, rumors, really, about how it had been abandoned for years, ever since a fire had destroyed most of the buildings in the area. Some said it was haunted, that the ghosts of those who had died in the fire still lingered there, trapped in the ruins. But I didn't believe in ghosts, or at least, I didn't think I did. I put the car in gear and started to drive away, but something stopped me. A feeling, like a tug at the back of my mind, urging me to go back, to check on her, to make sure she was okay. Against my better judgment, I turned the car around and headed back to the spot where I'd dropped her off. The street was dark and empty, just as it had been before. There was no sign of her, no footprints in the snow, nothing to indicate that anyone had been there. I got out of the car, my breath visible in the cold night air, and walked over to where I had last seen her. The ground was undisturbed, the snow untouched. It was as if she had never been there. I stood there for a long time, staring at the spot where she had disappeared, my mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. I knew what I'd seen, I knew she had been there. But now, standing in the silence, I began to doubt myself. Had it all been a hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by exhaustion? Or was there something more to it, something I didn't want to believe? As I stood there, trying to make sense of it all, I heard a sound, a faint, distant cry, like the wail of a woman in pain. It sent a chill down my spine, and I turned to look around, but there was no one there. The street was empty, the buildings dark and silent, but the cry continued, growing louder, more insistent, until it seemed to be coming from all around me, echoing off the walls of the abandoned buildings. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, my heart racing in my chest. I wanted to run, to get back in the car and drive away, but something kept me rooted to the spot. A sense of unease settling over me like a heavy weight. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the crying stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, almost suffocating. I stood there, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps, waiting for something to happen, for someone to appear. But there was nothing, just the wind, whispering through the empty streets. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually I forced myself to move. I got back in the car and drove away, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. The city lights eventually came back into view, the familiar sights and sounds of downtown bringing a sense of normalcy, but the feeling of unease lingered. I couldn't shake the memory of that woman, the way she had looked at me, the way she had disappeared into the night without a trace. When I got home, I tried to put it out of my mind, convincing myself that it had all been a strange dream, a product of my tired mind. But deep down, I knew better. The next day, I went back to that part of town, determined to find some answers. I drove around the neighborhood, looking for any sign of her, but there was nothing. The buildings were just as abandoned and crumbling as they had been the night before, the streets empty and silent. I even tried asking around, talking to a few of the locals who still lived in the area, but no one knew anything about a woman fitting her description. In fact, they all seemed to think I was crazy for even asking. No one goes down there anymore, one old man told me, shaking his head. Not since the fire. That place is cursed, you know. Best to stay away, cursed. The word sent a shiver down my spine, but I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just an old man's superstition. But the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. There was something about that place, something dark and twisted, that had drawn her there, something that had kept her trapped in the shadows. I never did find out who she was or why she had needed to go to that place. But I'll never forget the look in her eyes, the way she had stared at me with such sadness, such desperation. I still drive my taxi, still pick up fares all over the city. But I avoid that part of town now, the old industrial district, where the ghosts of the past still linger in the shadows. Some nights, when the city is quiet and the streets are empty, I think about her, wonder if she ever found what she was looking for, wonder if she's still out there, waiting for another ride. But I know one thing for sure, I'll never forget the night I picked up that ghostly passenger, the night I came face to face with something that I can't explain, something that still haunts me to this day. I've always had a fascination with abandoned places. The idea of exploring forgotten buildings, walking through hallways that once buzzed with life, but now only echo with the memories of the past, has always intrigued me. So when I heard about the old St. Mary's Asylum tucked away in the woods on the outskirts of town, I knew I had to see it for myself. The asylum had been closed for over 50 years, left to decay as nature slowly reclaimed it. I'd heard the stories, of course whispers of strange occurrences, of people who had gone inside and never come back, but I didn't believe in that sort of thing. To me, it was just an adventure, a chance to see a piece of history before it was gone for good. I made my way out there one crisp autumn morning, the air thick with the smell of fallen leaves. The drive was long, the road winding through the forest, growing narrower and more overgrown the closer I got. By the time I reached the gates, it was clear that no one had been there in years. The rusted iron gates hung askew, one of them barely clinging to its hinges. Beyond them, the asylum loomed, its dark silhouette standing stark against the gray sky. The windows were broken, the roof caved in places, and the walls were covered in ivy, but it was still an imposing sight. I parked my car and grabbed my camera, eager to document what I found. As I approached the building, I noticed the silence. It wasn't just quiet, it was a kind of silence that presses down on you, that makes you feel like you're being watched. I shook off the feeling and made my way inside. The front doors were unlocked, hanging slightly open as if they were inviting me in. The lobby was just as I'd imagined it, dust-covered floors, broken furniture, and peeling wallpaper. But there was something else, something I hadn't expected. A chill hung in the air, despite the warm sun outside. I pushed forward, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The deeper I went into the building, the more the unease grew. The hallways seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. The rooms were empty, save for the occasional piece of furniture or forgotten medical equipment. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I found myself in what must have been the main ward, a large room filled with rows of rusted bed frames. The windows were shattered, letting in beams of light that did little to dispel the darkness. As I walked among the beds, I noticed something odd. Each one had a name carved into the headboard, some of them barely legible through the years of grime. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I read the names, each one feeling more familiar than the last. That's when I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps coming from the hallway behind me. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was no one there. The corridor was empty, just as it had been when I had first walked through it. But the sound continued, growing louder, closer, until it felt like it was right behind me. I backed away, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The footsteps stopped, but the feeling of being watched didn't. I wanted to leave, to get out of that place as fast as I could, but something drew me deeper into the asylum. It was like a pull, a force that I couldn't resist. I found myself walking down another hallway, this one lined with doors on either side. They were all closed, the numbers above them faded and unreadable. I reached for the handle of the first door, hesitating for just a moment before pushing it open. The room inside was small, barely more than a closet, with a single chair in the center. But it wasn't the chair that caught my attention, it was the walls. They were covered in writing, word scratched into the paint over and over again. I stepped closer, my eyes scanning the scroll letters. "Help me, they're watching. I can't get out." The phrases repeated themselves, the handwriting growing more frantic, more desperate. The deeper I read, my stomach churned as I imagined the person who'd written them trapped in that tiny room, surrounded by their own fear. I backed out of the room, my hands shaking. The pull was stronger now, dragging me toward the end of the hallway, toward a door that looked different from the others. It was larger, made of metal, with a thick bolt locking it shut. I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to turn back, but I couldn't. I had to know what was behind that door. I reached out, my fingers trembling as I grasped the bolt. It was cold, the metal biting into my skin as I slid it open. The door creaked as it swung inward, revealing a staircase leading down into the darkness. The smell hit me, first damp and moldy, with an underlying scent of something I couldn't quite place, something that made my stomach turn. But I couldn't stop myself. I descended the stairs, the darkness growing thicker with each step. When I reached the bottom, I found myself in a large, open space. It was too dark to see much, but I could make out the shapes of old equipment, metal tables, and what looked like a series of cages along one wall. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. As I swept it across the room, that's when I saw them. They were standing in the corners, just beyond the reach of the light, their faces hidden in shadow. But I could feel their eyes on me, watching, waiting. Panic surged through me, and I backed away, my flashlight shaking in my hand. I wanted to run, to get out of that place, but my feet wouldn't move. The figures stayed where they were, unmoving, but the sense of dread was overwhelming. And then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they were gone. I blinked, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. But the room was empty, just as it had been when I first entered. I turned and ran, not stopping until I was back outside, the cool air hitting my face like a splash of water. I didn't look back as I made my way to the car, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. I could still feel their eyes on me, watching from the windows of the asylum as I drove away. I didn't stop driving until I was back in the city, the lights and noise a stark contrast to the oppressive silence of the asylum. I tried to forget what I'd seen, to tell myself that it was just my imagination, that the figures were nothing more than shadows. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me, that I'd brought a piece of that place back with me. In the days that followed, I started to notice things, shadows moving in the corners of my vision, strange noises in the night, the feeling of being watched no matter where I went. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself that it was all in my head, but the feeling grew stronger, more insistent. I even went back to the asylum, hoping to find some answers, but the place was different. The door I had opened was locked again, the bolt rusted shut. The writing on the walls of that small room was gone, the names on the beds faded into nothing. It was as if the asylum had swallowed up the evidence, erasing any trace of what I had experienced. But I knew what I had seen, what I had felt, and I knew that I could never go back there again. I still think about that place sometimes, the way it felt like a living thing, watching, waiting. I wonder if anyone else has felt it, if anyone else has been drawn to that dark, forgotten place only to leave with more than they bargained for. I never went back to exploring abandoned places after that. The thrill of adventure was gone, replaced by a fear that I couldn't quite explain. I still drive by the asylum sometimes, though. It's still there, hidden away in the woods, waiting for the next person to come along to be lured inside by the promise of forgotten history. But I know better now. I know that some places are abandoned for a reason, that some doors should never be opened. And I know that whatever is inside St. Mary's Asylum is best. Nicolas Cage was known for his eclectic taste in roles and an equally eclectic taste in real estate. When he purchased the Lalaurie Mansion in New Orleans, many thought it was just another example of his eccentric personality. The mansion, infamous for its dark history of torture and death, seemed an unlikely home for anyone, even a Hollywood star. However, Cage was fascinated by the lore surrounding the house and believed it would be an intriguing place to live. The mansion stood grand and ominous in the heart of the French Quarter, its wrought-iron balconies and imposing facade casting long shadows on the narrow street. Cage moved in with excitement, eager to explore every corner of his new home. Despite its grim past, he hoped to find a sense of inspiration within its walls. From the first night, however, it became clear that the mansion held more than just historical intrigue. Cage reported hearing strange noises, footsteps echoing through empty hallways, whispers in the dead of night, and the unmistakable sound of crying coming from the upper floors. He initially dismissed these occurrences as the creaks and groans of an old house settling, but the phenomena only intensified. One night, Cage invited a few friends over for dinner. As they sat around the long dining table, the conversation inevitably turned to the mansion's dark history. Suddenly the room grew cold, and the candles flickered as if a draft had swept through the room. The guests exchanged uneasy glances, and Cage tried to lighten the mood with a joke, but the tension was palpable. As they continued to talk, one of the guests, a woman named Maria, felt a sudden chill on her neck. She reached up to touch it and gasped. "It's freezing," she said, her voice trembling. The others gathered around, and sure enough, the air around her was icy cold. Cage suggested they move to another room, but as they stood up, a loud bang echoed through the house, followed by the sound of shattering glass. They rushed to the source of the noise, a guest bedroom on the second floor. The window had been shattered from the inside, but there was no sign of an intruder. The curtains fluttered in the breeze, and a sense of foreboding filled the room. Cage felt a chill run down his spine. "Maybe we should call it a night," he suggested, trying to keep his voice steady. That night, after his friends had left, Cage lay in bed, unable to sleep. His mind raced with thoughts of the mansion's past and the strange occurrences that had plagued his stay. As he drifted into an uneasy sleep, he was jolted awake by a loud crash from the hallway. He grabbed a flashlight and cautiously stepped out of his room. The hallway was dark and silent, but as he made his way down the stairs, the temperature dropped sharply. His breath formed visible puffs of air, and a sense of dread settled over him. He reached the bottom of the stairs and saw that the large mirror in the foyer had shattered. Pieces of glass scattered across the floor. As he bent down to pick up the shards, he felt a presence behind him. He turned quickly, but the hallway was empty. The sensation of being watched was overwhelming, and he quickly retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. He didn't sleep for the rest of the night, his mind racing with thoughts of what could be causing these disturbances. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, Cage contacted a local paranormal investigator named Marcus. Marcus had a reputation for uncovering the truth behind haunted locations, and Cage hoped he could shed some light on the strange events in the mansion. Marcus arrived the next day, equipped with cameras, audio recorders, and various other tools of his trade. He conducted a thorough investigation, interviewing Cage and examining every room in the house. As night fell, they set up their equipment and prepared for a long night of observation. The first few hours were uneventful, but around midnight the temperature in the house dropped suddenly. The cameras picked up strange orbs of light floating through the hallways, and the audio recorders captured faint whispers and cries. Cage and Marcus watched the monitors intently, their anticipation growing with each passing minute. Suddenly, one of the cameras in the basement went dark. They rushed downstairs to investigate, and as they entered the room, they were hit by a wave of cold air. The camera lay on the floor, its tripod knocked over. The sense of dread was almost palpable, and Cage felt a knot tighten in his stomach. As they examined the camera, they heard a loud bang from the corner of the room. They turned to see a shadowy figure standing in the darkness, its form barely visible in the dim light. Marcus raised his flashlight, and the beam revealed a woman in old-fashioned clothing, her eyes wide with fear and sorrow. The figure vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Cage and Marcus in stunned silence. They quickly reviewed the footage and found that the camera had captured the apparition. The image was grainy and indistinct, but it was enough to confirm that something supernatural was indeed occurring in the mansion. Determined to understand what was happening, Marcus delved into the history of the Lalaurie mansion. The mansion had been the site of numerous atrocities, and many believed that the spirits of those who had suffered there still haunted its halls. Marcus concluded that the presence in the house was likely the spirit of one of Lalaurie's victims, trapped and tormented by the lingering energy of the mansion's dark past. He suggested a cleansing ritual to help release the spirits and bring peace to the house. With Marcus's guidance, Cage agreed to the ritual. They gathered in the foyer, where the shattered mirror still lay, and began the process. Marcus recited prayers and burned sage, the smoke curling through the air and filling the house with a pungent scent. The atmosphere grew tense, and the sense of being watched intensified. As the ritual continued, the temperature dropped again, and the shadows seemed to come alive. The air crackled with energy, and a low, mournful wail echoed through the house. The ritual reached its climax, and Marcus commanded the spirits to leave, to find peace and move on. The room fell silent, the oppressive weight lifting. The temperature returned to normal, and the sense of dread dissipated. Cage and Marcus stood in the quiet, the house feeling lighter and more at peace than it had since Cage had moved in. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences ceased, and the mansion seemed to settle into a more tranquil state. Cage continued to live there for a time, but the experience had left a lasting impression on him. He eventually sold the house, unable to fully shake the memories of the haunting. The Lalaurie mansion remains a place of fascination and fear, its dark history and supernatural occurrences continuing to captivate those who hear its story. For Nicholas Cage, it was a lesson in the power of the past and the mysteries that linger just beyond our understanding. I've always loved hiking. There's something about being out in the wilderness, surrounded by nothing but trees and mountains, that makes you feel alive. It's a chance to disconnect from the chaos of everyday life, to clear your head and just breathe. I've hiked all over the country, from the Appalachian Trail to the Pacific Crest, but there's one trip that I'll never forget, one that's changed the way I see the wilderness forever. It was late summer, and I decided to take a solo trip to the White Mountains in New Hampshire. I'd been there a few times before, But this time I wanted to explore a more remote area, one that wasn't as well traveled. I'd heard about a trail that led to a series of old logging camps, long abandoned and forgotten by time. The idea of discovering something hidden, something that few others had seen, was too tempting to resist. I set out early in the morning, the sun just beginning to rise over the mountains. The trailhead was empty, the parking lot devoid of any other cars. It was perfect, just me and the wilderness. I packed my gear, checked my map, and started up the trail. The first few miles were easy, the path well marked and clear. The air was crisp, the forest alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. I made good time, reaching the first of the old camps by mid-morning. Attention scratched into the wood, barely legible, with the words "Stay away." My first instinct was to turn and run, but something drew me closer. I had to see what was inside. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the silent forest. The inside was dark, the air thick with the smell of rot and decay. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom. The cabin was empty, just a single room with a broken bed and a rusted stove. But there was something else, something scratched into the walls, just like the sign outside, "Lost, can't escape." They're watching. The words were scrawled everywhere, and the same frantic handwriting. My heart raced as I read them, a sense of dread settling over me. Whoever had written those words had been trapped here, just like I was, and they hadn't made it out. I backed out of the cabin, my mind racing. I had to get out of there, had to find a way back to the trail. But as I turned to leave, I saw them figures standing in the trees, their faces hidden in shadow. They didn't move, didn't make a sound, just watched as I ran. I didn't stop running until I was far from the cabin, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. But no matter how far I went, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that they were still out there, watching, waiting. By the time I collapsed, I was completely spent. The sun was setting, the forest growing dark once again. I knew I couldn't go on much longer, that if I didn't find my way out soon, I never would. I lay there, staring up at the darkening sky, trying to hold on to the last shred of hope I had left. And then I heard a voice, faint but unmistakable, calling my name. I sat up, my heart pounding. The voice came again, closer this time. I scrambled to my feet, following the sound through the trees. It led me to a small stream, the water glinting in the fading light. On the other side was a figure, waving me over. I didn't stop to think, just splashed through the water and ran toward them. As I got closer, I realized it was a woman, her clothes tattered and dirty, her face gaunt and pale. She grabbed my arm, her grip strong despite her frail appearance. "You have to leave," she whispered, her voice urgent. "They'll come for you just like they came for me." I didn't ask who she meant, didn't ask where she had come from. I just nodded, too terrified to do anything else. She led me through the forest, moving quickly and silently, as if she knew the way by heart. The trees seemed to part for her, the undergrowth less thick, the path clearer. I followed her, too scared to look back. After what felt like hours, we broke through the trees and into a clearing. Ahead of us was the trailhead, the parking lot just visible through the trees. Relief washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by fear as I turned to thank the woman only to find that she was gone. I was alone in the clearing, the forest silent once more. I didn't waste any time. I ran to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I didn't look back as I sped down the road, the forest fading into the distance. It wasn't until I was miles away that I finally allowed myself to breathe, the tension slowly leaving my body. I never went back to the White Mountains after that. I still hike, still explore the wilderness, but I am more careful now. I stay on the well-marked trails, never venturing too far from civilization, and I always keep an eye on the trees just in case, because I know that out there, in the depths of the forest, something is watching, waiting for its next victim. And I know that I was lucky to escape with my life. The camp was nothing more than a few crumbling foundations and rusted tools, remnants of a time long past. But there was something about it that felt off. The forest was quiet, too quiet, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to my imagination, and continued on dot as I ventured deeper into the forest. The trail began to fade, the path growing narrower and more overgrown. The trees closed in around me, their branches casting long shadows on the ground. I kept checking my map, making sure I was still on the right track, but something didn't feel right. The landmarks weren't matching up, and the trail seemed to be leading me in circles. By the time I realized I was lost, it was already late afternoon. The sun was dipping below the mountains, casting the forest in a dim, eerie light. Panic started to set in, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had my gear, my map, and my compass. I could find my way back. I just needed to retrace my steps, find the trail again. But no matter which way I went, the forest seemed to shift around me. Trees that I swore I'd passed before now loomed in front of me, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The trail was gone, swallowed up by the dense undergrowth. I was completely and utterly lost. As night fell, the temperature dropped, the warm summer air giving way to a biting chill. I found a small clearing and set up camp, building a fire to keep the darkness at bay. But the flames did little to dispel the feeling of unease that had settled over me. The forest was alive with sounds, the rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, the distant howl of something that wasn't quite a wolf. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind, just the normal sounds of the wilderness. But deep down I knew something was wrong. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard something moving in the darkness, just beyond the reach of the firelight. It wasn't just an animal, it was something bigger, something that seemed to be watching me, waiting. I kept the fire going, clutching my knife as if it would do any good against whatever was out there. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but relieved. I packed up my camp and set out again, determined to find my way back. But the forest had other plans. The trees seemed to shift and change, the landscape twisting in ways that didn't make sense. My map was useless, my compass spinning wildly as if it had lost its bearings. I was trapped in a labyrinth of trees, with no way out. The days blurred together, each one a repetition of the last. I'd walk for hours, only to end up back where I started. My supplies were running low, the food and water dwindling with each passing day. The forest seemed to be closing in on me, the trees growing thicker, the undergrowth more tangled. I started to see things, shadows, flitting between the trees, figures lurking just out of sight. I knew it was just my mind playing tricks on me, the result of exhaustion and fear, but it didn't make it any less terrifying. On the fifth day, I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. In a small clearing, hidden among the trees, was an old cabin. It was falling apart, the roof caved in, the walls covered in moss and vines. But it was the sign above the door that caught my It was supposed to be a straightforward drive, just a quick trip from my place to the outskirts of town to visit my brother. Midnight Road was a route I'd driven countless times before, a narrow, winding road that cut through a dense stretch of forest. The trees on either side were thick and towering, their branches reaching over the road like skeletal arms. During the day, it was a scenic drive, peaceful even. But at night, the road had a different kind of vibe, isolated, lonely, and frankly unsettling. I'd never been one to scare easily, though, so I didn't think much of it. That night, however, something was different. I was about halfway down Midnight Road when I noticed the first sign that something was wrong. My headlights cut through the darkness ahead, but the trees seemed to close in around me, their shadows deeper, more ominous than I remembered. I shrugged it off, figuring it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I saw a pair of glowing eyes reflecting in my headlights just off the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a deer. They were common in these parts, and I'd nearly hit one more than once while driving this road. But as I slowed down, squinting through the windshield to get a better look, I realized that what I was seeing was no deer. The eyes were too high off the ground, too wide apart. Whatever it was big, and it was watching me. I felt a chill run down my spine as I drove past, my foot instinctively pressing harder on the gas pedal. As I did, the thing moved. It stepped out of the shadows and onto the road behind me, its massive form illuminated briefly in my rearview mirror. My breath caught in my throat. It was like nothing I had ever seen before, tall, hulking, and covered in dark, matted fur. Its limbs were long and muscular, ending in what looked like clawed hands, and its face was something out of a nightmare, a twisted, snarling, wolf-like snout, with sharp teeth that gleamed in the moonlight. I didn't wait to get a better look. I floored the gas pedal, the tires screeching as I sped down the road, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't shake the image of that thing from my mind, the way it had looked at me with those cold, intelligent eyes. It was no animal, at least, not any kind I'd ever seen. It was something else, something wrong. As I sped away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see it chasing after me. But the road behind me was empty, the darkness swallowing everything in its path. I told myself I was safe, that whatever it was gone. But the fear gnawed at me, a cold, creeping dread that settled deep in my bones. The rest of the drive was a blur. I barely remember pulling into my brother's driveway, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. When I finally stepped inside, I was still in a daze, my mind racing with thoughts of what I'd seen. I wanted to tell him, to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. How could I explain something that didn't make sense, something that shouldn't exist? That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again, those glowing eyes, that snarling face. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart racing as if I'd been running for miles. I knew I couldn't stay there. I couldn't risk driving back down Midnight Road. Not with that thing out there. But I had no choice. I couldn't stay at my brother's indefinitely, and there was no other route back home. The next day, I left as early as I could, hoping that whatever it was, it wouldn't be around in the daylight. The drive back was tense, every shadow in the trees making my heart skip a beat. But the road was quiet, just as it always had been. No sign of the creature, no glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. By the time I reached home, I had almost convinced myself that I had imagined the whole thing, that it was just a trick of the light or a particularly vivid nightmare. But deep down, I knew better. I knew what I had seen, and I knew it was real. Over the next few days, I tried to put it out of my mind to get back to my routine, but the unease never left me. The nights were the worst. I couldn't sleep, my mind replaying that moment over and over again. And then the dreams started. In my dreams, I was back on Midnight Road, driving through the darkness. But this time I wasn't alone. The creature was there, following me, its glowing eyes locked onto me, as it closed in. No matter how fast I drove, it was always there, just a step behind, its claws scraping against the asphalt as it chased me down. I would wake up just before it caught me, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. Thought it wasn't long before the dreams started to bleed into reality. I would be walking down the street or sitting at home, and suddenly I would see the creature watching me from a distance, its eyes glowing in the shadows. I knew it wasn't really there, that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but it felt so real, so terrifyingly real, that I couldn't shake the fear. Then one night, it wasn't just a dream. I was driving home from work, the sun setting behind me, casting long shadows across the road. I had taken a different route, avoiding Midnight Road at all costs, but as I drove, I felt that familiar sense of unease creeping over me. I told myself it was nothing, just leftover anxiety from the dreams. But then I saw it dot in the distance. Just at the edge of the forest, I saw a figure standing by the side of the road. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the shape, the tall, hulking form, the dark, matted fur. It was the creature, the one from my nightmares, standing there, watching me. I slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. The creature didn't move, didn't even flinch. It just stood there, staring at me with those glowing eyes. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All I could do was stare back, frozen in place by fear. And then it started to move. It took a step towards me, its massive form moving with a fluid grace that seemed unnatural for something so big. I could see its muscles rippling under its fur, its claws digging into the dirt as it approached. I knew I should drive, should get out of there as fast as I could, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with terror, my mind screaming at me to run, but my body refusing to obey. The creature took another step, and another, closing the distance between us with terrifying speed. It was only a few feet away now, close enough that I could see the snarl on its face, the glint of its teeth in the fading light. I finally snapped out of my trance, my survival instincts kicking in. I slammed the car into reverse, the tires spinning as I backed away as fast as I could. The creature lunged towards me, its claws scraping against the car door as I sped away. I didn't stop until I was miles away, my heart racing, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking so badly that I could barely hold on to the steering wheel. I didn't know what to do, where to go. All I knew was that I couldn't go back. Not to Midnight Road, not to my home, not anywhere near that thing. I drove to a motel on the outskirts of town, not trusting myself to drive any further. I checked in, my hands still trembling as I handed over my credit card. The clerk gave me a concerned look, but I didn't care. I just needed to get inside, to lock the door and hide away from whatever was out there. That night I barely slept. Every noise, every creak of the building had me on edge, expecting the creature to burst through the door at any moment. But the night passed uneventfully, and by morning I almost believed I was safe. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. I knew the creature was still out there, watching, waiting, and I knew it wouldn't stop until it had me. I moved out of the city the next day, leaving everything behind. My job, my apartment, my life. I didn't care. I just needed to get as far away from that place as possible. I drove for hours, putting as much distance between myself and Midnight Road as I could. But no matter how far I went, I couldn't escape the fear, the knowledge that the creature was still out there. It's been years since that night, and I've never gone back. I've tried to rebuild my life, to forget what happened, but the memory never fades. I still see the creature in my dreams, still feel its eyes on me when I'm alone at night, And sometimes, when I'm driving down a dark, deserted road, I catch a glimpse of something in the rearview mirror shadow, a flash of movement. I tell myself it's nothing, just my imagination. But I know the truth. The creature is still out there, somewhere, waiting, and one day it will find me again. I've been a trucker for nearly 20 years, and I've seen just about everything you can imagine on the road. Late night drives through the middle of nowhere, strange lights in the sky, even a few close calls with wildlife that left my heart racing. But nothing prepared me for what I experienced on a stretch of highway in the Arizona desert tonight that still haunts me to this day. It was the middle of summer, and I was hauling a load of goods from Los Angeles to Dallas. The route took me through some of the most desolate parts of the country, miles of empty highway surrounded by nothing but sand and scrub. I'd driven this route plenty of times before and knew it like the back of my hand. It was long, lonely, and hot, but I didn't mind. I'd crank up the AC, put on some music, and settle in for the ride. That night I was making good time. The road was quiet, hardly any traffic, and the sky was clear, filled with stars. I was about halfway through the trip, somewhere near the Arizona-New Mexico border, when I noticed something strange. Up ahead in the distance I saw headlights, but they weren't moving, they were just sitting there, right in the middle of the road. As I got closer, I slowed down, trying to figure out what was going on. It was an old sedan, beat up and rusty, with the driver's door hanging open. There was no one in sight, no sign of any other vehicles. I pulled over, leaving my engine running, and grabbed my flashlight. I wasn't about to just drive past without making sure everything was okay after all. This was the middle of nowhere, and if someone was in trouble, they wouldn't have much help out here. I stepped out of the cab, the desert air hitting me like a furnace. The silence was almost oppressive, the only sound the low hum of my truck's engine. I called out, but there was no answer. The car was empty, just as I'd thought, but the engine was still warm. Someone had been here recently, but where had they gone? I shined my light around, searching for any sign of the driver. The desert stretched out in every direction, flat and barren, with nowhere to hide. But as I moved the beam of light along the side of the road, something caught my eye, a set of footprints leading away from the car and off into the desert. Now, I'm not one to spook easily, but something about those footprints gave me pause. They were deep, as if whoever had made them had been running, and they led straight out into the darkness, away from the safety of the highway. It didn't make any sense. Why would someone just abandon their car and take off into the desert? I hesitated, thinking about getting back in my truck and driving on. But something pulled me forward, a nagging feeling that I couldn't just leave without knowing what had happened. Against my better judgment, I followed the footprints, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The farther I went, the more uneasy I felt. The footprints continued in a straight line, no sign of hesitation or turning back. It was as if whoever had made them had been drawn out into the desert by something or someone. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, but I kept going. After about a quarter of a mile, I saw a figure in the distance, standing perfectly still. My heart skipped a beat, and I stopped in my tracks. It was too dark to make out any details, but it was definitely a person just standing there, facing away from me. "Hey," I called out, but they didn't respond. I started to walk faster, closing the distance between us. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" Still no answer. I was getting closer now, close enough to see that it was a man, tall and thin, wearing a dark suit. He was completely still, not even turning to look at me. Something about the way he was standing so rigid and unnatural it made my skin crawl. I slowed down, keeping my distance. "Sir, are you okay?" That's when he turned around. His face was pale, almost ghostly, and his eyes were wide, staring right through me. But it wasn't his eyes that froze me in my tracks, it was his mouth, twisted into a grin that stretched far too wide, as if someone had taken a knife and carved it into his face. For a moment, I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. He just stood there, grinning at me, his eyes unblinking. And then, without a sound, he started walking toward me. I don't remember much of what happened next. My instincts took over, and I turned and ran, my legs pumping as fast as they could carry me. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps quick and light, almost like he was gliding over the sand. I didn't dare look back, didn't want to see that twisted grin again. When I reached the highway, I sprinted back to my truck, my heart pounding in my chest. I jumped into the cab, slammed the door shut, and floored the gas. The tires screeched as I pulled away, the headlights cutting through the darkness. In the rearview mirror, I saw the figure standing in the middle of the road, watching me as I sped away, that grin still plastered on his face. I didn't stop driving until I reached a truck stop on the outskirts of the next town. I was shaking, drenched in sweat, my mind racing. I tried to make sense of what I'd seen, but it was impossible. Who was that man? Why had he been out there in the desert? And what had happened to the driver of that car? I never found out. The next day, I called the local authorities and told them what had happened. They sent out a patrol, but they didn't find anything, no car, no footprints, and no sign of the man I'd seen. It was as if it had all been a bad dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the heat of the desert. But I know what I saw, and I know it was real. After that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the man with the twisted grin was still out there somewhere. Every time I drove that stretch of highway, I'd feel a chill run down my spine, my eyes constantly scanning the horizon for any sign of him. But I never saw him again, and for that I'm grateful. I still drive that route from time to time, but I'm more cautious now, more aware of the strange and inexplicable things that can happen out there on the road. The desert is a vast, empty place, full of secrets and shadows that most people will never see. But I've seen one of them, and I'll never forget it. Some nights when I'm driving through the desert alone, I think about that man, about the way he just stood there, grinning at me in the darkness, and I wonder if he's still out there, waiting for the next unlucky driver to cross his path. All I know is that I was lucky to get away, and I don't plan on going back to find out what he wanted. The hospital I worked at was old, built in the early 1900s. It had seen thousands of patients over the years, many of whom had never left. I was a night shift nurse, assigned to the fourth floor, the one everyone else avoided. They said it was cursed, that too many people had died there, and that their spirits still lingered. I didn't believe in ghosts, so I volunteered for the shift without hesitation. It was just another floor, just another night, or so I thought. My first night on the fourth floor was quiet, almost too quiet. The other nurses had warned me that strange things happened up there, but I brushed it off as superstition. The old building creaked and groaned as the wind howled outside, but that was normal for a place its age. I went about my rounds, checking on patients and administering medications, just like any other night. Around 2 a.m., I heard the sound of a woman crying. It was faint at first, but it grew louder as I walked down the hallway. I checked each room, but the patients were all asleep. The crying continued, echoing through the empty corridor. It seemed to be coming from one of the rooms at the end of the hall, a room that had been empty for years. I hesitated for a moment before opening the door. The room was dark, the only light coming from the moon outside. The bed was neatly made, just as it had been since the last patient had passed away in it. But the crying persisted, louder now, as if the woman was right beside me. I felt a cold breeze brush against my skin, sending a shiver down my spine. I tried to turn on the light, but the switch didn't work. The room remained shrouded in darkness, the crying relentless. I backed out of the room, closing the door behind me. The crying stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. I stood there for a moment, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but deep down I knew something was wrong. I could feel it in the air, a heaviness that made it hard to breathe. I returned to the nurse's station, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. I told myself it was just the old building playing tricks on me, that the crying had been the wind or a distant echo. But when I sat down to chart my rounds, the lights above me flickered. I looked up just in time to see a shadow move across the hallway, too fast to be a person, too real to be a trick of the light. I jumped out of my chair, my heart racing. I wasn't alone up there. I grabbed my flashlight and hurried down the hall, determined to find out what was going on. But when I reached the end of the corridor, the shadow was gone. The hallway was empty. The only sound the soft hum of the fluorescent lights. I checked every room, but they were all empty. The patients were still asleep and disturbed by whatever had just happened. I was about to head back to the nurse's station when I heard it again, the crying, faint and distant, coming from the same room as before. This time it was accompanied by a whisper, soft and pleading. Calling my name, I froze, my flashlight shaking in my hand. I didn't want to go back to that room, didn't want to face whatever was inside. But the voice kept calling over and over, growing more desperate with each passing second. I couldn't ignore it. I had to know what was happening, had to know if I was losing my mind. I slowly approached the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. The crying grew louder, more intense, as if the woman was right on the other side, begging for help. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The room was empty, just as it had been before, but the bed wasn't neatly made anymore. The sheets were ruffled, as if someone had been thrashing around in them. And there, on the pillow, was a dark stain, fresh and wet. Like blood, I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. The crying stopped, replaced by the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from behind me. I spun around, my flashlight sweeping the hallway, but there was no one there. The air was thick with tension, the coldness seeping into my bones. I could feel eyes on me, watching, waiting. I didn't wait to find out who or what was there. I ran down the hallway, not stopping until I reached the elevator. I punched the button frantically, praying for the doors to open. When they finally did, I threw myself inside, my hands shaking as I hit the button for the first floor. The doors slid shut, and I breathed a sigh of relief. But as the elevator descended, the lights flickered again, and I heard the crying this time, right behind me. I turned and slowly, red pooling in my stomach. There, in the corner of the elevator, was a woman. She was pale, her eyes sunken and hollow, her hair matted and wet. She was wearing a hospital gown, and her hands were covered in blood. She looked at me with such sadness, such despair, that I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, and then she spoke, her voice barely a whisper. "Help me." The elevator jolted to a stop, the lights flickering wildly. I pressed myself against the wall, my heart racing as the woman stepped closer, her eyes locked on mine. She reached out a hand, blood dripping from her fingers, and I screamed. The doors opened, and I bolted out of the elevator, not stopping until I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face. I turned to look back, expecting to see her following me, but the elevator was empty. The hospital was silent, the only sound the wind rustling through the trees. I never went back to that floor, never took the night shift again. I couldn't shake the image of that woman, her hollow eyes and desperate plea for help. I found out later that she had been a patient on the 4th floor, one of the many who had died there. They said she had been waiting for someone to help her, someone to save her from the pain and suffering she had endured. But no one had, and she was still waiting. It started when I moved into the old house on Birchwood Street. The place was a steel quaint, 2-story Victorian-style home with a spacious yard surrounded by towering oaks that shaded the property. It was the kind of place I'd always dreamed of living in, a perfect mix of charm and history. The previous owner had passed away, and the house had been on the market for a while, which is why I got it for such a good price. But looking back, I should have known there was a reason it was so cheap. The first few weeks in the house were uneventful. I spent my time unpacking, settling in, and getting to know the neighborhood. The house creaked and groaned at night, but I figure it was just the sounds of an old building settling. I didn't think much of it until the night I found the attic door open. I had never been up to the attic before. The door was small, hidden in the ceiling of a hallway closet, and I had no reason to go up there. But one night, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed the door was ajar, the wooden ladder hanging down into the hallway. I stared at it for a long moment, my heart beating a little faster than usual. I was sure I hadn't opened it. I lived alone. There was no one else who could have. The thought of someone or something up there sent a shiver down my spine. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously climbed the ladder, shining the light into the dark, dusty space above. The attic was empty, just a few old boxes, some cobwebs, and a thick layer of dust covering everything. I breathed a sigh of relief, telling myself it was probably just the wind that had blown the door open. I closed it, made sure it was securely latched, and went to bed. But that night I had the first of many nightmares. In the dream, I was standing in the attic, surrounded by shadows that seemed to move on their own. There was a feeling of something watching me, something malevolent lurking just out of sight. I tried to leave, but the ladder was gone, and the shadows began to close in, whispering in a language I couldn't understand. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. The sense of dread from the dream lingered, making it hard to fall back asleep. The next morning, I told myself it was just stress. Moving into a new house, adjusting to a new routine, it was all perfectly normal to have weird dreams. But the unease from the night before didn't go away. I found myself avoiding the hallway where the attic door was, not wanting to even look at it. I started hearing things, faint whispers in the middle of the night, strange noises that seemed to come from the walls. I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps above me, even though I knew there was no one else in the house. Then things started to go missing. At first, it was little things, a set of keys, a book, a piece of jewelry. I would search the entire house, only to find the missing item in a place I was sure I hadn't put it. Then I started finding things that weren't mine, old, dusty trinkets that looked like they had been in the house for years, hidden away in drawers and closets. One day, I found an old, tattered doll in the basement, its glass eyes staring blankly up at me. I had never seen it before, and I certainly hadn't put it there. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, especially at night. I started leaving all the lights on, hoping it would keep the darkness at bay. But the nightmares continued, growing more vivid, more terrifying. In my dreams, the shadows took on the shape of a man, tall and thin, with eyes that glowed in the darkness. He would stand in the corner of the room, watching me, whispering in that same, indecipherable language. I would wake up, gasping for breath, the fear gripping me so tightly I could barely move. One night I woke up to find the attic door open again. The ladder was down, and a cold draft blew down the hallway. I lay in bed, staring at the open door, too terrified to move. I wanted to believe it was just the wind again, but deep down I knew something was wrong. I could feel it, a presence in the house, something that didn't belong. I finally mustered the courage to get out of bed and climb the ladder. The attic was just as I had left it, empty, dusty, and cold. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a small wooden box tucked away in a corner. I picked it up, brushing off the dust, and opened it. Inside was an old, yellowed piece of paper, covered in strange symbols and writing I couldn't understand. There was also a photograph, a black and white picture of a man and a woman standing in front of the house. The man looked familiar, though I couldn't place where I had seen him before. The woman's face, however, was blurred, as if someone had smeared the photo. I took the box downstairs, planning to do some research on the house and its previous owners. But as soon as I crossed the threshold of the attic, the box suddenly felt heavy, almost as if something was pulling it back. I nearly dropped it, the weight so sudden and unexpected. I managed to get it to the kitchen table, where I spread out the contents, trying to make sense of what I had found. The symbols on the paper were unlike anything I had ever seen before, jagged, angular shapes that seemed to twist and writhe on the page. The writing was in a language I didn't recognize, and the more I looked at it, the more uneasy I felt. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was written on that paper was dangerous, something I wasn't meant to understand. I spent hours searching online for any information about the house or the symbols, but I found nothing. The house had no history of hauntings or strange occurrences, no record of anything out of the ordinary. It was just an old house, like any other, but I knew better. I could feel it in my bones. Something was wrong with this place, something dark and evil. The nightmares continued to worsen, and the sense of being watched became unbearable. I would wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, and feel a cold presence in the room with me. I started hearing voices, whispers that seemed to come from the walls, calling my name. I would turn on all the lights, hoping to chase away the darkness, but it didn't help. The house was no longer a home, it was a prison, and I was trapped inside. One night I woke up to the sound of someone breathing heavily beside my bed. I froze, too terrified to move. The breathing was slow and deep, like someone was standing right next to me. I could feel the weight of their presence, the cold air pressing down on me. I slowly turned my head, expecting to see the shadowy figure from my dreams, but there was nothing there. The room was empty, but the breathing continued, growing louder, closer. I bolted out of bed, running down the stairs and out the front door. I didn't stop until I was outside, standing in the middle of the yard, gasping for breath. The house loomed behind me, dark and foreboding, its windows like empty eyes staring back at me. I knew I couldn't go back inside, not with whatever was in there, but I had nowhere else to go. I spent the rest of the night in my car, too afraid to go back into the house. I tried to convince myself that I was imagining things, that it was just stress, but I knew it wasn't true. Something was in that house, something evil, and it wasn't going to leave me alone. The next day I called a priest. I didn't know what else to do. I explained everything to him, expecting him to tell me I was crazy, but he didn't. He listened carefully, his expression growing more serious as I spoke. When I finished, he nodded and agreed to come to the house. The priest arrived later that day, a solemn look on his face. He walked through the house, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. I followed him, clutching the wooden box, hoping that it would help. But as he entered the hallway where the attic door was, he stopped, his face paling. "Something dark is here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's been here a long time." He turned to me, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and fear. "This house, it's cursed. Whatever is here, it's not going to leave easily." I asked him what I could do, how I could get rid of it. He shook his head. "It's not something you can fight. You need to leave this place as soon as possible." I didn't argue. I packed a bag and left the house that night, not looking back. I didn't care about the house, the money I had spent on it, none of it mattered. I just wanted to get away, to be free of whatever was haunting me. I moved across the country, trying to start a new life, to forget what had happened. But the nightmares followed me. Every night I would dream of the shadowy figure, the whispers, the cold presence in the room. I tried to ignore it, to tell myself it was just my imagination. But deep down I knew the truth. The house wasn't cursed. I was. Whatever had been in that attic, it had latched onto me, followed me, and it wasn't going to let go. I started seeing the figure in the corner of my eye, just a glimpse before it vanished. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, calling my name, telling me to come back. The dreams became more vivid, more real, until I couldn't tell where the dream ended and reality began. God, I know it's only a matter of time before it finds me again, before it takes me back to that house, to the attic. I don't know what it wants, but I know it's not going to stop until it gets it. And when it does, I don't think I'll be able to escape. The town I grew up in had an abandoned school. On the outskirts, a decaying relic of a time long past. It had been closed for decades, ever since a tragic fire claimed the lives of several students and a teacher. The building had been left to rot, its charred walls and shattered windows a grim reminder of the disaster. As kids, we were always told to stay away from it, that it was dangerous, and that it was haunted, but that only made it more intriguing. It became the stuff of local legend, a place where dares were made, and ghost stories were born. I was in my late teens when I finally decided to explore it. My friends and I had always talked about it, but none of us had ever actually gone inside. We'd heard the stories, of course, the sounds of children laughing when there was no one there, the shadowy figures seen moving through the halls at night. But we didn't really believe any of it. It was just a spooky old building, and we were too old to be scared of ghost stories, or so we thought. It was a warm summer evening, and we finally decided to go. There were 4 of us, me, Dom, Sarah, and Jake. We armed ourselves with flashlights, determined to spend the night in the school and see if the stories were true. It was supposed to be a fun adventure, a way to prove to ourselves that we weren't scared. But from the moment we stepped through the broken front doors, I knew something was wrong. The air inside was thick and heavy, filled with the scent of mildew and something else, something metallic, like blood. The walls were covered in graffiti, layers upon layers of it, as if every kid who had ever dared to enter had left their mark. The floors were littered with debris, broken glass, crumbling plaster, and old, forgotten toys. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the creaking of the old building as it settled into the night. We started in the main hallway, our flashlights casting eerie shadows on the walls. The classrooms were still filled with old desks and chairs, covered in dust and grime. In one room, the blackboard was still covered with a lesson from decades ago, the chalk faded but still legible. It was as if the school had been frozen in time, abandoned in the middle of a normal day. We split up, each of us taking a different part of the school to explore. I ended up in the gymnasium, a vast, echoing space filled with the remains of old sports equipment. The ceiling was high with broken windows that let in slivers of moonlight. The bleachers were covered in dust, the basketball hoops hanging at odd angles. As I walked across the floor, my footsteps echoed back at me, making the space feel even larger and emptier. That's when I heard it, a faint whisper, so soft I almost didn't catch it. I stopped, holding my breath, straining to hear, but the whisper came again, this time louder, clearer. It was a child's voice, calling my name. My heart skipped a beat, and I swung my flashlight around, searching for the source of the sound. But there was nothing, just empty space and shadows. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe one of my friends playing a trick on me. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. The voice had been too clear, too real. I turned to leave the gym, my pulse quickening. But before I could reach the door, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. I stood there, frozen, the darkness pressing in on me. My flashlight flickered, the beam weak and sputtering. I tried to turn it off and on again, but it was no use. The batteries were dying, and the darkness seemed to swallow up the little light I had left. The whispers came again, closer now, more insistent. I could hear footsteps, the soft patter of small feet on the dusty floor, but I still couldn't see anything. Panic set in, and I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing loudly in the darkness. I didn't care where I was going, I just needed to get out. But the school was a maze, and in the darkness, every hallway looked the same. I could hear the whispers all around me now, overlapping and growing louder, filling my head with the sound of children's voices, calling my name, begging for help. I burst into a classroom, slamming the door behind me. My flashlight flickered again, giving me just enough light to see that the room was empty, the desks overturned and covered in dust. I backed into a corner, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The whispers were outside the door now, scratching and tapping, as if something was trying to get in. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. The voices were inside my head, digging into my brain, filling me with a sense of dread so overwhelming that I thought I might pass out. And then, just as suddenly as they had started, they stopped. The silence was deafening, almost worse than the whispers. I opened my eyes, and the room was still dark, but I could see the faint outline of a figure standing in the doorway. It was small, no taller than a child, but its features were obscured, shrouded in darkness. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, as it slowly began to walk toward me. My flashlight sputtered one last time, and in that brief flash of light I saw its face. It was a girl, no older than 10, with long, tangled hair and hollow, empty eyes. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her mouth was twisted into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She was dressed in an old-fashioned school uniform, dirty and torn, as if she had been wearing it for years. She stopped in front of me, her empty eyes locked on mine, and I felt a chill run through me, so cold it felt like ice in my veins. She reached out a hand, her fingers brushing against my arm, and I felt a jolt of pain so intense that it took my breath away. I tried to pull away, but I couldn't move, couldn't escape her grip. "Help me," she whispered, her voice echoing in my head, and I knew then that she wasn't alive, that she had been one of the children who had died in the fire all those years ago, and that she was still trapped here, still waiting for someone to save her. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen in fear, but eventually the light in my flashlight died completely, leaving me in total darkness. When I finally found the strength to move, she was gone. The room was empty, the door still closed, but I could still feel her touch, still hear her voice in my head begging for help. I stumbled out of the classroom, my legs weak and shaking. The whispers were gone, the school silent once more, but I could still feel her presence, still hear the echo of her voice in my mind. I didn't stop running until I was outside, the cool night air hitting me like a slap in the face. My friends were already there, their faces pale and scared. They'd heard the whispers, too, seen the shadows moving in the dark. None of us spoke as we left, too shaken by what we'd experienced. We never went back to that school, never talked about what happened that night. But I know that she's still there, still waiting, still calling out for someone to help her. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I can still hear her voice, whispering my name, begging for me to come back. The night shift at the old Greystone Mill was supposed to be an easy gig. I'd taken the job because it was quiet, and I needed the money. The mill had been shut down for years, nothing but a relic of the past in a small, dying town. My job was simple: make the rounds, check the perimeter, and keep an eye out for vandals or squatters. It was just me and the silence of the night, and that suited me just fine. The first few weeks were uneventful. I'd spend my nights patrolling the crumbling corridors and empty rooms, listening to the wind whistle through the broken windows and the occasional creak of the old building settling. The place had a strange atmosphere, there was no denying that, but I chalked it up to the age of the structure and the fact that it was isolated, standing alone on the edge of town. Then one night, things started to change. It was late, probably around 2 a.m., when I heard a faint, rhythmic tapping coming from deep within the mill. It wasn't unusual to hear odd noises in a place like this, but this was different. It was steady, deliberate, like someone tapping a stick against the concrete floor in a slow, measured pattern. I followed the sound, my flashlight cutting through the darkness as I navigated the maze of corridors. The tapping grew louder as I approached the old storage area, a part of the mill that had always given me the creeps. The air grew colder, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up as I got closer. I rounded the corner and stopped dead in my tracks. The room was empty, just a wide, open space filled with dust and debris. But the tapping continued, echoing off the walls as if it was coming from all directions at once. I shined my light around, trying to find the source, but there was nothing, no one. I stood there for a long moment, listening to the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, and I found myself holding my breath, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. After a few minutes, I turned and made my way back to the security office, trying to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled over me. The next night, it happened again. This time, the tapping started as soon as I began my rounds, the sound coming from the same direction as before. I hesitated, not sure if I wanted to follow it again, but curiosity got the better of me. I made my way back to the storage area, my flashlight flickering as I moved through the darkened hallways. When I reached the room, the tapping stopped, just like the night before. But this time there was something else, a low, barely audible whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I couldn't make out the words, but it sent a chill down my spine. I scanned the room again, but there was nothing, just the darkness and the cold. I didn't tell anyone about what I'd heard. Who would believe me? It was an old building, full of strange noises and echoes. But deep down, I knew there was something more to it, something that wasn't right. The tapping and the whispering continued every night after that, always leading me back to that same spot, always stopping the moment I arrived. One night I decided to set up a camera in the storage area, hoping to catch whatever was making the noise. I placed it in the corner, pointing it toward the center of the room, and then went back to the security office to watch the feed. For hours there was nothing, just the empty room, the dust swirling in the beams of the flashlight I'd left on. Then, around 3 a.m., the tapping started again. I leaned in closer to the monitor, watching intently as the sound grew louder. The camera feed flickered, the image distorting for a moment before returning to normal. And then I saw it, a shadow, just a faint outline moving across the screen. It was tall and thin, barely visible in the dim light, but it was there, walking slowly across the room. My heart raced as I watched the figure stop in the center of the room, its form shimmering in the light. It stood there for a moment, and then it turned, as if looking directly at the camera. The feed flickered again, and when it came back, the shadow was gone. The room was empty once more, but the tapping continued, growing louder and more frantic. I bolted from the office, running down the hallway toward the storage area. I wasn't sure what I was going to do when I got there, but I had to see it for myself. When I reached the room, I stopped in the doorway, my flashlight sweeping across the floor. The room was empty, just like before, but the tapping was louder than ever, echoing through the walls, the floor, the very air around me. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, the shadow, moving along the far wall. It was taller than I had imagined, its form dark and indistinct, but unmistakably human. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, its footsteps silent despite the noise filling the room. I stood frozen in place, unable to move, unable to breathe. As it approached, the shadow stopped a few feet in front of me, and for the first time I could see its face, or rather the lack of one. Where a face should have been, there was nothing but darkness, an empty void that seemed to pull at me, drawing me closer. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, a cold, suffocating fear that gripped my chest and squeezed the air from my lungs. And then it spoke. The voice was low, raspy, barely more than a whisper, but it cut through the noise like a knife. It said my name, dragging out the syllables in a slow, menacing drawl. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything to get away, but I couldn't move. The darkness surrounded me, pulling me in, closer and closer. Suddenly the lights flickered on, and the shadow was gone. The tapping stopped, the room silent once more. I stumbled back, gasping for breath, my heart racing. I looked around, but there was no sign of the figure, no trace of the darkness that had been there moments before. I didn't stay to find out what would happen next. I ran out of the building, leaving my gear behind, and didn't stop until I was in my car, speeding away from the mill as fast as I could. I never went back, never picked up my last paycheck. I didn't care, I just wanted to be as far away from that place as possible. It's been years since that night, but the memory still haunts me. I've tried to forget, tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but I know better. Something was in that mill, something dark and malevolent, and it wasn't going to let me go so easily. Even now I can still hear the tapping sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows are long. It's a reminder, a warning, that no matter how far I run, I can't escape what happened. The darkness is always there, lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike again. I've been driving trucks for over 20 years. And in all that time, I've seen my fair share of strange things on the road. There are stories that get passed around at truck stops, tales of phantom trucks and shadowy figures that seem to appear out of nowhere. I always thought they were just that, stories told to spook the new guys or pass the time on a long haul. That was until I had my own encounter with something I can't explain. It was a few years back, late November, and I was hauling a load of produce from California to New York. The weather had been rough cold with patches of ice on the roads that made the driving slow and treacherous. I was somewhere in Ohio, about 100 miles outside of Columbus, when I decided to pull over for the night. I'd been on the road for almost 10 hours, and the snow was starting to fall heavy. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck out in the middle of nowhere if the weather turned worse. I'd heard about Kilroy's truck stop from other drivers, an old, run-down place that was supposed to be haunted. Most guys avoided it, preferring to drive the extra miles to a better spot. But I was tired, and the snow was coming down hard. So when I saw the faded sign for Kilroy's, I decided to pull in and call it a night. The place was just as run down as I'd heard, an old, crumbling building with a few pumps out front and a gravel lot that looked like it hadn't been paved in years. There were a couple of other rigs parked in the lot, their drivers either asleep in their cabs or hunkered down inside. I parked near the edge of the lot, away from the other trucks, and settled in for the night. The wind was howling outside, shaking the cab, and the snow was coming down in thick, heavy flakes. I could hear the sound of the pumps creaking in the wind, the metal groaning as the storm picked up. I was just about to doze off when I heard a faint knocking, like someone tapping on the side of my truck. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then it came again, louder this time. I sat up, peering out the window into the darkness, but all I could see was the swirling snow. The knocking came again, more insistent now, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I've been on the road long enough to know when something's not right, and this definitely wasn't right. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door, stepping out into the freezing wind. The cold hit me like a slap, and I had to shield my eyes against the blowing snow. I walked around to the back of the truck, my boots crunching in the gravel. But there was nothing there, no one standing by the trailer, no footprints in the snow, just the wind and the darkness, and the feeling that I was being watched. I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, and climbed back into the cab. But the feeling didn't go away. It was like a weight in the air, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I tried to settle back in, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That's when the radio crackled to life. I hadn't turned it on, and it wasn't even set to a station, just static hissing through the speakers. But through the static, I could hear a voice, faint at first, but growing louder, clearer. It was a man's voice, deep and gravelly, saying something I couldn't quite make out. I reached for the dial, trying to turn it off, but the voice kept coming, growing louder, more urgent. I could make out the words now. Get out, over and over again, like a warning. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel the sweat trickling down my back, even in the cold. I yanked the plug out of the radio, cutting the sound off abruptly. The cab was silent again, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I could feel eyes on me, feel something standing just outside the truck, waiting. I started the engine, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. I didn't care about the snow, didn't care about the ice on the roads. I just needed to get out of there. As I pulled out of the lot, my headlights swept over the building, and for a split second I saw it standing in the doorway of the truck stop. A figure, tall and thin, dressed in black, with eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. It was watching me, its gaze following me as I drove away. I didn't stop driving until I was miles down the road. The truck stopped far behind me. The snow was still coming down hard, and the roads were slick with ice, but I didn't care. I just kept driving, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel, my heart racing in my chest. I finally pulled into a rest area near Columbus, the lights of the city a welcome sight after the darkness of the road. I parked in a well-lit spot, surrounded by other trucks, and tried to calm down. But I couldn't stop thinking about that figure, about the voice on the radio telling me to get out. I didn't sleep much that night, and when I finally did, I was plagued by nightmares. I saw that figure again, standing in the doorway of the truck stop, watching me, waiting. I could hear the voice in my dreams, repeating those same words. Get out, get out. I've talked to other drivers since then, guys who've stopped at Kilroy's, and they've all had similar stories. Some say they've seen the figure too. Others have heard the voice on the radio warning them to leave. But no one knows who or what it is, or why it's haunting that old truck stop. I haven't been back to Kilroy's since that night, and I don't plan to. There are plenty of other places to stop, places that don't leave you with the feeling that you've just escaped something dark and dangerous. But I can't forget what I saw, can't shake the feeling that whatever it was is still out there, waiting for the next driver to come along. And every time I pass that stretch of road, I feel a shiver of fear, a reminder of that night, and the voice that warned me to get out while I still could. I didn't want to go to the dinner party, but my wife insisted. It's just one night, she said, and it's important to them. Besides, it's Halloween, it'll be fun. I reluctantly agreed, knowing that I couldn't say no to her. We had only moved into the neighborhood a few months ago, and making a good impression on our new neighbors was important, even if it meant spending the evening with people we barely knew. The party was at the Thompsons' house, a large, old Victorian that had stood in the neighborhood for over a century. The house had a reputation, of course every old house does. People said it was haunted, that strange things happened there, especially around Halloween. I didn't believe in that sort of thing, but I had to admit the house did have a certain unsettling vibe to it. We arrived at the house just as the sun was setting, the sky turning a deep orange before fading into the black of night. The Thompsons greeted us warmly, and we were ushered into the grand, dimly lit parlor where the other guests were already mingling. There were about a dozen of us in total, all gathered around the large dining table that had been set up in the middle of the room. The evening started off pleasant enough. There was wine, laughter, and conversation, the usual small talk you'd expect at a gathering like this. But as the night went on, something began to feel off. It started with the strange noises, faint creaks and groans that seemed to come from the walls themselves. At first I thought it was just the house settling, but the sounds grew louder, more pronounced, as if something was moving within the walls. I wasn't the only one who noticed. The other guests began to glance around nervously, their conversations growing quieter as the noises continued. My wife squeezed my hand under the table, her expression uneasy. "It's just the house," I whispered to her, trying to reassure myself as much as her. Then, just as dessert was being served, the power went out. The room was plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the few candles that had been lit around the room. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the sound of someone nervously laughing, trying to lighten the mood. But no one joined in. We sat in the darkness for what felt like an eternity, the air thick with tension. I could hear the others shifting in their seats, whispering to one another. Then, out of nowhere, there was a loud crash from the kitchen. Everyone jumped turning to look in the direction of the nose. The Thompsons exchanged worried glances before Mr. Thompson stood up, grabbing a flashlight from a nearby drawer. "I'll go check it out," he said, his voice wavering slightly. He disappeared into the kitchen, the beam of his flashlight bobbing as he moved through the darkness. We all sat in silence, listening to the sound of his footsteps growing fainter as he moved deeper into the house. A few minutes passed, and then we heard a low, guttural moan, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. My heart started racing as the noise grew louder, closer. Mrs. Thompson stood up, her face pale, and hurried towards the kitchen, calling her husband's name. Before she could reach the door, it slammed shut with a force that rattled the windows. We all jumped, and she let out a startled scream, pounding on the door, trying to get it open, but it wouldn't budge, as if something or someone was holding it shut from the other side. We could hear Mr. Thompson shouting now, his voice muffled and panicked. The dragging sound continued, followed by another low moan that sent a shiver down my spine. Mrs. Thompson was frantic, pounding on the door with both fists, her cries growing more desperate by the second. And then, as suddenly as it started, the noises stopped. The house fell silent, save for Mrs. Thompson's sobs as she continued to beat on the door. We all sat frozen in our seats, too terrified to move, too scared to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, the door slowly creaked open. Mrs. Thompson gasped and stepped back, her hands covering her mouth in horror. We all turned to look, and what we saw made my blood run cold. Mr. Thompson was standing in the doorway, his clothes torn and blooded. His eyes were wide with terror, his face pale and gaunt. But it wasn't just the sight of him that made my stomach churn, it was what was behind him. A dark, shadowy figure stood just behind him, its form barely visible in the dim light. It was tall, impossibly tall, with long, spindly arms that seemed to stretch out toward us. For a moment, none of us moved. We just stared, too shocked to do anything but watch as the figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate. Mr. Thompson let out a strangled cry as the figure reached out and grabbed him, pulling him back into the darkness of the kitchen. The door slammed shut again, and this time it didn't open. We could hear Mr. Thompson's screams echoing through the house, followed by the sound of something wet and heavy hitting the floor. Mrs. Thompson collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, while the rest of us sat frozen in place, our minds struggling to comprehend what had just happened. I don't remember much of what happened after that. I must have blacked out, because the next thing I knew, I was outside, standing in the cold night air, my wife clutching my arm. The other guests were there too, all of us pale and shaken, unable to speak. We didn't go back to the Thompsons' house. No one did. The police were called, of course, but they never found anything, no trace of Mr. Thompson, no sign of the figure we'd all seen. The official report said he'd gone missing, and that was that. But we knew the truth. We knew what we'd seen. The town moved on, as towns do, but the memory of that night never left me. I still see it sometimes. In my nightmares, the tall, dark figure with its outstretched arms, the look of terror on Mr. Thompson's face as he was pulled into the darkness. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind is howling outside, I swear I can hear the sound of something being dragged across the floor. I grew up in a small town, nestled in the heart of Appalachia, surrounded by dense forests and rolling hills, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else, and secrets are hard to keep. But there was one secret that everyone knew, and no one spoke about: the curse of Waverly Woods. It was the kind of story you heard as a kid, whispered in hushed tones around campfires or late at night when the grown-ups were out of earshot. The kind of story that would make you think twice about venturing too deep into the woods alone. But like most kids, I didn't really believe it. I mean, sure, there were some strange things about Waverly Woods, the way the trees seemed to close in around you, the way the wind would whistle through the branches like a distant, mournful cry, but a curse. That sounded like something out of a fairy tale. Then, one summer, everything changed. I was 18, just out of high school, and looking for a way to make some quick money before heading off to college. My friend Jake and I had been doing odd jobs around town, mowing lawns, painting fences, that sort of thing, when old Mr. Harris offered us a job clearing out some land on the edge of Waverly Woods. He was a grumpy old man, always muttering about kids these days and how no one had any respect anymore. But he was offering good money, and Jake and I were too broke to be picky. The job was simple enough. Clear out a few acres of brush and small trees so Mr. Harris could start building a new cabin. The problem was the land he wanted us to clear was deep in Waverly Woods. Jake was all for it. He didn't believe in the curse any more than I did, but something about the job made me uneasy. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I had a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Still, the money was too good to pass up, so we took the job. The first day went by without incident. We worked from dawn till dusk, hacking away at the brush and chopping down small trees, the sound of our axes echoing through the woods. The sun was blazing down, and the air was thick with the smell of pine and sweat. By the time we called it a day, my arms felt like they were going to fall off, and my shirt was soaked through with sweat. But we'd made good progress, and Jake was already talking about how we should use the money to take a road trip before college started. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the dark, tangled trees of Waverly Woods, the shadows stretching out like claws. I told myself it was just exhaustion, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The next morning, we headed back to the woods, but things felt different. The air was heavier, the shadows darker, and the woods were eerily silent, like the whole forest was holding its breath. Even Jake, who was usually all jokes and laughter, seemed tense, his eyes darting around as we worked. Around midday, we decided to take a break. We sat down on a fallen log, drinking water and catching our breath. That's when we heard it, a low, rumbling growl, coming from deep within the woods. We both froze, looking at each other with wide eyes. "What the hell was that?" Jake whispered. I shook my head, my heart pounding in my chest. The growl came again, louder this time, closer. It sounded like no animal I'd ever heard before, a deep guttural sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "We should get out of here," I said, my voice trembling. But Jake just shook his head, a stubborn look on his face. "We're almost done," he said. "Let's just finish up and get out of here." I wanted to argue, but I didn't. We went back to work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent my heart racing, and that growlet kept coming, always just out of sight, always getting closer. By the time the sun started to set, I was on edge, jumping at every little sound. Jake was trying to keep up a brave face, but I could tell he was scared too. We decided to call it a day, planning to come back in the morning and finish up. But as we were packing up our tools, the growl came again, louder and more menacing than before. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something moving in the trees, a dark, shadowy figure, tall and thin, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. I grabbed Jake's arm, pulling him toward the truck. "We need to go now," I shouted, my voice filled with panic. Jake didn't argue this time. We threw our tools in the back of the truck and jumped in, speeding down the dirt road as fast as we could. The whole way back, I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that shadowy figure chasing after us. But it never came. We didn't go back to Waverly Woods the next day. I called Mr. Harris and told him we were done, that he could keep the money, but we weren't going back. He didn't say much, just grumbled something under his breath and hung up. Jake and I didn't talk about what we saw, but I knew he was just as freaked out as I was. A few weeks later, we heard that Mr. Harris had gone missing. The police searched the woods, but they never found a trace of him, just his truck, parked on the side of the road near where we'd been working. People said he probably got lost in the woods, maybe fell into one of the old mine shafts that dotted the area, but Jake and I knew better. We knew what was really out there, lurking in the shadows of Waverly Woods. I went off to college that fall, and Jake and I drifted apart. But I've never forgotten what happened that summer, never forgotten the look in those glowing eyes. I haven't been back to my hometown in years, and I have no intention of ever going back. Waverly Woods still haunts my dreams, a place of darkness and fear that I can't escape. And every now and then, when I'm lying in bed, I hear that growl again, deep and menacing, reminding me that some secrets are better left buried. It was a late summer evening, the kind where the sun takes its time sinking below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of deep orange and purple. I'd just finished a long shift at the diner and was looking forward to getting home, kicking off my shoes, and finally relaxing. But as fate would have it, that night was going to be anything but relaxing. My route home took me down a series of back roads, winding through dense patches of forest and past empty fields that seemed to stretch on forever. It was the quickest way to get home, and on most nights I preferred it to the highway. It was peaceful, and I enjoyed the solitude, the way the trees would close in around the road, making me feel like I was driving through a tunnel of leaves. But that night, as the light faded and the shadows grew longer, the road didn't feel so inviting. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, and unsettling in my stomach that I couldn't shake. I turned up the radio, trying to drown out the creeping anxiety, but the music did little to soothe my nerves. I was about halfway home when I saw it. At first I thought it was a deer, just another animal caught in the headlights, frozen in the middle of the road. But as I got closer, I realized this was no deer. It was bigger, much bigger, and, standing on two legs, I slammed on the brakes, my heart racing as the car skidded to a stop. The creature didn't move. It just stood there, staring at me with glowing yellow eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. My hands were shaking as I fumbled to put the car in reverse, desperate to get away from whatever this thing was. But as I started to back up, the creature moved. It took a step forward, then another, its movements smooth and deliberate, almost human. But this thing wasn't human. It was covered in dark, matted fur, its body hunched over like an animal, but its face was something out of a nightmare. It was a twisted mix of man and beast, with a long snout, sharp fangs, and those eyes, those glowing eyes that never left mine. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All I could do was stare as the creature continued to approach, its claws clicking on the pavement with each step. It was getting closer to close. I threw the car into drive and floored it, the tires squealing as the car shot forward, swerving around the creature and speeding down the road. I glanced in the rearview mirror, hoping, praying that it was gone, but it wasn't. It was running after me, its long limbs eating up the distance between us faster than any animal should be able to move. My heart was pounding in my chest as I pushed the car to its limits, the engine roaring as I raced down the winding road. But no matter how fast I went, the creature kept up. It was right behind me, close enough that I could see its breath fogging up the back window. I could hear its claws scraping against the metal of the car, feel the whole vehicle shake as it lunged at me, trying to force its way inside. I swerved, trying to throw it off, but the creature held on, its claws digging into the roof of the car. I could hear the metal creaking, see the dents forming as it tried to rip its way through. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do, how to get away from this thing, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. I didn't see it jump off, didn't hear it hit the ground. One moment it was there, and the next, it wasn't. The car lurched forward as the weight on the roof disappeared, and I nearly lost control, the tires skidding on the gravel as I tried to correct the steering. I didn't stop to look back. I just kept driving, my foot pressed to the floor, the car hurtling down the road at a speed that should have been impossible. I didn't care. I just wanted to get as far away from that thing as I could. I don't know how long I drove like that, but by the time I finally slowed down, I was miles away, deep in the heart of the forest. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands still shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. I was gasping for breath, my mind reeling from what I had just seen. I didn't dare get out of the car. I just sat there, staring out into the darkness, half expecting to see those glowing eyes staring back at me. But there was nothing, just the sound of the wind in the trees, and the distant call of an owl. Eventually, I mustered the courage to start the car again, my hands still trembling as I turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I pulled back onto the road, driving at a much slower pace this time, my eyes scanning the trees for any sign of the creature. I didn't see it again that night, but I could feel it watching me, could sense its presence in the darkness just beyond the reach of the headlights. I drove the rest of the way home in a daze, my mind numb with fear. When I finally pulled into the driveway, I didn't get out of the car right away. I just sat there staring at the front door, trying to convince myself that it was safe to go inside. But even as I stepped out of the car and walked up to the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the window, staring out into the darkness, listening for any sound, any sign that the creature had followed me home. But the night passed without incident, and when the sun finally rose, I almost convinced myself that it had all been a bad dream. But it wasn't a dream. The claw marks on the roof of my car were proof of that. They were deep, long gouges that had torn through the metal like it was paper. I couldn't explain them, couldn't rationalize what had happened. All I knew was that I had come face to face with something that shouldn't exist, something that defied all logic and reason. I never took that road again. In fact, I went out of my way to avoid it, even if it meant adding hours to my commute. The memory of that night stayed with me, haunting me in the quiet moments when the world was still and my mind had time to wonder. I don't know what that creature was, and I don't want to know. All I know is that it's out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting for its next victim. And if you ever find yourself on those back roads at night, you'd better pray that it's not you. I'd been driving a taxi in the city for over 10 years, and in that time I'd seen it all: drunk passengers, rowdy teenagers, and even the occasional celebrity trying to avoid the paparazzi. But nothing could have prepared me for the night I picked up the hitchhiker. It was a cold December evening, and the snow had started to fall lightly, dusting the city in a layer of white. The streets were quieter than usual, with most people choosing to stay indoors by a warm fire rather than venture out in the cold. I'd been circling the downtown area, hoping to pick up one last fare before calling it a night. That's when I saw her, standing on the corner of 5th and Main, right next to the old, abandoned hotel. She was a young woman, maybe in her mid-20s, wearing a long, dark coat and a red scarf that stood out against the snow. She was waving at me, her face partially hidden by the shadows. I almost didn't stop. That part of town had a reputation, drug dealers, gang members, the kind of people you didn't want to mess with. But something about the way she looked at me, her eyes pleading, made me pull over. She got in the back, and the cold air followed her into the cab. "Thanks," she said, her voice soft and a little shaky. "I've been waiting out here for hours," I nodded, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. She looked pale, her skin almost as white as the snow outside. "Where to?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Just drive. I'll tell you when to stop." That should have been my first red flag, but I didn't think much of it at the time. People in the city often gave vague directions, especially if they didn't want to reveal where they were really going. I pulled away from the curb, heading down Main Street. The snow was coming down harder now, the street lights casting eerie shadows on the road. The woman didn't say much, just stared out the window as we drove. After a few minutes, I tried to make small talk. "So you live around here?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, I'm just passing through, visiting family." She didn't answer right away, and I noticed her hands were trembling, clutching her scarf tightly around her neck. "No," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't have any family." Something about the way she said it sent a chill down my spine. I glanced in the mirror again, and for a moment it looked like she wasn't even there, just an empty seat in the back of the cab. I blinked and she was back, her pale face reflecting in the glass. I felt a cold sweat start to form on my brow. "You okay?" I asked, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. She nodded, but her expression was distant, almost haunted. "Just keep driving," she said. "I'll tell you when to stop." We drove in silence for a while, the city lights fading as we headed toward the outskirts of town. The snow was coming down in thick, heavy flakes now, and the road was getting slippery. I was just about to suggest turning back when she suddenly spoke. "Turn left here," she said, pointing to a narrow, snow-covered road that I hadn't even noticed. I hesitated. The road looked barely passable, but something in her voice made me obey. I turned onto the road, the tires crunching over the snow. The street lights were few and far between, casting long, dark shadows on the road ahead. The further we drove, the darker it got, until the only light came from my headlights cutting through the snowstorm. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked, trying to hide the nervousness in my voice. She didn't respond, just stared straight ahead, her eyes wide and unblinking. I was starting to feel genuinely scared now, a deep, knowing fear that I couldn't shake. The road twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the darkness. I didn't know where we were anymore, and the GPS had stopped working, the screen flashing no signal. "I think we should turn back," I said, my voice trembling. She finally looked at me, and the look in her eyes made my blood run cold. "It's too late to turn back," she said, her voice hollow. "Just keep going." I didn't argue. Something about her tone told me that turning back wasn't an option. We drove on, the snowstorm growing more intense, the road narrowing until it was barely wide enough for the cab. I felt like we were driving into another world, a place where the rules of reality no longer applied. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the snowstorm stopped. The road ended in front of a large, crumbling mansion, its windows dark and empty. I hadn't seen it until we were right on top of it, the headlights illuminating its decaying facade. "Stop here," she said, her voice eerily calm. I did as she asked, pulling up in front of the mansion. The engine idled for a moment before I turned it off, the silence of the night pressing in on me. "Is this where you live?" I asked, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. She didn't answer, just opened the door and stepped out into the snow. I watched as she walked toward the mansion, her figure barely visible in the darkness. "Wait," I called after her. "You didn't pay?" She stopped and turned to face me, and for the first time I saw her clearly. Her face was pale and gaunt, her eyes hollow and sunken. She looked like she hadn't eaten or slept in days, maybe weeks. "I don't need to pay," she said, her voice echoing in the stillness. "This is where I belong." With that, she turned and walked through the front door of the mansion, disappearing into the darkness. I sat there for a moment, my heart racing, unsure of what to do. Part of me wanted to go after her, to make sure she was okay. But the other part of me, the part that was paralyzed with fear, told me to leave, to get as far away from that place as possible. I chose the latter. I threw the car into reverse and backed out of there as fast as I could, the tires slipping on the icy road. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The mansion was gone. The road behind me was empty, just a snow-covered path leading back to the city. I drove back to the city in a daze, my mind racing. What had just happened? Had I imagined the whole thing? By the time I reached downtown, the snow had stopped, and the streets were deserted. I pulled into the taxi stand, my hands still shaking as I turned off the engine. I didn't tell anyone what happened that night. I wasn't sure they'd believe me if I did, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd encounter something otherworldly, something that didn't belong in this world. I avoided that part of town after that, never driving near the old, abandoned hotel again. And every time it snowed, I couldn't help but think of that hitchhiker standing on the corner, waiting for someone to take her home. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway, just me and a few buddies from college heading out into the wilderness to escape the hustle of the city. We had chosen a remote spot deep in the forests of the Pacific Northwest, far from the usual camping sites, because we wanted to experience nature in its rawest form. None of us were exactly seasoned outdoorsmen, but we figured a couple of days away from civilization would be good for us. We were wrong. The trip started off well enough. We loaded up the truck with all the essentials: tents, sleeping bags, enough food and beer to last us the weekend, and set off early Saturday morning. The drive took us through winding mountain roads, past towering trees that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. By the time we reached the trailhead, it was late afternoon. The air was cool and crisp, with that earthy smell of pine needles and damp soil that you only find in deep forests. We hiked for a few hours, making our way further into the wilderness until we found a clearing by a small river, the perfect spot to set up camp. We pitched our tents, gathered some firewood, and settled in for the night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we sat around the fire, talking and laughing, the sound of the river providing a soothing background noise. The night was peaceful, the sky clear and filled with stars. But as the fire died down and the cold night air set in, I began to feel a sense of unease. It was subtle at first, just a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that something wasn't quite right. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming during the day, now felt different, almost hostile. The trees, which had towered protectively over us, now loomed ominously, their branches casting long, twisted shadows in the moonlight. The sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, and distant hoots of owls seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as if the forest itself was alive and watching us. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. But as the night wore on, the feeling grew stronger. I wasn't the only one who noticed it. You guys feel that? Mark, one of my friends, asked, his voice barely above a whisper. We all nodded, our eyes scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. Yeah, said Tom, another one of our group. It feels like we're being watched. None of us wanted to admit it, but we were all scared. We tried to laugh it off, telling ghost stories to lighten the mood, but even those felt too close to reality for comfort. Eventually, we decided to call it a night, each of us retreating to our tents, hoping that sleep would chase away the fear. But sleep didn't come easily. I lay in my tent, staring up at the fabric above me, listening to the sounds of the forest. Every rustle, every crack of a twig made my heart race. I could hear the others shifting restlessly in their tents, none of us able to relax. I don't know how long I lay there, but at some point I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember was waking up to the sound of something moving outside. It was subtle at first, a soft crunching sound like something walking on the forest floor. I held my breath, listening. The sound grew louder, closer, as if whatever it was circling our camp. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I wanted to wake the others, but I was too scared to move, afraid that whatever was out there would hear me. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the noise stopped. The forest was silent, the only sound the river flowing nearby. I waited, my muscles tense, but the noise didn't return. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, and eventually I managed to fall back asleep. The next morning I woke up to the smell of coffee and the sound of birds chirping. The fear from the night before felt like a bad dream, something that didn't belong in the light of day. We didn't talk about it as we packed up our gear, each of us pretending that nothing had happened. We were supposed to be tough, after all, just a bunch of guys out in the woods. But as we started hiking back to the truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. The trail, which had seemed so inviting the day before, now felt oppressive, the trees closing in on us, the path winding through dense underbrush. It wasn't long before we noticed the tracks. They were unlike anything I had ever seen before, huge footprints, easily twice the size of a man's foot, pressed deep into the soft soil. The prints were spaced far apart, too far for any human to have made them. We all stopped, staring at the tracks in stunned silence. What the hell is that? Mark finally said, his voice shaky. No one had an answer. The tracks led off the trail, disappearing into the thick underbrush. Whatever had made them was bigger than any animal I knew of in these woods. A sense of dread settled over us as we realized that whatever it was, it had been close to our camp the night before. We debated what to do. Part of me wanted to follow the tracks, to see where they led, but the rational part of my brain told me that was a terrible idea. In the end, we decided to keep moving, sticking to the trail and getting out of the woods as quickly as possible. But the sense of being watched only grew stronger. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us jumpy. We walked faster, our eyes darting around, searching the shadows for any sign of movement. Then we heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from all around us. It was a sound unlike anything I had ever heard before, deep and menacing, reverberating through the trees. We froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. "Run!" Tom shouted, and we took off, sprinting down the trail as fast as we could. The growl followed us, growing louder, closer, as if whatever was making it was right behind us. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like they would give out, but we didn't stop. The truck was still a good mile away, and I wasn't sure we were going to make it. The growl was so close now that I could feel it vibrating in my chest. It was right behind me. I was sure of it. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the growl stopped. The forest fell silent again, the only sound our ragged breathing as we slowed to a walk, too exhausted to run any more. We didn't say a word, just kept moving, our eyes wide with fear, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. We finally reached the truck, and I've never been so relieved in my life. We threw our gear in the back and piled in, slamming the doors shut behind us. Mark started the engine, and we sped off, not looking back. None of us spoke on the drive back, each of us lost in our own thoughts, trying to process what had just happened. It wasn't until we were safely back in the city, the familiar sights and sounds of civilization around us, that we finally started to relax. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out of those woods, something that didn't belong in our world. I haven't been back to the woods since that day, and I don't plan to. Some things are better left alone, and whatever we encountered in those deep, dark woods is one of them. I never expected to end up in a situation like this. My life had always been so ordinary: work, friends, a small but cozy apartment in the city. I didn't believe in ghosts or any of that paranormal nonsense. That was until I had an encounter that shattered my skepticism into a million pieces. It all started when I found a new place to live. My old apartment was being converted into condos, and the landlord had given me 2 months' notice to move out. One found the listing for this place online, an old house divided into several units. The price was right, the neighborhood was quiet, and it had a certain charm about it. The hardwood floors, the tall windows, the high ceilings, it all reminded me of a different era. The landlord was an older woman, sweet and talkative. She lived on the first floor and was always around, tending to the garden or sweeping the front steps. She seemed genuinely happy to have me as a tenant. Even gave me a warm loaf of bread the day I moved in. I didn't think much of it at the time, just figured she was the kind of person who liked to take care of others. The first night in my new place was uneventful. I unpacked, set up my furniture, and collapsed into bed, exhausted from the move. But it wasn't long before I realized that something was off. I woke up around 3 a.m. The room was pitch black, the kind of darkness where you can't even see your hand in front of your face. I reached over to the bedside lamp, but before I could turn it on, I heard a sound. It was faint at first, just a soft rustling, like someone moving through the room. I froze, my hand hovering over the lamp switch. I listened, straining to hear where the noise was coming from. It seemed to be right next to me, but there was nothing there. I told myself it was just the house settling, an old building making noise in the night. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The sound grew louder, more distinct. It was a shuffling noise, as if someone was dragging their feet across the wooden floor. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I wanted to get up, to run, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. The silence was deafening, more terrifying than the sound itself. I lay there, too scared to even breathe, waiting for something, anything to happen. but nothing did. Eventually, I managed to convince myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired and my mind was playing tricks on me. The next morning, I woke up feeling foolish. Daylight had a way of making the night's fears seem ridiculous, and I laughed it off, chalking it up to first night jitters in a new place. But the next night, it happened again, and the night after that. Every time I woke up, it was always around 3 a.m., always in total darkness, and always to that same shuffling noise. It was as if someone was pacing back and forth in my room, just out of sight. I started losing sleep, dreading the nights. I tried everything, leaving the lights on, playing music, even sleeping with the TV on, but nothing worked. The noise would come, and with it, a growing sense of dread that something was terribly wrong. One night, after a particularly rough day at work, I decided to confront whatever was causing the disturbance. I was done being scared, done with sleepless nights. I stayed up late, determined to catch whatever it was in the act. I sat in bed, the covers pulled up to my chin, my eyes fixed on the door. At exactly 3 a.m., it started, the shuffling, the dragging of feet across the floor. But this time I was ready. I flicked on the light, expecting to see. Well, I didn't know what I expected to see, but the room was empty. There was nothing there, no sign of anyone or anything that could have made the noise, but the sound didn't stop. It was still there, still moving, even though I could see that the room was empty. My heart was in my throat as I listened to it move around the room, circling the bed, coming closer and closer, and then it stopped. Right at the foot of my bed, I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The air was thick with something I couldn't see, but I could feel it heavy, oppressive, like a weight pressing down on me. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I just sat there, staring at the empty space in front of me, knowing that something was there, even though I couldn't see it. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen in fear. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. Eventually, the feeling lifted, and the room felt normal again. But I knew that whatever it was, it hadn't left. It was still there, somewhere in the house, watching me. I couldn't stay there anymore. The next day, I called in sick to work and started packing. I didn't care where I went, as long as it was far away from that place. As I was loading the last of my things into the car, the landlord came out to see me off. "You're leaving already?" she asked, a concerned look on her face. I didn't want to tell her the truth, didn't want her to think I was crazy, but something in her expression made me pause. It was like she knew, like she had been expecting this. "You've seen him, haven't you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. My heart skipped a beat. "Seen who?" She sighed, her shoulders slumping as if a great weight had been lifted off them. "He's been here a long time, longer than me, longer than anyone. He doesn't mean any harm, but he's not someone you want to share a home with." I stared at her, my mind reeling. Why didn't she tell me? She looked at me with sad eyes. "Would you have believed me if I had?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. I just got in the car and drove away, leaving the house and whatever haunted it behind. But the memory of those nights stayed with me, haunting me long after I left. I still think about it sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet and the darkness feels to close. I wonder if he's still there, pacing those old floors, waiting for the next unlucky soul to move in, and I pray that I never have to face him again. I've been a taxi driver in New York City for over 15 years, and I've seen a lot of strange things in that time. You'd think that after all those years on the job, nothing would surprise me anymore. But I had an experience a few months ago that still gives me chills when I think about it. It was a typical Friday night just past midnight. The city was alive with the usual weekend crowd, people coming out of bars, couples heading home after a night out, and the occasional lost tourist trying to make sense of the subway system. I was cruising down 42nd Street when I saw her, a young woman standing on the corner, waving me down. She looked like she was in her mid-20s, dressed in a simple black dress, her long dark hair falling over her shoulders. There was something about her that seemed out of place, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it at the time. I pulled over, and she got in the back seat. "Where to?" I asked, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment I felt a chill run down my spine. They were the coldest eyes I had ever seen, almost devoid of any emotion. "Take me to Riverside Park," she said, her voice soft but clear. Something about her request struck me as odd. Riverside Park wasn't exactly a place you'd want to go to in the middle of the night, especially for a young woman alone. But it wasn't my place to question her, so I nodded and started driving. As we made our way through the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The streets, usually bustling even at this hour, seemed unusually quiet. The traffic lights seemed to change in slow motion, the city around us almost surreal. I glanced in the rearview mirror again. The woman was staring out the window, her expression unreadable. "You sure you want to go to Riverside Park?" I asked, trying to break the uneasy silence. She didn't respond right away, just kept staring out the window. Then, finally, she spoke. "Yes, I need to go there." There was a finality in her tone that made me drop the subject. The rest of the ride was silent. I couldn't help but feel like we were heading towards something I didn't want to be a part of. As we got closer to the park, the feeling of unease grew stronger. The streets around us became darker, the buildings older, as if we were driving back in time. By the time we reached Riverside Park, the air in the cab felt heavy, almost oppressive. I pulled up to the curb, and the woman leaned forward, her eyes locking onto mine in the mirror. "Wait here," she said, handing me a $20 bill. "I won't be long." I watched as she got out of the cab and walked toward the park, disappearing into the shadows. I don't know why I waited. Something inside me told me I should just drive away, leave her there and forget about the whole thing. But I couldn't move. I just sat there, staring into the darkness where she had vanished. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. The longer I sat there, the more the unease grew, turning into outright fear. I kept telling myself that I should leave, but something held me there, as if I was rooted to the spot. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her. She was standing at the edge of the park, just outside the glow of the street lights, her figure barely visible in the shadows. For a moment I thought she was coming back to the cab, but then I realized she wasn't moving. She was just standing there, staring at me. I can't explain why, but the sight of her just standing there, motionless, filled me with a sense of dread unlike anything I'd ever felt before. It was as if she wasn't a person at all, but something else, something that didn't belong in this world. I finally managed to break free of whatever was holding me there. I slammed the car into gear and sped away from the park, my heart racing. I didn't look back until I was several blocks away, and when I did, she was gone. The spot where she had been standing was empty, as if she had never been there at all. I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind, chalking it up to fatigue or maybe just my imagination playing tricks on me. But the next day, I found something in the back seat of my cab that sent a shiver down my spine. It was a small, old-fashioned locket, the kind that you'd see in a Victorian-era portrait. I had never seen it before, and there was no way it could have been left there by anyone else. I opened it up, and inside was a tiny black and white photo of the woman who had been in my cab the night before. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to throw the locket away, but something told me that wouldn't be the end of it. I tried to return it to the park, hoping that maybe it would somehow put an end to the strange events. But when I got there, the park was different. It was the same place, but it didn't feel the same. The area where I had dropped the woman off seemed older. The trees gnarled and twisted, the path worn and cracked as if it hadn't been used in years. I left the locket on a bench near where I had seen her standing and hurried back to my cab. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, but I avoided Riverside Park after that. The locket was gone when I checked back a week later, and I haven't seen the woman since. But sometimes, late at night when I am driving through the city, I catch a glimpse of someone standing in the shadows, watching, and every time I get the same feeling of dread, as if she's still out there, waiting for something. Maybe she's waiting for another ride. I never thought much about what went on in factories after dark. To me, they were just places where things were made, where people worked long hours to keep the world running. I was about to learn how wrong I was. The job came to me through a friend who knew I was desperate for work. The factory wasn't exactly my first choice. I'd heard rumors about it being haunted, but I didn't believe in that sort of thing. The pay was good, and I needed the money, so I signed up for the night shift. My first day, or rather, night on the job, I arrived at the factory just before the sun dipped below the horizon. The building was old, with faded bricks and tall, narrow windows that looked like they hadn't been cleaned in decades. The inside wasn't much better. Dim lighting, the constant hum of machinery, and the smell of oil and metal that seemed to seep into everything. The night supervisor, a gruff man named Mr. Williams, gave me a quick tour. He didn't say much, just pointed out where I'd be working and told me to stay out of certain areas after dark. I thought he was just trying to mess with the new guy, but his serious expression made me wonder. The first few hours were uneventful. I was stationed in the packing area, loading boxes onto pallets. It was tedious work, but the rhythmic motion of lifting and stacking helped pass the time. The other workers kept to themselves, not even bothering to make small talk. As the night dragged on, I started to notice strange things. At first, it was just little stuffed tools that I knew I had set down somewhere would suddenly be gone, only to turn up in a completely different part of the factory. Or the machines would stop working for no reason, only to start up again when I wasn't looking. I told myself it was just the fatigue playing tricks on me. After all, the night shift was new to me, and I wasn't used to the hours. But then, around 2 a.m., things took a turn for the worse. I was in the break room, grabbing a quick bite to eat when I heard a noise coming from the main floor. It sounded like metal scraping against metal, followed by a loud bang. I jumped up, thinking maybe one of the machines had broken down, and rushed out to see what was going on. But when I got there, everything was quiet. The machines were still running, the assembly line still moving, but there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. I was about to head back to the break room when I saw something out of the corner of my eye, shadow darting between the machines. I turned to get a better look. When it was gone, my heart started to race. I wasn't sure what I had seen, but it didn't feel right. I tried to shake it off, went back to work, but I couldn't get that image out of my head. As the night wore on, things got stranger. The lights would flicker on and off, plunging the factory into darkness for seconds at a time. And every time the lights came back on, it felt like the shadows had moved, like something was creeping closer, just out of sight. Then there were the voices. At first I thought it was just the wind, or maybe the hum of the machines. But as I listened more closely, I realized it was something else entirely. Faint whispers, like a conversation happening just beyond my hearing. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakably angry, desperate, like someone trapped, trying to get out. I tried to ignore it, to focus on my work, but it was impossible. The factory felt like it was closing in on me, like the walls were alive, breathing. I wasn't the only one who noticed. The other workers started to get jittery too, glancing around nervously, jumping at every little nose. But no one said anything. It was like an unspoken rule, don't acknowledge it, and maybe it'll go away. But it didn't. By the time my shift was almost over, I was on edge, my nerves shot. I was counting down the minutes until I could get out of there when it happened. I was loading the last pallet onto the truck when I heard it a loud crash, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The other workers were all frozen, staring at the same spot, their faces pale. And then, out of the darkness, something moved. It was hard to describe more of a presence than a shape, like a shadow that didn't belong. It slid across the floor, moving toward us with a slow, deliberate pace. I wanted to run, but my feet wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, watching as it got closer and closer. Just when I thought it was going to reach us, the lights flickered one last time and went out completely. We were plunged into darkness, the kind where you can't see your hand in front of your face. The whispers started again, louder this time, like they were all around us. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the lights came back on. The shadow was gone, but the air was thick with something I couldn't explain. Fear, dread, something more than just the darkness. No one said a word. We all just stood there, staring at the spot where the shadow had been, trying to make sense of what we had just seen. Eventually, Mr. Williams came out of his office, his face pale and drawn. He didn't say anything, just motioned for us to finish up. We did as we were told, moving in a daze, the fear still clinging to us like a second skin. I left the factory that morning and never went back. I didn't need the job that badly, not after what I had experienced. I don't know what that place is, what it does to the people who work there, but I do know that I'm never going near it again. And I'll never forget the night I spent there, the night I learned that some places should be left alone. I don't know why I agreed to it. Maybe it was the thrill of doing something dangerous or the peer pressure from my friends. But whatever the reason, it was the biggest mistake of my life. It all started one summer night when my friends, Jake, Emily, and I were sitting around a campfire in Jake's backyard. We were talking about urban legends and ghost stories when Jake brought up the old asylum on the outskirts of town. The place had been abandoned for decades, and everyone in town knew about its dark history. It was said that the asylum had been shut down after several patients mysteriously disappeared, never to be seen again. There were rumors of cruel experiments and tortured souls that still roamed the halls. Of course, we'd all heard the stories before, but none of us really believed them. That's when Jake had the bright idea to visit the asylum that night. "Come on," he said, a mischievous grin on his face. "Let's check it out. It'll be fun." I wasn't thrilled with the idea, but Emily was all for it. She'd always had a fascination with the paranormal, and this was right up her alley. I tried to protest, but they were already getting up, ready to go. "It's just an old building," Jake said, brushing off my concerns. "What's the worst that could happen?" I reluctantly agreed, telling myself that it was just for one night and that nothing would come of it. We grabbed our flashlights, hopped in Jake's car, and made our way to the asylum. The drive there was quiet, with only the sound of the car engine and the occasional owl hooting in the distance. The road was narrow and winding, the trees on either side closing in like a dark tunnel. The closer we got, the more uneasy I felt, but I didn't say anything. When we finally arrived, the sight of the asylum sent a shiver down my spine. The building loomed in the darkness, its windows shattered, and its walls covered in ivy. The gate at the entrance was rusted and hanging off its hinges, creaking in the breeze. The whole place reeked of decay and abandonment. "This place is creepy as hell," Emily whispered, but there was excitement in her voice. Jake led the way as we made our way through the broken gate and up the overgrown path to the main entrance. The door was slightly ajar, and with a push, it creaked open, revealing a dark, musty interior. The air inside was heavy, filled with the scent of mildew and rot. We shone our flashlights around, revealing peeling paint, crumbling walls, and debris scattered across the floor. The atmosphere was oppressive, like the building itself was alive and watching us. "This is awesome," Jake said, his voice echoing through the empty halls. He was in his element, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we shouldn't be there. We wandered through the asylum, our footsteps echoing eerily in the silence. The further we went, the more unsettling it became. The rooms were filled with old, rusted hospital beds, and the walls were covered in strange markings that looked like they'd been scratched in by hand. Emily stopped in front of one of the doors and shone her flashlight on a sign above it. "Ward 13, she read aloud. "This must be where they kept the worst of the patients. Let's check it out," Jake suggested, already reaching for the door handle. I wanted to say no, but I didn't want to be the one to chicken out. So I kept quiet as Jake pushed open the door. The room inside was even worse than the others. The walls were covered in graffiti, and the floor was littered with broken glass. But what caught my attention was the old operating table in the center of the room. It was rusted and stained with something dark and dry, and I could almost imagine the screams that must have echoed off the walls during whatever horrific procedures had taken place there. Emily, ever the explorer, started taking pictures while Jake poked around, looking for anything interesting. I just stood there, trying to keep my growing sense of dread under control. That's when I heard it, a faint whisper. So soft I almost missed it. I froze, straining to hear it again. But the only sound was Jake and Emily's voices as they joked around. I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, but then I heard it again, louder this time. It was coming from the direction of the operating table. I shone my flashlight over it, my heart racing. There was nothing there, but the whispering continued, growing louder and more insistent. It was like a chorus of voices, all overlapping and blending together, making it impossible to understand what they were saying. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice trembling. Jake and Emily stopped what they were doing and looked at me. "Hear what?" Jake asked, his brow furrowed. "The whispering," I said, my voice barely above a whisper itself. They both listened for a moment, but then Jake shrugged. "I don't hear anything, man. You're probably just freaking yourself out." But Emily was frowning, her face pale. "I hear it," she said, her voice shaky. "It's coming from that table." Jake laughed nervously. "Come on, you're just imagining things. Let's keep moving." But Emily and I were both on edge now. We could hear the whispering, and it was getting louder. I wanted to leave, but something kept me rooted to the spot. I felt like if I moved, something terrible would happen. Then, out of nowhere, the whispering stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the whispers. It was as if the whole building was holding its breath, waiting. And then we heard the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere deeper in the asylum. "We need to get out of here," Emily said, her voice barely audible. Jake nodded, his earlier bravado gone. We turned to leave, but the door we had come through was now closed. I knew we had left it open, but there it was, shut tight. Jake tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Panic set in as we realized we were trapped. The footsteps were getting closer, echoing through the halls. They didn't sound like they were coming from a person, though. They were too slow, too deliberate, like something was taking its time, savoring every step. "There has to be another way out," Jake said, his voice shaking. He started looking for another exit, but the room only had one door. The footsteps were right outside the door now, and we could hear something dragging along the floor behind them. I was paralyzed with fear, my mind racing. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of prank, or maybe just our imaginations running wild. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Whatever was out there wasn't human, and it was coming for us. The door handle started to turn, and Emily let out a terrified scream. We all backed away from the door, pressing ourselves against the far wall. The door creaked open, and for a moment there was nothing but darkness on the other side. And then we saw it, a figure, tall and thin, its face obscured by shadows. It was draped in tattered clothing that hung off its skeletal frame, and its eyes glowed with a faint, unnatural light. But the worst part was its mouth. It was twisted into a grotesque smile, wide and unnatural, stretching across its face in a way that no human mouth ever could. The figure stepped into the room, dragging something behind it that we couldn't see. The air grew colder, and the lights in our flashlights flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Emily was crying now, and Jake was frozen in place, his eyes wide with terror. The figure took another step toward us, its smile growing wider. I could feel the cold radiating off of it, seeping into my bones. I knew we had to get out of there, but I couldn't move. I was trapped in a nightmare, and there was no escape. Then, just as the figure was about to reach us, the door behind us flew open. We didn't waste a second. We bolted out of the room, not looking back. We ran down the hall, our footsteps echoing loudly in the silence. I could hear the figure behind us, its footsteps slow and deliberate, but somehow always keeping pace with us, no matter how fast we ran. We reached the front door, and, to our relief, it was still open. We burst out of the asylum, turned into the cool night air, not stopping until we were safely in Jake's car, speeding away from that cursed place. None of us said a word on the drive back. We were too shaken, too terrified to speak. When we finally got back to Jake's house, we all swore never to talk about what had happened, but the nightmare didn't end there. For weeks after, I was plagued by horrible dreams of that figure, its twisted smile haunting me every time I closed my eyes. I started seeing it everywhere, in the shadows of my room, in the corner of my eye, even in my own reflection. Emily and Jake weren't much better. We all stopped hanging out after that night. We couldn't be around each other without being reminded of what we had seen. I don't know what that figure was or why it was in that asylum, but I do know that it wasn't human, and whatever it was, It was a Friday night, and, like many others, I had decided to make some extra cash by driving for Uber. The evening had been uneventful, just the usual pickups and drop-offs in the city. The streets were buzzing with the usual nightlife, people spilling out of bars and restaurants, laughing and shouting, oblivious to anything but their own good time. I had just dropped off my last passenger, in a quiet residential neighborhood and was thinking about calling it a night when a new ride request popped up. It was a bit out of the way, but the fare was decent, and I figured one more ride wouldn't hurt. I accepted the request and followed the directions to the pickup location. The address led me to an older part of town, where the streets were narrow and the buildings loomed close together. There were no street lights, just the dim glow of porch lights and the occasional flicker from an old neon sign. As I approached the address, I noticed something odd. The house was dark, with no lights on at all. It didn't look like anyone was home, but I double-checked the app, and it confirmed that this was the place. I pulled up in front of the house and waited. After a few minutes, I was about to cancel the ride when I saw someone step out of the shadows. It was a man dressed in dark clothing, his face hidden by the hood of his jacket. He moved slowly, almost reluctantly, as if he wasn't sure he wanted to get into the car. I rolled down the window and asked if he was the one who had requested the ride. He nodded without saying a word and got into the back seat. The moment he closed the door, I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something about him that set me on edge, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I glanced at him in the rearview mirror, but his face was still obscured by the hood. His silence was unnerving, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe he was just having a bad night. I put the car in gear and started driving, following the GPS directions to his destination. As we drove, I couldn't help but notice the strange vibe in the car. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. The man hadn't said a word since he got in, and the silence was starting to feel oppressive. I tried to make small talk, asking him how his night was going, but he didn't respond. Instead, he just stared straight ahead, his hands resting on his lap. I could see his fingers twitching slightly, like he was nervous or agitated. Something about the whole situation felt wrong, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I kept driving, hoping that we'd reach his destination soon, so I could drop him off and be done with it. We were heading out of the city now, into a more rural area where the roads were winding and dark. The houses became fewer and farther between, and soon there was nothing but open fields on either side of the road. I glanced at the GPS again, but it wasn't showing any clear destination, just a series of turns that seemed to lead deeper into the countryside. The farther we went, the more uneasy I became. I wanted to ask the man where we were going, but something told me not to. The tension in the car was thick, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Suddenly, the GPS instructed me to take a left turn onto a narrow dirt road. The road was barely visible in the darkness, just a thin strip of gravel cutting through the tall grass. I hesitated, but the man in the back seat shifted slightly, as if urging me to keep going. I took a deep breath and made the turn. The car jolted as it left the pavement, the tires crunching over the gravel. The dirt road was rough, full of potholes and ruts that made the car shake and rattle. I could barely see where I was going, the headlights illuminating only a small patch of road ahead. After what felt like an eternity, the road suddenly came to an end in front of an old, decrepit building. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, the windows boarded up, the walls covered in graffiti. There was no sign of life, no lights, no movement, nothing. I stopped the car and turned to the man, but he was already opening the door, stepping out into the darkness. He still hadn't said a word, and as he walked away, he disappeared into the shadows, swallowed up by the night. I sat there for a moment, unsure of what to do. The whole situation had been bizarre, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I considered waiting for him to return, but something told me to leave. I put the car in reverse and backed out onto the dirt road, eager to get away from that place. As I drove back towards the main road, I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Who was that man, and why had he wanted to go to such a remote, abandoned place? The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. When I finally reached the main road, I breathed a sigh of relief, but my relief was short-lived. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and my blood ran cold. There, in the back seat, was the man sitting exactly where he had been before. His hood was still up, hiding his face, but I could see his hands resting on his lap, just like before. My heart skipped a beat. I had seen him get out of the car. There was no way he could be back in it. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking as I turned around to confront him. But when I looked into the back seat, it was empty. There was no one there. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but the back seat was completely empty. I turned back to the road, my mind racing. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I just exhausted from the long night? I didn't know what to think. All I knew was that I needed to get home, and fast. I drove the rest of the way back to the city in a daze, my mind replaying the events of the night over and over. By the time I got home, the sun was just starting to rise, casting a pale light over the city. I parked the car and sat there for a moment, trying to shake off the lingering sense of dread. As I got out of the car and walked up to my apartment, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see the man standing there, watching me. But there was nothing, just the empty street, and the faint sound of birds chirping in the distance. I went inside, locked the door behind me, and collapsed onto the couch. I didn't sleep that day or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man in the back seat, his hooded figure looming in the darkness. I quit driving for Uber after that. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me home that night, something that I couldn't explain. And every now and then, when I'm out driving late at night, I catch a glimpse of a figure in the rearview mirror, sitting silently in the back seat, waiting. I never thought my job would take such a dark turn. I'm a property manager in a small town, and most of my days are filled with the usual tasks: showing apartments, handling maintenance requests, and managing leases. It's a straightforward job, nothing too exciting. That was until I was assigned Blackwood Manor, an old, sprawling estate on the edge of town. The manor had been empty for years, but it was finally time to find new tenants. I was tasked with preparing the place for new occupants. The moment I stepped inside Blackwood Manor, I felt an unsettling chill. The house was massive, with high ceilings, grand staircases, and long corridors. The decor was a mix of old-world charm and faded grandeur. It was clear that the manor had once been magnificent, but years of neglect had taken their toll. Despite the dust and cobwebs, I could see the potential for this place to be something special again. I started with the basics: cleaning, fixing broken windows, and repairing the old plumbing. But as I worked, strange things began to happen. At first, it was little things: a door creaking open by itself, footsteps echoing in empty rooms, and lights flickering on and off. I told myself it was just the old wiring and the settling of the house, but then things started to escalate. One evening, while I was working late, I heard a loud bang from the upstairs hallway. I went to investigate, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The door to one of the bedrooms was slightly ajar, and as I approached, I felt a cold breeze wash over me. I stepped inside and saw that the room was in perfect order, no sign of any disturbance. I shrugged it off and went back to my work. The next day, I noticed that furniture I had moved the day before was back in its original place. I had been alone in the house, so I knew no one else had been there. It was as if the house was rearranging itself. I started to hear whispers, soft and unintelligible, coming from different parts of the manor. It felt like I was being watched, though I never saw anyone. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the more time I spent in the manor, the more the disturbances grew. One night as I was leaving the house, I noticed something strange. The windows on the second floor were illuminated by a soft, flickering light. I knew that the electricity was off, so there was no reason for any lights to be on. I decided to check it out. When I got inside, the light had vanished. I made my way up to the second floor, my footsteps echoing through the empty halls. The light was coming from a room at the end of the corridor. I approached cautiously, and when I opened the door, I was met with an unexpected sight. The room was filled with old furniture, covered in white sheets. But what caught my attention were the figures in the sheets. They looked like they were moving, shifting and swirling as if they were alive. I stepped back, my heart racing, and slammed the door shut. I decided it was time to leave. As I was heading down the stairs, I heard a voice clear and distinct calling my name. I froze, my blood running cold. The voice was feminine, soft, and soothing, but there was something unsettling about it. "Come here," it said. I turned around, but saw nothing. The voice continued to call out, growing more insistent. I ran out of the manor, slamming the door behind me. I didn't return that night. Over the next few weeks, I did some research into the history of Blackwood Manor. I found out that the house had once belonged to the Blackwood family, who were well known in the town for their wealth and influence. But their story was not as glamorous as it seemed. The Blackwoods had been known for their cruelty and eccentricity. Rumors circulated about their mistreatment of servants and strange, occult practices. The manor had a reputation for being haunted, but no one had ever been able to confirm the stories. Despite the rumors, I knew I had to finish my job. I had already invested too much time and effort into the project, so I returned to the manor, determined to get the place ready for new tenants. The disturbances continued, but I tried to ignore them. The whispers grew louder, the voices more frequent. I would hear them even when I was outside the manor, as if they were following me. One evening, as I was working in the basement, I found an old journal hidden behind a loose brick in the wall. It belonged to one of the Blackwood family members, and it detailed their experiments and rituals. The journal spoke of summoning spirits and making pacts with otherworldly entities. It was clear that the Blackwoods had been involved in something dark and sinister. As I read the journal, I felt a chill. The final entry was a desperate plea for forgiveness and a warning to anyone who came after them. It mentioned that the spirits trapped in the manor were restless and vengeful, bound to the house by the rituals performed by the Blackwoods. I realized that the disturbances were not just coincidences. The manor was haunted by the spirits of those who had suffered at the hands of the Blackwoods. They were trapped, unable to move on, and their anger and sorrow were manifesting in the house. I decided to hold a séance, hoping to communicate with the spirits and help them find peace. I gathered some candles and a few friends who were interested in the paranormal. We performed the ritual as best as we could, following the instructions in the journal. During the séance, the air grew colder, and the whispers grew louder. We saw shadowy figures moving in the corners of our vision, and the candles flickered wildly. One of my friends, who claimed to have a gift for communicating with spirits, began speaking in a strange voice. She claimed to be channeling one of the spirits trapped in the manor. The spirit spoke of betrayal and pain, of promises broken and souls lost. It was clear that the Blackwoods had wronged many people, and their spirits were still bound to the manor, seeking retribution. After the seance, the disturbances in the manor grew more intense. The whispers turned into screams, and the figures we saw were more defined, more menacing. The atmosphere in the house was unbearable. I knew I had to get out. I finished my work as quickly as possible, and within a few days I had the manor ready for new tenants. I made sure to warn them about the strange occurrences, but I don't know if they believed me. As I left Blackwood Manor, for the last time, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, following me. The whispers continued for weeks, even after I left the town. They faded over time, but the memories of Blackwood Manor stayed with me. I never went back, and I don't think I ever will. Some places are better left alone, and Blackwood Manor is one of them. It was a quiet Tuesday evening when the usual sense of security in my small suburban home was shattered. I had just settled in for a peaceful night, curled up with a book in the living room. The day had been typical, nothing out of the ordinary. I felt safe, comfortable, completely unaware of the nightmare that was about to unfold. The first sign that something was wrong came as a barely audible creak from the direction of the kitchen. I paused, listening intently, but the house was otherwise silent. I brushed it off as the house settling or a neighbor's footsteps. The sound came again, louder this time, followed by a soft scraping noise. My heart began to race as I stood up and cautiously made my way toward the kitchen. The lights were off, and the only illumination came from the street lights filtering through the window blinds. I reached the kitchen and checked the back door, which was locked as it should be. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken glass. The scraping sound stopped, and the silence was almost deafening. I checked the rest of the house, flipping on lights and peering into every dark corner. Everything seemed to be in place. I was about to head back to the living room when I heard the sound again, this time coming from the basement. My gut twisted into knots. I rarely went into the basement only for storage, and rarely after dark. The basement door was down a small hallway, and as I approached it, I noticed that it was slightly ajar. I hadn't left it like that. A sense of dread washed over me, but I had to check. Maybe it was a raccoon or some other animal that had gotten in through the vents. I took a deep breath and slowly descended the stairs. The basement was cold and damp, filled with the smell of old, musty books and forgotten furniture. I flicked on the basement light, revealing boxes stacked haphazardly along the walls. The sound had stopped, and the basement was eerily still. I walked further into the room, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the far corner of the basement. I jumped, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned to see a figure darting behind a stack of boxes. Panic surged through me. Someone was in my house. I raced back up the stairs, slamming the basement door shut behind me. I dialed 911 with trembling hands, trying to explain the situation as calmly as I could. The dispatcher assured me that police were on their way, but it felt like an eternity. I locked myself in the bedroom and waited, my nerves on edge. Every little nose made me jump. Every shadow seemed to shift and move. The minutes felt like hours. Finally, I heard the sirens outside. The police arrived and carefully swept through the house, checking every room, every corner. They found no sign of a break-in or any intruder. They checked the basement, too, but it was empty, just as I had left it. They reassured me that it was likely just an animal or prank, but their words did little to ease my fear. They left after a while, and I was left alone in the silence of my home. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I tried to go back to sleep, but every creak, every gust of wind felt like an intrusion. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't focus at work, couldn't relax at home. I kept checking and rechecking the locks, the windows. I started noticing strange things, objects out of place, noises that seemed to come from nowhere. I tried to brush it off, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the unease never fully went away. One night I was lying in bed, trying to sleep, when I heard the sound again. It was a soft, scraping noise, just like before. I froze, listening intently. The noise came from the basement. I didn't know what to do. I felt paralyzed with fear, unable to move, unable to call for help. I lay there in the dark, listening to the noise grow louder, closer. It felt like the basement was alive, like something was moving around down there, something that shouldn't be. Eventually the noise stopped, and the silence returned. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was going on. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly made my way to the basement. My heart was pounding in my chest as I opened the basement door and descended the stairs. The basement was dark, cold, and still. I shone the flashlight around, but there was nothing unusual, no intruders, no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Just the same old clutter, the same old shadows. I was about to head back up when I noticed something new, a faint, unsettling mark on the wall near the far corner. It looked like scratches, deep and uneven, as if something had tried to claw its way out. My blood ran cold. I quickly turned and fled up the stairs, slamming the basement door shut behind me. I locked myself in the bedroom once more, my mind racing. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I couldn't stay there. The next morning, I packed up some essentials and stayed with a friend until I could figure out what to do. I contacted a security company and had them install a comprehensive security system in my home. I also hired a locksmith to reinforce the doors and windows, hoping to feel a little safer. The incidents stopped after that. There were no more strange noises, no more feelings of being watched. But the memory of that night, the feeling of fear and dread, stayed with me. Every time I hear a creak or a bump in the night, I think back to that night and wonder if something is still lurking in the shadows, waiting for another chance to make itself known. It was a classic cross-country road trip, a chance to hit the open road, escape the daily grind, and make some unforgettable memories. My best friend, Alex, and I had decided to drive along Route 66, soaking in the sights and the history of one of America's most iconic highways. We set out in the late afternoon, eager to cover as much ground as possible before nightfall. The sun was just beginning to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink as we drove through the wide-open landscapes of the American Midwest. We were chatting, laughing, and listening to classic rock, the perfect soundtrack for our adventure. As the evening progressed, we found ourselves on a stretch of road that seemed to go on forever, flanked by fields of corn and the occasional dilapidated farmhouse. We hadn't seen another car for miles, and the silence was almost unnerving. That's when we saw her young woman standing by the side of the road, her thumb extended, hitchhiking. She looked out of place in the middle of nowhere. She was dressed in a vintage-style dress that looked like it was from the 1950s, with her long hair blowing gently in the breeze. Her appearance was striking, almost ethereal against the fading light. Alex slowed down as we approached her, and I leaned over to get a better look. She seemed to be about our age, maybe a little older. Her face was obscured by the setting sun, but there was something compelling about her. "Should we pick her up?" I asked, glancing at Alex. He looked at me, then back at the hitchhiker. "Why not? We're not in a hurry, and it's getting dark. She might be stranded." Alex pulled over, and I rolled down the window. "Hey there, you need a ride?" The woman smiled warmly and nodded. "Thank you. I've been waiting for quite a while." She climbed into the back seat, and we continued on our way. I could feel a chill in the air as she got in, but I brushed it off as the evening temperature dropping. We introduced ourselves, and she told us her name was Sarah. Her voice was soft and melodic, and she had a calming presence. We chatted casually as we drove, learning that she was on her way to a small town not too far ahead. She said she had been visiting friends and was trying to get home. The conversation was pleasant, and we didn't think much of it until we reached a small town that Sarah said was her destination. It was a quaint little place with a few scattered lights and old-fashioned storefronts. Alex pulled over to the side of the road and turned to Sarah. "This is where you wanted to get off, right?" Sarah nodded, thanking us for the ride. "I really appreciate it. I was getting worried about being stranded out here." We watched as she stepped out of the car and walked toward a small house at the end of the street. As she reached the porch, she turned and gave us a final wave before disappearing inside. We waved back and drove away, continuing our journey. About an hour later, we stopped at a diner for a late-night snack. We were still talking about Sarah when a server came over with our food. "You guys traveling far?" she asked, glancing at us with a curious look. "Yeah, we're doing Route 66, Alex replied. "We picked up a hitchhiker a while back. She got off in that little town a bit ago." The server's expression changed to one of surprise and concern. "What town did you drop her off in?" she asked. We told her the name of the town, and the server's face grew pale. "That town is deserted. There hasn't been anyone living there for years. It's an old ghost town." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Are you sure?" She seemed real enough. The server nodded solemnly. "Oh, she's real all right, but she's been gone for decades. The vanishing hitchhiker. People say she's a ghost, appearing to travelers and then disappearing before they can even remember her face." Alex and I looked at each other, trying to process what we had just heard. "That's impossible," Alex said, shaking his head. "She was so real. We talked to her and she seemed completely normal." The server shrugged. "It's one of those stories that people tell along Route 66. You hear it from time to time. I guess you guys are the latest to experience it." We finished our meal in stunned silence, unable to shake the eerie feeling that had settled over us. The idea that we had picked up a ghost was unsettling. When we finally got back on the road, we tried to put it out of our minds, but the experience lingered. The rest of the trip was filled with a sense of unease, and we couldn't help but wonder if we'd ever encounter something like that again. The vanishing hitchhiker of Route 66 became a story we told many times, a chilling reminder of that strange evening. And every time I hear the tale of travelers encountering a mysterious hitchhiker, I can't help but think of Sarah, the ghostly figure who vanished without a trace.